When Your Daughter Has BPD: Essential Skills to Help Families Manage Borderline Personality Disorder by Daniel S. Lobel, Ph.D. Narrated by Terrence Bays. Introduction. Parenting a child with borderline personality disorder, BPD, presents challenges well beyond the scope of typical parenting. Standard parenting techniques often backfire, leading parents to feel that their child and their family life are out of control. Families of a child with BPD experience tremendous conflict and hostility, resulting in the parents feeling ineffective while the child suffers and her functioning steadily deteriorates. BPD impacts the entire family, sometimes leading to disintegration of the family structure, as all family members come to avoid and perhaps even loathe spending time together due to the perpetual discord. Although many parents listening to this book will have already sought professional help and may have been told that their child has signs of BPD, others may be seeking information and guidance for the first time. This book will offer essential parenting techniques that, if used consistently, will restore control of the family to you, help your child with BPD improve her quality of life, and re-enable your family unit to provide satisfaction and security to all of its members. This book is written for the parents of daughters with BPD, those who are at their breaking point and those who are approaching it. While BPD is rarely diagnosed in children, the patterns of BPD often begin in childhood. This book will help you identify the early signs of BPD and differentiate these behaviors from those of typical children. This is particularly difficult with adolescents due to several factors. One difficulty in diagnosing BPD in teenagers is that their personalities are not yet fully formed, as they are still in a phase of significant brain development. Another difficulty is that these adolescents often have other coexisting conditions, including mood disorders, anxiety disorders, eating disorders, and substance abuse that complicate the diagnosis. Borderline personality disorder is defined as a pervasive pattern of instability of interpersonal relationships, self-image and affects, and marked impulsivity, beginning by early adulthood and present in a variety of contexts. This means that the BPD causes the individual to experience instability in almost all areas of functioning, including perception, mood, behavior, and relationships. These symptoms often show improvement with treatment. In this book, I will describe different forms of impairment that occur to children and families dealing with BPD, utilizing dialogue, illustrations, and case studies compiled from my many years of clinical practice. I will describe essential parenting techniques that will stop the detrimental effects of BPD on your child and your family. This book will allow you to gain a better understanding of specific interpersonal behavior patterns that cause pain and dysfunction to your daughter and your family, and help you to understand why conventional parenting techniques are not effective and can sometimes be counterproductive. Following is a brief overview of how this book is organized. In Chapter 1, I'll discuss the behavior patterns and symptoms associated with BPD and how they affect your child's functioning. Then, in Chapter 2, I'll discuss in detail how the illness causes your daughter to be hurtful to those closest to her. Once we've explored the effects of BPD on your daughter and your family, we'll turn to effective methods to restore healthy functioning to your family. In Chapter 3, I'll present a primer of basic parenting skills that you will need to apply, after which I'll describe a 3-step restorative process in Chapters 4 through 6. The first step offers techniques to help you stop the bleeding. These techniques facilitate setting interpersonal boundaries that allow for healthy interaction while preventing hurtful exchanges between family members. Step 2 focuses on patterns of enabling and codependency that are often pervasive in affected families, and offers specific techniques to transform these into parenting patterns that are successful with children with BPD. Step 3 involves the process of healing and forgiveness. The essential parenting techniques presented throughout this book will guide you toward creating a new family structure that supports healthy functioning and protects new boundaries. This new family structure is the focus of Chapter 7. It's also important for you to be aware of realistic limitations on how parents can and cannot help their child affected with BPD, which will be covered in Chapters 8 and 9. Finally, Chapter 10 will address transgenerational effects of BPD. Identifying the severity of the problem. The first step for parents of a child with BPD is to identify the scope and severity of the problem. Many parents struggle to tell the difference between normal, age-appropriate behaviors and problem behaviors that require special attention. Some parents get so used to feeling bad about parenting that they assume everyone feels this way. And some parents are so used to feeling unhappy in their marriages that when they start feeling bad about parenting, it does not surprise them or present a red flag. BPD causes those affected to mistreat the people they are closest to. So how much mistreatment is reasonable for parents to tolerate from their child? The answer is none. Mistreatment is defined as treating another in a manner that is not in that person's best interest. This includes abuse, which is a strategy designed to cause pain of some sort to another. Mistreatment, and particularly abusive behavior, is always destructive to relationships, and therefore should not be tolerated at all. Following are some ways to measure the severity of its effect on your family. How often are family events subject to conflict? Sadly, for some families, the answer is every time. How much mistreatment is tolerated by family members? On one end of the spectrum are families that ignore hurtful expressions by other family members. On the other end are families that hold each other fully accountable for behavior and resolve hurt feelings in any family member as they come up. To what degree do family members avoid bringing up topics around the child in order to avoid upsetting her? This is sometimes referred to as walking on eggshells. How resistant are family members to having family events? Do they make excuses, or is it a priority in their life? How open are family members with each other? Frequent conflict and mistreatment cause family members to have a sense of vulnerability that inhibits them from speaking freely and spontaneously about their feelings and opinions. The greater the conflict, avoidance, resistance, and guardedness in families, the lower the satisfaction. As these qualities of family life intensify, individual members become more and more avoidant of family gatherings and events. Ultimately, they may come to loathe family time. If your family is experiencing these types of behaviors and feelings, then you should consider the problem to be severe and to require immediate attention. Families that have severe dysfunction associated with a family member with BPD may be rapidly approaching complete disintegration of the family structure. This is called the breaking point. The next section describes how families get to the breaking point and how you can help your family to avoid doing so. The breaking point. A major symptom of BPD is very low frustration tolerance. When an individual with BPD does not get what she wants, she experiences intolerable levels of emotion. Her efforts to resolve her frustration generally result in conflicts with those around her. The first chapter describes how this occurs. Family members become accustomed to having frequent conflicts when they get together. Each experience that family members have with conflict or other drama causes damage to the family structure, which gets its strength from family members wanting to participate and cooperate. The breaking point comes when these difficult exchanges become so frequent that they are anticipated. The anticipation brings apprehension and anxiety, which increase until the various family members simply don't want to be together anymore, or cannot tolerate it due to the level of hostility. The family structure implodes while the members scatter. Some of this damage may be irreparable. For example, BPD causes those affected to feel slighted if they are not the center of attention. When they are around family members, they tend to attract attention, either through interruption, conflict, or drama. They do this because they are needy. Others in attendance are often annoyed by their monopolizing the events. This causes others to enjoy these events less and attend them less as well. In turn, the decreased attendance causes the person with BPD to become needier around others. This increases the avoidance until the family will no longer convene. The implosion of the family structure is frightening to the child with BPD and actually makes her needier. This increased neediness is directed toward the parents, often with a corresponding increase in hurtfulness and hostility. The child becomes more demanding of the parents. The demands become more for the purpose of reassurance that the parents will respond, rather than because of genuine need. That's when essential parenting techniques are needed. I refer to these methods as essential because they guide healthy parenting of a daughter with BPD. Many families will invoke them during periods of crisis or emergency. When families avoid conflicts instead of addressing them, the intensity of these conflicts and the level of urgency rises. To these families, the tools will seem particularly aggressive, as they are direct and confrontational. Many people bristle at the suggestion of confrontation. They tend to think of confrontation as angry and hostile. However, the forms of confrontation that you will be utilizing in the essential techniques will be best executed calmly and without anger. They will encourage resolution rather than escalation, but they will require that all parties take responsibility for their own behaviors and choices. This point cannot be emphasized enough. The key to every intervention that will be described in this book is to make your daughter take responsibility for her choices and behavior. There are several relationship patterns between parents and children with BPD that wear the parents down and bring them toward the breaking point. Here is a partial list of these factors. The child makes the parents feel bad about being a parent if the child does not get what she wants. The child acts out toward the parent if she does not get what she wants. The child discredits the parent if she does not get what she wants. The child isolates the parents from others by behaving differently in public and in private. The child is constantly competitive with siblings for attention and resources. The child does not take responsibility for her behavior or her promises. The child resists independence rather than seeking it. The child pits one family member against another. The sibling of the affected child becomes miserable. The parents experience increased marital conflict as a result of feeling helpless to come up with a strategy for helping the child and the family. If you're listening to this book, it's likely that you recognize several of these factors in your family. Throughout the book, I will describe each of these parenting problems and illustrate them using narratives that I constructed based on my experience treating these families in private practice, clinics, and hospital settings in the New York City area for over 25 years. I have summarized and modified these accounts to provide narratives that simulate your personal experience with parenting a child with BPD. These narratives will help you put into practice, in clear language, the essential parenting techniques utilizing the 3-step restorative process mentioned before. This approach will enable you to embrace a new focus on family interaction and communication that will be healthy for your child and your family as a whole. Persistent use of these techniques will help you transform your family structure into a healthier environment for the entire family, and one that will aid your daughter in her quest for health. Chapter 1. Definitions and Development of BPD. Personality disorders differ from other psychiatric disorders in that they feature a pervasive pattern of behavior that has a dysfunctional effect on relationships with others. For this reason, making effective changes in your family will require you to have an understanding of the effects of BPD, not only on your daughter, but also on you and your spouse or partner, and on your other children. Furthermore, successful interventions must include changes in your daughter's social environment. This almost always involves the entire family. This chapter will describe the effects of BPD on your daughter. The next chapter will describe the effects on the family. BPD severely hinders a person's ability to develop healthy, stable, and secure relationships. As you will learn in this chapter, the impairment that results from BPD differs from the usual ups and downs of child development. We will explore these patterns of behavior that inhibit successful family functioning and encourage movement toward the breaking point. The following chapters will describe how to identify these dysfunctional patterns of behavior and change them into patterns that support healthier functioning. Effects on the child. What is wrong with my child? Understanding how your daughter actually feels requires an awareness that individuals with BPD do not experience emotion the way that others do. The emotional experience of the child with BPD is best understood from a developmental perspective. Human infants are born more helpless than newborns of almost any other species on the planet. They cannot feed themselves. They cannot walk. They cannot even roll over. Human infants are born with only partially developed brains. It is 20 years after birth that the brain finally reaches full maturity. Human infants also have a very primitive emotional structure. They basically experience only two emotions: feels good and feels bad. They only have one tool to cope with these emotions: crying until somebody comes and makes them feel better. Parents respond to the wails of their child by going through a series of inquiries in order to ease the child's distress. They check the diaper. If this is clean, they offer food. They attempt to determine if the infant is too hot or too cold. They check for clothing that is too tight, and so on. The infant has no awareness of the needs or feelings of the parent, and will intensify the crying if the discomfort is not alleviated by the parent. Typically, as children become more capable of waiting for satisfaction of their needs, they become more and more tolerant of frustration and can delay gratification for longer periods of time, thus allowing for more stable relationships. Conversely, individuals with BPD have difficulty accepting that they generally cannot expect instant gratification. The BPD causes them intolerable emotional discomfort when they are frustrated. They continue to fight against it, though their responses mature somewhat. The crying might continue if effective, but it often changes to lashing out at the parents. The child with BPD readily and frequently assumes the victim identity because she has not learned how to attend to her own emotions and continues to expect others to make her bad feelings go away. She holds others responsible for this and acts out against them if they fail. Like the infant, she does not discriminate between minor discomfort and major discomfort. All discomfort is intolerable to her. This underdeveloped emotional system, a central feature of BPD, is manifest in a variety of ways. Following are some of the earliest signs of this emotional immaturity. Separation anxiety. One of the earliest signs displayed by children at risk for developing BPD is exaggerated separation anxiety. It is normal for children to experience some level of anxiety or discomfort when separating from their primary attachment figure, mothers in most families. The child needs the parent for security and hence experiences anxiety when separated. Some children are able to calm themselves fairly quickly after the initial experience of being separated from their parent. Parents can generally ease the child's ability to cope with separation by beginning with brief absences and working their way up to longer periods. But children at risk for developing BPD cannot calm themselves or allow themselves to be calmed by others when separated from their parent. They continue to protest and resist efforts to be calmed. These children may become so upset that they throw up or experience headaches or stomach aches from the stress, often requiring the parent to stop whatever she was doing and come to the child's aid. The resistance to separation and the anger associated with it are the prototype for later exaggerated fears of abandonment that are characteristic of BPD. Frustration tolerance. The term frustration tolerance refers to the ability to manage obstacles in one's life. Thus, a high frustration tolerance is desirable. In fact, it is the cornerstone of most healthy coping mechanisms. It allows individuals to think before they act and to persevere after failure. It allows for inhibition of impulsivity. Children with BPD have a very low frustration tolerance. Many parents, particularly those of children with BPD, give in to their children as a way to decrease conflict and create peace. However, giving in to your daughter, which I refer to as feeding the monster, her illness, decreases her frustration tolerance. This is particularly true when you give in to her mistreatment of others, because your relenting sends the message to her that you cannot tolerate her frustration. If she believes that her parent cannot tolerate her frustration, then it automatically follows that she cannot be expected to tolerate it either. This also adds to her fear that she is incompetent and supports her overdependence on you while undermining her self-confidence. Weak empathy. Most family members come to feel at some point that the child with BPD does not care about their feelings or the feelings of others. The child may convey this directly or indirectly. Direct expressions are statements such as, "I don't give a blank how you feel about it." An indirect suggestion that the child does not care about the feelings of others might be her making unreasonable demands of others. Following is an example of a child's inability to acknowledge and accommodate her brother's feelings, even on his wedding day. Child: I am so excited about your wedding. Brother: me too. Child: do you think you could pick me up before? Brother: pick you up before the wedding? Child: yes. That way I wouldn't have to worry about getting tired. Brother: and how will you get home? Child: I will need you to drive me back afterwards. Brother: on my wedding night? Child: well, you do want me to be there, don't you? The brother will probably assume that his sister doesn't care about his needs or feelings on his wedding night. The reality is that the sister hasn't really thought of, considered, or acknowledged his feelings at all. This is because to her, it's as if he doesn't have any feelings. Children with BPD fight a constant war within themselves between self-love and self-hate, and they rely on other people to make themselves feel worthy, for example, by seeking reassurance from them. In practice, this manifests as almost total self-absorption and apparent lack of empathy for others. Children with BPD may ask people how they feel, but often they are more interested in asking than actually finding out. The follow-up responses often betray this disconnect. In the following example, a child with BPD is welcoming home her parents. At first, it sounds like the daughter is interested in how her parents feel. Child: welcome home. How are you guys doing? Mother: I am exhausted. We were delayed at the airport for 3 hours. Father: and then there's the jet lag. We were in the air for 13 hours straight, 4 different time zones. I am exhausted. Child: that's nice. So can one of you give me a ride to the mall and then pick me up at 10 when they close? In this exchange, the child knows that the parents just returned from a long trip, and she asks how they are, which they answer candidly. She then appears to totally disregard what they said and makes an unreasonable request, given how they said they feel. She just did not consider their feelings at all. Perhaps you have noticed times when it appears as though your child is using empathy to find the most painful areas to attack. A common form of this is known as rubbing it in. For example, consider a child with BPD who knows that her brother was just turned down for a job. In anger or frustration, the sister says something like, "No wonder you didn't get hired." This is generally not true empathy, where someone seeks to feel another person's feelings, but rather self-reference, where someone assumes that other people get hurt by the same things that she gets hurt by. The sister is not empathizing with her brother regarding how he must feel about being turned down for a job. She just assumes that he will feel the way that she would feel if turned down for a job. Your child's weak ability to show empathy makes it difficult for her to understand the feelings of others. It's natural for people to want to be understood by those they care about, and for this reason, people put substantial effort into conveying their feelings to others. But efforts to have your daughter empathize with you will generally be fruitless. In fact, individuals with BPD actually resist recognizing the feelings of others, and attempts to have them do so often increase conflict. Therefore, when you tell her how you feel, your daughter may offer repelling responses such as, "Your feelings? What about my feelings? You don't care about my feelings." Or mocking responses such as, "Oh, your little feelings are hurt. Why don't you grow a pair of balls?" The child with BPD resists acknowledging other people's feelings because she needs to be the center of attention, and to acknowledge the feelings of others would feel to her like a slight. However, this avoidance of acknowledging others' feelings restricts her ability to develop empathy, such that in adulthood, without proper intervention, she will have tremendous difficulty empathizing with others, even if she wants to. Depression. The emotional state of individuals with BPD can be very extreme. Frantic efforts to have others reassure them can lead to short-term relief from the fear of being unloved and unlovable, but their demands on others are so constant that disappointment is inevitable. When this happens, which it does frequently, the individual with BPD may suddenly plunge into a very dark mental state, where she experiences self-loathing. This is where the risk of self-harm and suicide is maximized. The vacillation between intense emotional states reflects the splintered nature of her personality and sense of self, meaning her thoughts, feelings, and beliefs about who she is as a person. In essence, how she would describe herself. This splintering of the sense of self causes an emptiness that over time can trigger depressive episodes. Because BPD causes unstable affect or mood, when others agree with her or give her what she needs, it makes her feel that she is lovable. When she does not get what she wants, she feels self-loathing. This can feel like she is losing herself. This type of depression, marked by emptiness, triggers feelings of desperation for the child. The feelings of desperation are likely to trigger extreme reactions. These reactions can take many different forms, but they tend to fall into one of two types: frantic seeking of reassurance from others or self-destructive behaviors. The frantic seeking of reassurance from others can range from benign to destructive. Benign forms of seeking reassurance from others include various ways of getting attention. The most direct is calling to check in with a parent or somebody else who makes the individual feel secure. If the parent does not respond, the child's sense of emptiness is likely to increase, and she is likely to leave one or more frantic messages, urging the parent to call back right away. If she does reach the parent and the parent is comforting, her sense of emptiness decreases. While the child accepts and may even appreciate the reassurance, it is seldom enough. She may end the phone call requesting that the parent call her back in an hour, just to make sure I am okay. This becomes subject to the one-sided contract. It sets up the expectation that the parent will make himself available whenever the child feels empty, which is almost all of the time. The one-sided contract is discussed in detail later in this chapter. Another example of a benign form of seeking reassurance is requesting special access to others in case I need you urgently. This generally takes the form of demanding all available phone numbers for the parent, as well as cell and home phone numbers for the parent's friends. Unfortunately, people with BPD have difficulties with boundaries, which is discussed in detail in Chapter 4. They often call these numbers under non-urgent conditions for their convenience. For this reason, you should share these numbers judiciously, and sometimes with a caveat, such as only to be used for emergency. Destructive forms of seeking reassurance involve the threat of harmful behaviors either to the self or to someone else. The most extreme example of destructive seeking of reassurance is when the child threatens self-harm or suicide if she is left alone. She may express this as parents embark on a trip, or even an evening out, depending on the child's condition. Unfortunately, people affected by BPD can be markedly impulsive. Threats of suicide can very quickly become suicidal gestures if the person believes abandonment is imminent. Sometimes the person suffering the effects of BPD may not exhibit any warnings and may proceed directly to self-destructive behaviors. She may do this privately but leave traces, such as blood or suicide notes that can be discovered later by others, as punishment for not being there for her. If your child makes any gestures or attempts at self-harm, you should immediately seek emergency medical treatment, either at a hospital or an appropriate acute care facility. Inability to take responsibility for behavior. The core struggle of individuals with BPD is to combat feelings of worthlessness and self-loathing caused by the BPD with constant reassurance from others. This prevents them from acknowledging errors and accepting responsibility for their behaviors when they have erred. Taking responsibility for something they have done wrong reinforces their feelings of worthlessness and increases their self-loathing. Because of their inability to take responsibility for errors or hurtful behaviors, individuals with BPD often feel that they are victims of the errors and hostilities of others. They see themselves as the victim of those around them who are either unwilling or unable to satisfy them. They respond to their disappointment in hurtful ways, thus pushing away those they love. They then interpret this as other people abandoning them, reinforcing their view of themselves as a victim. The struggle for self-definition. Individuals with BPD are genuinely in emotional pain most or all of the time. Underlying their unstable behaviors and emotions is an unstable sense of self. They struggle to consolidate their sense of self from two opposite conceptualizations, at times seeing themselves as loved and lovable, and at other times feeling worthless and unlovable. Their strategy is to grasp onto the positive image and deny the negative, using other people to facilitate this. Perceived slights or perceived rejection can cause them to violently shift their sense of self from one of wellness and superiority to one of worthlessness and self-loathing. They blame others for this when others fail to provide consistent reassurance of their superiority by yielding to their every demand. This creates the black and white, or all-or-nothing demeanor that makes them appear extreme. But bear in mind that your daughter is a person in almost constant pain who teeters on the edge of depression and needs others to help her. Feelings of self-loathing can at times get so intense for the child with BPD that they cause self-injurious and self-destructive behaviors, such as cutting oneself, overdosing on drugs, and even suicide. This is why BPD can be thought of as a boundary disorder. Because individuals with BPD hold other people responsible for how they see and feel about themselves, they tend to blur the line between themselves and others. They do not recognize others as distinctly different whole human beings. Rather, they see others as utilities without feelings of any significance. This affects every area of functioning. Perhaps the most obvious boundary violations are those regarding physical boundaries, which may involve either other people's belongings or other people themselves. It is not uncommon for individuals with BPD to take their sister's or mother's clothes to wear and not return them or return them dirty or damaged. They may go into the wallets of family members and take money if they need it. They often do not seem to be capable of recognizing this sort of behavior as intrusive and offensive. Many feel victimized by the suggestion that they did something wrong by going into other people's belongings. Physical boundary violations are generally more serious when they threaten or infringe upon the other person directly. Volunteering the services of others to gain favor is an example of this. For example, a person with BPD trying to gain favor with a friend might offer her father's help with her taxes without asking him first. A more serious example of violating the physical boundaries of others involves touching them when or where they do not want to be touched. The violations of emotional boundaries can be even more destructive, though they may be more subtle. The individual with BPD may hurt those around her by attempting to make others feel bad about themselves. She does this to feel better about herself. Specifically, she needs her parents to put her on a pedestal, to treat her as though she were special. She demands that her parents put her needs before all else, before siblings, before family, before the parents' personal needs. When she perceives her parents as not putting her before all others, she strikes out at them with statements such as, "You are the worst parent ever," "You never loved me," "You only care about sibling," and "I wish I were dead." Through these statements, the child challenges her parents' need to see themselves as good, responsible, and devoted parents. Often, individuals with BPD are somewhat successful at making their parents feel bad and guilty about not being good parents, and possibly even to hate parenting. At the same time, and as a result of their pain, the child with BPD's behavior draws the entire family toward the breaking point. Testing others. Often, individuals with BPD seek reassurance of their self-worth by constantly testing others, usually without their awareness. Here are some examples of the many different forms this can take. Personalized clock. Individuals with BPD often have their own special clock that determines the quality of their relationships. When they contact somebody or expect somebody to contact them, a clock is set. This clock determines if the person's response is timely or not. Once the threshold for a timely response has passed, they feel slighted and ultimately abandoned, which triggers their feelings of worthlessness and self-loathing. They then blame whomever they were testing for making them feel these feelings. The bias search engine. Another form of constant testing of others is the search for hidden meaning in all that is said and not said. When individuals with BPD listen to those around them, they listen for, rather than listening to, what another is saying. They do not receive information from a neutral perspective. Rather, they listen for slights, disloyalty, or abandonment. These are their search engine keywords. Here is an example where the child hears her father saying that she does not look good in his statement about her friend. Father: I saw your friend Sarah at the library today. She looked great. Child: And I look like a piece of dirt? Father: I didn't say that. Child: You never say, I look great. Father: Yes, I have said it. Child: But you didn't mean it. In this exchange, the child hears the father's initial comment about her friend as a slight. To the child, it is as if the father had said, she looked great and you don't. Of course, the father did not say this, but the child hears the hidden meaning in it. She actually creates the hidden meaning by projecting her insecurities, her self-loathing, onto the father, and then gets angry at him for it. This tendency to project her self-loathing onto others is also what drives the need for constant reassurance or reaffirmation that the child is lovable and is loved. It is also why there is never enough. The search engine can seek out behavior as well as words. It can read slights or abandonment into behaviors or the absence of behavior. The following is an example where the child feels slighted by the mother looking at her watch. Child: Why are you looking at your watch? Mother: I wanted to see what time it is. Child: You're bored. You can't wait to get away from me. Mother: Sweetheart, that is just not true. Child: I was just starting to relax and enjoy being with you. Mother: And I was enjoying being with you. Child: People do not look at their watches when they are enjoying themselves. Here, the child projects her fear of abandonment onto the action of her mother looking at her watch. She resists her mother's reassurances so that her mother will repeat them to her. Self-fulfilling prophecy. The constant testing behaviors that persist in relationships with individuals with BPD put tremendous pressure on these relationships. This causes extreme instability in most of the relationships that get beyond casual. It is exhausting for others to have to constantly figure out how they are being tested so they can avoid mistreatment. The individual's harshness wears others down, so that over time people anticipate that being around her will be caustic. She can sense that others are less than forthcoming or less welcoming, and her greatest fear, that others will retreat from her, becomes reality. Of course, she cannot see that the BPD has caused her to behave in ways that have caused this. The one-sided contract. Individuals affected by BPD believe that if someone does something for them once, they can assume that the person will continue to provide that service forever. They feel entitled to it. For example, the mother of a child with BPD asked the older sister to pick up the child from school for her. When she went to pick up her little sister, she took her and her friends for ice cream before they came home. The next day, the child with BPD will probably ask her sister to pick her up again and take her and her friends for ice cream. If the sister is unavailable or says no, the child with BPD is likely to attack her. She may accuse the older sister of having more important things to do or not loving her. She may even use the fact that the sister took her once against her. You had time for me yesterday. Now I'm not important. I wish you would have never bothered. The older sister very quickly learns that trying to do something nice for her sister will set up an expectation of entitlement whenever the younger sister wants something from her, which may seem like all the time. This will cause the older sister to curb her loving gestures toward her sister in the future. In doing so, it moves her toward the breaking point, where she no longer wishes to have anything to do with her sister and her sister's friends, adding to the wedge being driven into the heart of the family. Borderline belief system. The behavior patterns discussed before, if reinforced, become crystallized beliefs about relationships and how they can be manipulated. For example, when a parent gives in to the tantrums of a child, the child comes to believe that the way to get other people to do what you want them to do is to behave in an antagonistic manner. This is tested repeatedly whenever the child does not get what she wants when she wants it. If this idea is consistently reinforced by feeding the monster or giving in, the belief becomes crystallized. It is no longer examined and no longer questioned. The response then becomes automatic or habitual. That is when the essential techniques become necessary. Over time, your child may collect a whole system of crystallized beliefs, each one associated with different types of dysfunction. Here are some maladaptive crystallized beliefs often associated with BPD. If others do not do what you ask of them, you can mistreat them and they will give in. This belief will eventually lead to the end of almost any relationship. This mistreatment is not really damaging to a relationship. This belief supports the child's role as victim, as it minimizes her contribution to conflicts in relationships. The rules that apply to others do not apply to me. Acting on this belief can lead to frequent violations of laws and rules, and in the extreme can signal sociopathy. Eventually, an individual who acts on this belief is held to task by authorities and punished. Other people will give to me only if I force them to. This belief prevents the child from developing naturally reciprocal relationships by constantly competing with others and compelling others to do things for her. It is not harmful in a loving relationship to force others to do what they do not want to do. This belief causes an individual with BPD to totally discount the feelings and needs of others, ultimately causing others to resent her and withdraw. I cannot tolerate frustration, and therefore I must get what I want when I want it. Otherwise, it is a crisis. This prevents the individual from developing a higher frustration tolerance. I do not need to reciprocate what others do for me. This discourages others from being giving or extending themselves, because it leaves them feeling used and exploited. It does not matter what other people feel. This leaves the child with BPD unprepared and unable to understand and react to others, thus impairing her social functioning. Other people's feelings are not as important as mine. This also contributes to those around her feeling exploited and ultimately repelled. Promises don't need to be kept. This belief discounts the powerful effect betrayal has on people and adds to the individual's social dysfunction. It weakens you if you admit to a mistake. This prevents the child from taking responsibility for her mistakes. It leaves others feeling blamed and resentful and adds to the instability of relationships. You should never say you are sorry. This belief interferes with the child's social functioning as it discourages trust and increases resentment. I am a victim. This belief also interferes with social functioning by discouraging trust and increasing resentment. I am entitled to expect others to forgive me for anything I must do to get what I want. This undermines the development of healthy boundaries, as it suggests that there are no bounds to her behavior. These beliefs develop over time if they are not challenged by others, leading to repetitive patterns of behavior that are associated with extensive dysfunction in most relationships. Those closest to the child are affected the most. Chapter Summary. This chapter focused on the pervasive effect of BPD on your daughter's functioning and sense of well-being. People with BPD experience considerable emotional pain and tend to exhibit specific behavior patterns as a result of several factors, which include fears of being unloved or abandoned, limited frustration tolerance, and a weak ability to empathize with others. They have tremendous difficulty taking responsibility for their behavior and engage in frequent testing behaviors. Finally, individuals with BPD tend to develop common belief systems that can impede relationships if not challenged. In the next chapter, we will examine the effects of your daughter's BPD on family members. Chapter 2. Effects of BPD on the family. BPD is a disorder that affects the entire family. The difficulties your daughter experiences, which were described in the previous chapter, impact you and her siblings considerably. The disorder causes her to behave in ways that are hurtful to those closest to her. In this chapter, we will explore the effects of BPD on family members, as well as on the structure of the family itself. The rest of the book is dedicated to helping your daughter cope with the effects of BPD in ways that support better social functioning, while at the same time helping the family resist unhealthy patterns caused by BPD. Effects on parents and parenting. Am I a bad parent? Parents who have been raising a child with BPD for any period of time often struggle with feelings of guilt, shame, and inadequacy, as the child complains about almost all aspects of her life and blames her parents for not making her happy. Seeing the child as a victim of their ineffective parenting often confuses them. They wonder what is wrong with them as parents, what is wrong with their child, and what is wrong with their family. These feelings then interfere with effective parenting and may actually create patterns that exacerbate the difficulties with their child as traditional parenting techniques often fail with children with BPD. One of the most powerful factors that drives parents toward the breaking point is being made to feel that their efforts are not appreciated and that they are seen as bad parents. For most parents, the birth of a child is one of the greatest experiences of a lifetime. It is the opportunity to have a family of their own, to repeat the wonderful opportunities of their childhood, while offering positive experiences that may have been lacking. But for many parents with a child with BPD, the birth of their child begins a journey to the breaking point, where parenting is a dark place of pain and failure, where family members no longer seek each other's company. Many parents feel guilty about not wanting to be around their child, or feeling more calm and at ease when the child is not present. This is why it is critical for the family to understand that the monster is the disease, not the child. It is very common for children with BPD to accuse their parents of not being good parents when they do not get what they want, thus further adding to the guilt and doubt the parents have about themselves and their parenting. The children do this to protect their sense of self by shifting the focus from their fear of being a bad child to the parent being a bad parent. Following is a typical example of a child trying to make her mother feel guilty for splitting her time and attention between siblings. Child: Mom, can we make some chocolate chip cookies today? Mother: I am sorry, honey, but I don't have any chocolate chips in the house. Child: You know they are my favorite. Can you go to the store and get some? Mother: I will go tomorrow and get some. Child: I want them now. Mother: I can't go right now. I'm waiting for your sister to come home from school. Child: You love her more than me. You are a bad mommy. Parents generally respond to accusations like this defensively. I love you and your sister the same. They may also try to explain their judgment. I can't leave the house while your sister is being dropped off, or the driver will not let her off the bus. Defensiveness by the parent almost always backfires. The child with BPD will escalate the conflict and try to make it seem like the parent is just making excuses for favoring the sister. The parent's guilt prevents her from responding more effectively, such as by saying, I will make cookies with you tomorrow, but I cannot do this right now. The parent has become unable to recognize that her judgment is quite reasonable. To receive one child from the bus on the school schedule and make cookies with her other daughter when time permits. If this were an isolated exchange, a mother might be able to dismiss it as the ranting of a spoiled child. But this is typical of what happens whenever a child with BPD does not get exactly what she wants when she wants it. There are several aspects of this communication that add to the parent's guilt and cause movement toward the breaking point. The presentation is usually dramatic, filled with tears and rage. The child makes it clear that having chocolate chip cookies right now is urgent. The child makes it clear that her expectation is that the parent will drop everything. The child hurts the parent with offensive statements. Parents of a child with BPD struggle with constant feelings of guilt that they are the cause of their child's unhappiness, and hence the ensuing family conflict. In the previous scenario, it seems as though the child is trying to make the mother feel like a bad parent. But the child's statement is an effort to hurt the parent for not giving her exactly what she wanted. In this situation, giving in was not an option, because the mother had to be there to meet the sister's bus. This parent is trying to be a good parent, but does not know of another option. That is because parenting a child with BPD requires specialized techniques. These are the essential techniques that will be described later in this book. Parents of children with BPD often try to compensate for their child's apparent unhappiness in a multitude of ways. The parent in the previous vignette may compensate by showering the child with cookies and other treats the following day to try to assuage her guilt. But this seldom works. Here is a likely outcome of the mother's efforts the next day to overcompensate, and how this fails to relieve the child. Mother: I brought you some of the best chocolate chip cookies in town. Child: They are not homemade. Mother: I also got some chips to make homemade cookies another time. Child: I am not hungry now. Mother: Well, perhaps later we can make some cookies. Child: Why don't you just save them for your favorite daughter? The reason this did not work is that the child is not trying to get chocolate chip cookies anymore. The child reads into the mother's response that she is being belittled because the mother refused to put her needs above her sister's. Now the child is trying to establish a favored position over the sister by hurting her mother. The child will probably eventually accept the cookies, but that will not stop her antagonistic behavior toward the parent. The parent in this example continues to try to yield to the child in an effort to please or placate her. Yet the child continues being difficult because it is obviously working. Disrupting this pattern requires a response such as, I understand that you feel hurt that I couldn't make the cookies for you yesterday. It was not because I love you less. It was because your sister needed me that minute to take her off the bus. We can make cookies at another time, but it is just as important to me. Of course, this is very difficult to do if you are feeling guilty because your child accuses you of being a bad parent. Further, the child is not likely to respond to the suggested reply cooperatively. The parent's guilt and the associated overcompensations in parenting result from the failure of traditional techniques and the child's accusations of the parent doing a bad job. The coming chapters will help you overcome this influence and parent with confidence. Another destructive effect associated with the parents overcompensating for feeling guilty involves compromising the needs of other family members to please or to placate the child with BPD. For example, some parents will enter into a pattern where the other sister, without BPD, is asked to give up her needs in order to avoid meltdowns of the affected child. The following example illustrates a typical exchange between a father and the sibling of a child with BPD, where he is asking other family members to suffer in order to placate the child with BPD. Father: Do you mind if we go to the restaurant your sister picked? Sister: But Daddy, she always gets her way. Father: I know, honey, but if we don't go to the restaurant she wants, she will ruin the whole evening. Sister: I know, but it doesn't seem fair. In the previous example, the father appeals to his other child to subordinate her needs to those of the child with BPD for the sake of the family. This only increases his sense of guilt and doubt regarding his parenting, because he knows that his daughter is right. It is not fair. It is also a poor model for the non-affected child, that it is acceptable to give in to people if they push you hard enough. Not feeling like a bad parent requires an understanding of the process of BPD and how those with this disorder use mistreatment to manipulate their parents into doing things they do not want to do or do not think is best. Children with BPD can be so persistent that often the parents no longer know what is appropriate parenting and what is not. They can no longer tell if they are being withholding or enabling. Eventually, parents get worn down by this sort of treatment and increasingly find it less painful and less difficult to give in than to risk engaging in conflict. Some parents go to extraordinary lengths to prevent their child from having a meltdown. This generally involves doing things for the child that she should be doing for herself, or things that should not be done for her at all. Children with BPD routinely ask others, especially their parents, to do things that they are perfectly capable of doing, but would rather have others do for them. This can include a broad spectrum of requests that, if unchallenged, can lead to total dependency on the parents or others for support. These are some examples of demands that grown children with BPD have made on their parents. Excessive childcare. The adult child with BPD may make her parents primary caregivers to her children. They may be held responsible not only for childcare while she works, but also for watching the children while she spends time with her husband or pursues other leisure activities. The excessive dependency on the parents is generally worse when the individual is a single parent. Primary financial support. Even when the individual works, she often expects her parents to fund whatever lifestyle she feels she is entitled to. Basic logistics. This includes anything required for daily functioning. Grown children with BPD often make their parents or others responsible for making sure they are awake in the morning, cleaning their homes, doing their taxes for them, and so on. When the parents suggest that the child assume these functions, they often experience resistance, frequently in the form of mistreatment, which often leads them to give in. In turn, the consistent giving in supports and reinforces the child's inappropriate and unhealthy dependency. When parents fail to set appropriate boundaries and give in to the child's unreasonable demands, they make the illness worse. This is called feeding the monster. Feeding the monster. Parents of children who have BPD are very often told by the child that they are bad parents. The child holds the parent responsible for her unhappiness. Associated feelings of guilt often cause parents to give in to their child against their better judgment. Sometimes the parents give in because they are worn down by extensive conflict and mistreatment. Giving in to the unreasonable demands of a child, or feeding the monster, only causes the monster, the illness, to grow. If abusive or toxic behavior proves to be successful in getting what she wants, the child will use this method more often. This is the basic behavioral principle of positive reinforcement. The hurtful behavior is reinforced by the parents giving in. Positive reinforcement increases the frequency of the behavior that precedes it. Any giving in to the child's hurtful behavior will thus increase the child's use of this type of behavior in the future as a primary tool to get her way. The behavior will become more hurtful over time, and the parent's task to resist this will become more difficult and more daunting. This is a spiral that leaves the parent feeling more and more helpless and hopeless, and ever closer to the breaking point. Feeding the monster is also a form of enabling. Enabling refers to behaviors that encourage or increase the successful use of an unhealthy process. For example, when a child with BPD gets bad grades, she tends to blame her teachers. She presents herself to the parents as a victim who has been frustrated in her effort to be a good student by a teacher who either does not teach right or has it in for her. She encourages the parents either to ignore her weak performance or to champion for her with the administrators of the school to get some special accommodation. Of course, there are individuals with BPD who do have learning disorders or other conditions that would warrant accommodations. When parents do accept the child's narrative that her weak school performance is because of the teacher rather than insufficient effort, and either ignore it or petition the school administrators, the parent reinforces the child's blaming of others for her shortfalls. This enables the child to effectively use this process to excuse herself from responsibility and blame others when she does not like the outcome. More blaming of others is likely to result. A more serious example of enabling is giving in to a child who threatens self-harm. It is common for children with BPD to threaten self-harm or suicide if they do not get their way. For example, a child may state, "I will kill myself if you don't let me go to the concert." Parents who give in to these threats enable the use of these threats and encourage the child to use the threats whenever she does not get what she wants. The child will quickly see this as an effective tool and use it whenever needed. These statements obviously raise fear in parents, and most parents who find themselves in situations like the one described before feel that they do not have a choice but to give in. They believe that if they do not give in, then the child will hurt herself, and the parent will be responsible and guilty. The child with BPD creates a situation where she gives the parent an ultimatum. Either you give me whatever I want, or I will hurt myself and it will be your fault. Regardless of which choice the parent makes, he or she will feel guilty and inadequate as a parent. In order to see that there is another option, the parent will need to understand how the child shifts responsibility for her behaviors and choices to others. In the previous example, the parent needs to understand that the child has set up the contingency in which she will use self-harm as a way of getting the mother to let her go to the concert against her better judgment. This is a sick behavior pattern. Once the parent recognizes this, she can treat this ultimatum like a sick behavior rather than like a valid choice. Then the parent can respond appropriately and say, "If you are considering hurting yourself, then a concert is not the right place for you. You need to be talking to a mental health professional. Once such a professional tells me that you are all right, then we can consider recreational activities." Feeding the monster makes the child's BPD worse by giving in to her unreasonable or unhealthy demands, often at the expense of other family members. It's understandable that you get worn down and want relief in the short term. No one wants to see his child suffer, but it is critical to understand that giving in makes it worse. This is because it rewards the child for unhealthy behaviors while punishing others for healthy behaviors by making them give in as well. In the coming chapters, you will learn how to starve the monster with beneficial effects for your child and for your family as a whole. In order to utilize these techniques, you will have to parent with confidence. This will require that you address your feelings of guilt and the need to overcompensate. This is no easy task, I know, but it is doable and worth it. A parent's shame. Another contributor to the suffering of a parent of a child with BPD and the associated ineffective parenting is the frequent experience of shame. This comes from a number of sources. The most blatant, and perhaps the most painful sources, are deliberate attempts by the child to humiliate the parent in public. Avoiding shame becomes a parenting motive that interferes with what is best for the child and what is best for the family as a whole. It often leads to giving in or feeding the monster, the illness. For example, a parent may buy the child an item in a store that she has previously refused to purchase because the child protested loudly, and the parent gave in to keep her quiet and avoid feeling ashamed by the child's behavior. Children with BPD also sometimes humiliate themselves in front of their parents by being provocative. This can be to upset the parent, or it may just be to get attention. In either case, the parent is often publicly embarrassed by the behavior. The following is a typical example of an exchange between a father and his teenage daughter with BPD. The father attempts to set a limit regarding how the child dresses for church, and she resists by using her attire to shame him publicly. Father, please get ready to go to church. Child, I am ready. Father, you are going to church dressed like that? Child, do I look fat? Father, no, you look naked. Child, you think my body is not attractive. Father, I think it is disrespectful to dress that way to go to church. Child, you think I am a slut. Father, I think you should wear underwear when going to church. Child, well, maybe I just won't go and you won't be embarrassed. Father, your brother is a deacon, so we all have to go. Child, well, I'm not changing. Father, okay, then you can explain it to anyone who asks. In this situation, the child is trying to provoke her father, probably for attention. She is clearly aware that dressing this way will embarrass him, but insists on doing it anyway, and he allows her to, and she will do so more in the future. Fortunately, though, this family had just entered family therapy. When describing the family's typical struggles, the father shared this example with the therapist. The therapist asked the father why he responded this way to his child, and he said, "What else could I do?" His question clearly reflects the extent of his helplessness and progression to the breaking point. A more effective response would have been to call her bluff. When she threatened not to go, he should have said, "Well, you can't go like that with us." This eliminates the child's power to cause humiliation, but she may end up not going out of spite. This matter will have to be worked out between her and her brother. Most likely, the brother would prefer for her not to go to church than for her to go dressed provocatively anyway. This would be a healthier alternative to choosing to endure humiliation and conflict just to get her to go to church. Parents of children with BPD may also experience shame as a result of feeling that their child's behavior is a reflection on them and their parenting. For this reason, they try to limit conflict in the home or other private settings, and they bend over backward to avoid public scenes. In addition, the child with BPD often behaves differently in non-intimate relationships. Those who know her only casually may experience her demeanor as kind and thoughtful. This is sustainable in casual relationships until the child expresses a need or neediness. Then testing behaviors begin and cause the relationship to become unstable. This isolates the parents of children with this condition. They do not feel that they can discuss their plight with other parents or friends because they are embarrassed. Others may also know the child as someone who is delightful and helpful and may report this to the parents. Some children do this intentionally to isolate the parents or to manage their image for other purposes. For example, a child who refuses to sit in the back of the car with her parents will offer to sit in the back of the car of a friend of the parent. If the parent then attempts to share her frustration with the friend may have difficulty empathizing because of the child's different treatment toward her. Eventually, parents get to the point where they prefer not to be with their child and begin avoiding doing so. This is the breaking point. Depending on the child's age, they may encourage her to go to sleepaway camp or boarding school. If she is an adult, they may ask her to move out of the family home. This often adds to the parent's sense of guilt and feelings of failure as parents. This also aggravates one of the core symptoms of BPD, the fear of abandonment, and makes the child even more needy and insecure. Parents who do not act on the feeling that they want to be away from their child often convey this feeling nonetheless with the same effect. In the following example, the father is trying to go out alone with his wife for dinner, but doesn't want to hurt his child's feelings. Father: Mom and I are going for dinner. There's food in the refrigerator if you get hungry. Child: Oh, so I guess I am not invited. Father: We are going to a French restaurant, and you don't like French food. Child: I am sure I can find something to eat there. Father: We only have a reservation for 2. Child: I get it. You don't want me to come. I don't want to have dinner with you either. You two are the worst jokes of parents that I have ever seen. You are pathetic. The child in this example is taking the position that she is entitled to be included in everything her parents do, and that, if she is not, she can hurt them by saying they are bad parents. If the parents give in and feed the monster, the child will become even more dependent on her parents for social interaction, and feel both more compelled and more justified in insisting that she remain the focus of her parents' life. That feeds her sickness. This situation is unlikely to resolve on its own. A healthier response to the child involves explaining that parents wanting to be alone on occasion is not a rejection. Once again, the parents will need to set an unwanted boundary and be prepared for an irritated response. Learning to tolerate such a response is addressed in Step 1 of the Essential Parenting Techniques, described in Chapter 4. while guilt interferes with healthy parenting by causing overcompensation. Shame interferes with healthy parenting by compelling parents to give in to unreasonable demands to avoid embarrassment. Although guilt and shame affect parents differently, they both have the same practical effect: feeding the monster, making the BPD worse. They make the situation worse by reinforcing unhealthy behaviors that are directed toward the parents as well as other family members. Effects on the siblings. A sibling's bane. In families where the child with BPD is not an only child, the sibling can be profoundly affected. The relationship between a child with BPD and her sibling is extremely complex. This is because it is highly unstable. BPD causes individuals to see others as utilities, tools to serve their needs. How they treat others at any given time depends on what their strongest needs are at that moment and may shift frequently. The two constants are that the child with BPD must always be the center of attention, casting a shadow on the sibling, and must engage in competition to be treated better than the sibling. The dark shadow. The siblings of a child with BPD almost always feel like their sister is at the center of everything, and they are in a dark shadow off to the side. This happens in a number of different ways. The most direct way is that the child with BPD demands it outright. For example, if the sibling is being taken by the parent for ballet shoes, then the child with BPD will demand to be taken for ballet shoes as well. It is a form of trying to assert her needs as a priority over her sister's. The BPD drives her to assert this need to avoid feeling unworthy and unlovable because her sister is getting new shoes and she is not. If the parent gives in and takes the child with BPD, it will reinforce the child's entitlement to place her needs above others in all family situations. If the parent does not take the child for shoes, then she will try to get the parent to comply through mistreatment. Either way, she remains the focus, as the sister and the parent can no longer enjoy their time together. The child with BPD overshadows the activity and tone and mood of the mother taking the other sister for ballet shoes. As the family progresses toward the breaking point, it may no longer be necessary for the child to even be present for the shadow to envelop the family. For example, parents may be reluctant to buy their son a bicycle for his birthday, for fear the sister will feel slighted, even though it is not her birthday. The parents see themselves as having to choose between two undesirable outcomes. Either they don't get their son the bicycle, and thus punish him for his sister's behavior, or they give him the bicycle and try to deal with her reactions. Some parents in this position would choose to give the daughter a bicycle as well. This is feeding the monster, with all of the associated problems discussed earlier. And once again, the child with BPD becomes the center of attention, even in her absence, due to established behavior patterns. There seems to be no way to give their son a bicycle for his birthday and have it be a joyous occasion. The brother, his feelings, and his birthday recede into the dark shadow yet again. A healthier option would be to use this as an opportunity to teach the child with BPD how to tolerate frustration better by being open with her about why her brother is getting a present and she is not. The parents can then make suggestions about coping mechanisms to deal with frustration. These coping mechanisms will be discussed in detail throughout the following chapters. In the following example, a father asks his son, whose sister has BPD, to collude in being exiled to the dark shadow. Brother: Hey Dad, can I use your car tonight? Father: I just told your sister that she cannot use it this weekend. Brother: I thought you told her that she cannot use your new car because she spilled a milkshake in the other car. Father: That is true. Brother: So what does that have to do with my not using the car? Father: If I let you use the car now, she will have a hissy fit. Brother: so I have to suffer. Father, you know how fragile your sister is. We will never hear the end of it. I know this is not fair to you, but what else can I do? The brother in this situation feels like he has no choice but to put himself into the dark shadow and accept being punished for his sister's actions and being pushed aside by the parents. The parents will probably reward him by telling him that he is being virtuous by subordinating his needs. This will not slow his advance toward the breaking point. It will teach him how to create codependent relationships, which will be discussed extensively in Chapter 5. In codependent relationships, one person's dependency is supported by another person who allows herself to be needed beyond a point that is healthy. Independence is discouraged. Codependency is a form of feeding the monster, where dependent, unhealthy behavior is rewarded to avoid conflict. A healthier alternative is to hold the child with BPD accountable for her behavior and her choices. This will require overt discussion of why the child's behavior warrants restrictions that are not applied to her brother, because her brother behaves differently. You will learn how to do this effectively in the following chapters. The constant competition. The other dynamic between a child with BPD and her sibling is constant competitiveness. Individuals with BPD constantly compare themselves with everyone else, so it is not surprising that a sibling is a primary focus of this competitiveness. The child with BPD will generally compete for anything and everything: attention from others, access to goods and services, preferred bedroom, choice of restaurants, position at the dinner table, and so forth. The following dialogue is an example of how individuals with BPD see their siblings as being in direct competition with them for all available parental resources. In this case, simple attentiveness. Mother: Jeffrey, how was your day? Brother: good. Sister: you didn't ask me about my day. Don't you care? Mother: of course I care, but Jeffrey has to leave in a few minutes for band, and you will be here for a while. Sister: you always ask him first, and sometimes you don't ask me at all. It's okay. I don't want to share my day with you anyway. Mother: that's not true. Brother: Mom, I have to go. I will talk to you later. In this scenario, the brother is back in the dark shadow. The mother is in a bind. She is left alone with the child with BPD now, after the child undermined her efforts to ask about the brother's day. Does she now pursue the child and ask her about her day? If she does so, she will be feeding the monster, or giving in to the child's inappropriate demand. If she does not, she will seemingly be confirming the child's allegation about her not caring how her day is. The healthy response is for the mother to be honest about her feelings, and to hold the child appropriately responsible for her behavior. The response might sound something like, I want to know how your day is, but I feel hurt and manipulated by what you said in front of your brother. Perhaps I will ask you later. The sister with BPD resents practically everything that her sibling gets, from their parents or elsewhere. This resentment and associated efforts to take away whatever the sibling has or gets is very destructive to the sibling relationship. The sister comes to be seen as a dark shadow that sucks the joy out of every experience. This drives the sibling of the child with BPD toward the breaking point, where he avoids activities and opportunities that include his sister. When the sibling becomes an adult, this sort of history can create a sense of skepticism, even when the affected child attempts to bond with her sibling. Of course, the child with BPD is not always antagonistic with her siblings. If she perceives the sibling as a source, or potential source of attention or other gratification, the child can be supportive, affectionate, and friendly. However, this differs from other alliances in that it is based on idealization. This means that the positive regard will last only as long as the sibling continues to comply with all of her demands. Naturally, this is not sustainable, and as soon as the sibling disappoints the child with BPD, the mistreatment toward the sibling will most likely resume. The triangle. Another reason children with BPD may take a break from antagonizing their siblings is to enlist their support or allegiance against someone else. Triangulation is a form of ganging up on one or more family members by enlisting support of other family members against them. Children with BPD often enlist their siblings to rally against a parent or parents for personal gain. For example, the child may collude with her brother against the parents by planning a party that has been forbidden while the parents are away, or trying to get out of going to church. Most siblings of children with BPD learn early in life that alliances with their sister are conditional and unreliable. They stop willingly entering into triangulation with their sister. This refusal to ally with the sister supports her seeing herself as a victim, and in her mind entitles her to strike out. Siblings can also be drawn into triangulation unwillingly. For example, if a person with BPD gets into a conflict with somebody, she expects that anyone who likes or loves her will shun that person. If that doesn't happen, she considers it a slight. The child with BPD expects that if she gets into an argument with someone at school or someone else in the family, the siblings will side with her and shun whomever else is involved. This forces the sibling into a triangle against anyone who offends the child and puts all relationships the sibling may have potentially under the dark shadow. Another problematic aspect of triangulation is that children with BPD frequently betray those who confide in them if it benefits them to do so. Personality disorders are generally associated with difficulty with attachments to others. This is what causes the instability in their relationships. Because of this challenge managing attachment to others, they have difficulty understanding the destructive effect on relationships of not keeping their word or keeping confidences. Siblings of a child with BPD learn early on not to trust their sister to back them up or champion their cause if it in any way conflicts with her wishes or desires. For the sibling of the child with BPD, childhood in its entirety is often tainted by the dark shadow. Every event becomes focused on the affected sister. Every birthday, every celebration, every routine is disrupted. The siblings are constantly vying for the attention and favor of the parents and everyone else who comes in contact with them. It is common for a child with BPD to compete with her sibling over the sibling's friends. Interactions with the child often end with mistreatment of one type or another. Over time, the sibling comes to anticipate these patterns and either dreads or avoids being around the family, except perhaps if the child with BPD is absent. Even then, there is residual anger toward the parents for giving in to the child, or for not protecting the sibling from the wrath and mistreatment. The result is steady movement toward the breaking point, where the sibling no longer wishes to be involved with family at all. For the sibling of the child with BPD, it can feel like a lost childhood. The strain on the marriage and family. Having a child with BPD generally puts a tremendous strain on a marriage. Both parents suffer individually with feelings of guilt and shame as they watch their family disintegrate steadily. They often feel responsible for various aspects of the situation, and sometimes blame one another as well. The child often pits one parent against another, utilizing triangulation. Social relationships with friends and neighbors, as well as extended family members, are impeded by the child's need to be the focus of all that goes on within the family. The parents are often exhausted by constant efforts to minimize the caustic effect of the conflict that surrounds interactions with or about their daughter. Without professional help, Parents are rarely able to take a unified position with regard to the demands and hostile acting out of a child with BPD. The result is that one parent often feels that the other is too hard on the poor child, while the other parent feels that the other is too lenient and blames him or her for feeding the monster. This is perhaps the most toxic effect on the marriage. Here is an example where the mother and father do not agree on whether or not to follow through on their boundary of no drug use in the house. Mother: we told her that if we caught her doing drugs in the house again, we would kick her out. Father: you want to throw her out on the street for smoking pot? Mother: that's what we told her we were going to do, and she just ignored us. If we don't follow through now, we will have no credibility. Father: but where is she going to go? Mother: probably to her boyfriend's. Father: and you want that? Mother: I don't want that, but I also don't want to lose all control of my home. Father: well, if you want to kick her out, then kick her out. I want no part in it. Mother: but you agreed to it, and so did she. Father: well, I just can't do it. In the previous situation, the father does not agree with the boundary they had set and refuses to execute it. Regardless of whether or not the parents follow through with kicking the child out, the marriage has been effectively polarized. The father is functionally aligned with the daughter and against the mother. Due to repeated incidents, this pattern tends to worsen. If the parents do kick the child out of the house, she will perceive that her mother is driving it. She will then appeal to her father's sympathies in an attempt to form a triangle. If the parents do not kick her out, she will perceive her mother as weak and powerless, and she will continue her entitled behaviors regardless of whether or not they conflict with house rules. The mother's defeat is a form of feeding the monster or rewarding disturbed behaviors. These differences in orientation between the parents, when subject to repeated assault by the child with BPD, cause a buildup in the parents' resentment toward each other. At the same time, the level of hostility in the home rises and rises. This drives a wedge deeper and deeper between the parents, causing the continued weakening of the marriage and hence the family as a whole. The problem in the previous exchange between parents is that they set up a contingency that they cannot enforce. This is particularly puzzling in this example, because there is a history of the child not complying with this specific issue. This pattern of behavior, which involves successive challenges to boundaries and rules, is known as testing limits, and is commonly seen in those affected with BPD. There are several types of testing behaviors that children with BPD often manifest, as described in Chapter 1. In many families, the polarizing effects of having a child with BPD can reach into the extended family. All of those who spend time with the child, her siblings, and her parents feel the tension and hostility described before. Like the parents, the various family members polarize around those who see the child as a victim and those who don't. Sometimes grandparents get involved, either of their own volition or because the child represents to them that she is a victim of overly harsh or non-loving parents. This can cause grandparents to initiate conflict with the parents over parenting. Sometimes a particularly destructive dynamic occurs when the child complains to the grandparent, who then triangulates with one parent against another. This can cause significant and sometimes irreversible damage to the family structure. It risks driving a wedge between the parent and grandparent, and driving the entire family toward the breaking point. Chapter Summary. This chapter focused on the effects of BPD on the family members of individuals with BPD. The pain, frustration, and shame of parents who have a daughter with BPD can result in patterns of parenting that can actually make BPD worse. This is called feeding the monster. Siblings constantly feel like they are in a dark shadow and struggle to handle the effects of their sister's persistent competitiveness or attempts at triangulation. The marriage and family as a whole are also impacted, in part by family members' often conflicting approaches to responding to the child with BPD. The next chapter will prepare you for the essential parenting techniques that will be presented in the remainder of this book. Chapter 3. A Primer of Parenting Skills. After years of using traditional parenting methods to parent the child with BPD, and finding these methods inadequate or ineffective, parents are often left feeling helpless. They frequently end up feeding the monster, making the BPD worse by giving in to the child against their better judgment, until they reach the breaking point and the family collapses. In this chapter, I will describe necessary parenting tools that have been adapted to the needs of families that have a child with BPD, and that will help you avoid this outcome. Some of these tools you may have tried and abandoned as ineffective. Others will seem brand new. Like most skills people acquire, at first these tools are difficult to use and require considerable focus, and then they eventually become automatic and require less effort. Most of these skills can be used effectively in non-parenting situations as well. However, the focus in this book will be on parenting children with BPD. I will present several core skills, along with specific instructions as to how to acquire them. I'll also describe how you and your partner or spouse can protect and support each other while transitioning to and maintaining parenting methods that are more effective than those you are currently using. Starving the monster. The first step in transitioning to a healthier parenting environment and healthier family life is to reverse the pattern of giving in to your child against your better judgment. This means saying no when it is appropriate to do so and sticking to it. A well-fed monster, a severe disorder that drives your daughter's unhealthy behaviors, is the result of years of giving in to unreasonable demands. If you are like most parents of children with BPD, the giving in usually occurs after your child ramps up her aggressive behavior towards you every time she does not get what she wants when she wants it. Your child learns fairly quickly that she can get you to give in by being more and more aggressive. After years of feeding the monster, your attempts to starve the monster will be met with resistance in the form of escalating aggression. The skills covered in this chapter will be utilized in the 3-step restorative process described in chapters 4 through 6 that will enable you to weather the resistance and transition to a healthier family environment for all family members. Confrontation. When confrontation is introduced as a tool, many people immediately think of angry confrontation. But there are many forms of confrontation, angry being only one type, and not the one we will be focusing on. Confrontation is required in order to hold another person responsible for her behaviors and her choices. Here is a typical example of a mother and father attempting to avoid confronting their child with BPD with the fact that they are going to see their friends, whom the child does not like. Mother: I asked the Friedmans over tonight for cocktails. Father: but Jenny doesn't like when they come over. What if she starts up? Mother: she will be over at her friend Jody's tonight. In the previous example, Jenny's parents are trying to avoid conflict with their child. They know that she will act out if the Friedmans come over, so they manipulate their social lives and their relationships around the child's whims. This avoidance of confrontation is sometimes referred to as walking on eggshells. The parents may reason that if the child does not find out, there is no harm done, and if the child does find out, they will deal with it then. They are not correct about no harm done if the child does not find out. Even if Jenny does not find out, her parents cannot help but build resentment toward her. This is because they feel that they have no choice but to subordinate their social life to their child. This sort of resentment grows over time. Sooner rather than later, Jenny will become aware of their resentment and use this against them. What kind of parent are you? You hate your child. You wish you never had me. Jenny's chances of finding out that her parents went behind her back are pretty high, and they increase with each instance. When she does find out, she will be both angry and hurt. She will take the role of victim and try to hurt her parents for not completely yielding to her whims. This occurs in the dialogue here. Jenny: so you two had the Friedmans over while I was at Jody's. Mother: it was a last-minute thing. Here the mother attempts to avoid further confrontation by minimizing the intent behind having her friends over. The underlying message is that she would never plan to have the Friedmans over because Jenny doesn't like them. This suggests that she thinks it is reasonable to subordinate her social life to her child's whims. This is incorrect. Jenny will still feel the threat she thinks the Friedmans pose. Jenny rejects this explanation and sees it as abandonment. Jenny: don't give me that. You can't wait to get rid of me so that you can just focus on yourselves. I don't know why you even had me. Father: sweetheart, we don't feel that way about you. We just haven't seen our friends for a while and figured that since you don't like them, we would take advantage of the fact that you were away for the evening. Jenny: so you just take advantage of me whenever you can. Well, maybe next time I go out, I won't bother coming back. I bet that would make you and Mom very happy. The parents' efforts to avoid confrontation continue as the father ignores Jenny's antagonistic statements. Her anger is exacerbated following his statements. He continues to try to avoid confrontation by trying to accommodate her desires, again without the desired effect. Avoiding these toxic interactions requires direct confrontation. If Jenny inquires, she should be told the truth, that the Friedmans will be visiting while she is away. If she asks why it is happening while she is away, she should be told the truth about that too. Because you don't like them, and it is more pleasant being with them when you are not around. If Jenny is to be expected to change her behavior, then she must be held accountable for her behavior. This is why direct confrontation is necessary. Note that this is not angry confrontation. This is simply stating the effects of Jenny's prior behavior around the Friedmans and relating it to the parents' preference to see the Friedmans while Jenny is away. At this point, it would not be unusual for Jenny to bring up abandonment in some sort of way. Oh, so you just get rid of me every time you want your friends over. This is a form of testing, where she distorts the facts a little to see if she can get away with portraying herself as a victim, thereby avoiding taking responsibility for her past behavior toward the Friedmans. Understanding this pattern helps the parents to anticipate likely reactions from their daughter and prepare a secondary response. Secondary responses. When confronting a child with BPD with the effects of her behaviors or choices, it is extremely common to trigger a defensive response. As in the example before, the child typically interprets such a confrontation as a criticism and responds aggressively. It is important to remember that even though Jenny expresses that she is incensed that they are accusing her of misbehaving in front of the Friedmans, she is still trying to avoid taking responsibility for her past behaviors. Once she can take responsibility, then her parents can negotiate and make accommodations. Based on Jenny's history of avoiding taking responsibility by becoming defensive, her parents can anticipate the need for a secondary response. The secondary response is more confrontation targeted at the resistance. It might sound like this. Mother: you have expressed in the past that you don't like when the Friedmans visit. For this reason, we prefer to see them while you are not home. If your feelings toward them have changed and you would like to be here, then we can discuss other arrangements. Are you saying that you want to visit with them? If Jenny responds that she still does not like the Friedmans and does not want to be around them, then her parents can make clear that visiting with the Friedmans is not an expression of abandonment or disrespect. It is an effort to work around her dislike of the Friedmans. Jenny will have to accept that her parents will not stop seeing the Friedmans, but that she has a choice to either behave well around them or not be present for these meetings. If Jenny states that she does want to see the Friedmans, then her parents can put conditions on her behavior. The transition to starving the monster can be seen in the previous example. Jenny would like her parents to not be friends with the Friedmans or see them anymore because she doesn't like them for whatever reason. Starving the monster requires holding the child responsible for her choices and her behaviors. In this case, Jenny has to decide whether or not she would like to be around the Friedmans, and then accept the consequences and limitations of her choice and deal with it. An example of a consequence is that she is left out of plans with the Friedmans. A limitation is that if she wants to be around them, she has to be kind and cooperative. Articulating feelings. Your expression of your feelings toward your daughter should be strategic. The strategy is to help her take responsibility for her behavior and accept the consequences and limitations, using firm but gentle confrontation. Expressing anger is not productive. The most effective format is a clear and simple expression of cause and effect, such as, "When you yell at me, I do not like being with you." The cause is yelling at the parent, and the effect is the parent not wanting to be with the daughter. This is the only format that compels her to take responsibility for her behaviors. Once this occurs, she can begin to take control of her life. Many parents of children with BPD give up trying to express their feelings to their child because they have not gotten the desired response from the child. Individuals with BPD have very poorly developed empathic ability, and therefore may not be able to intuit how other people feel. Even if they are told, they have difficulty understanding how other people feel, because their ability to process emotion is so underdeveloped that they may not even know what they feel. For this reason, emotional expressions should be as simple and clear as possible. Perhaps the most basic example of simple and clear expression of emotion is ouch. Whenever possible, you should try to express emotions this simply and this clearly to avoid any chance of misunderstanding or misinterpretation. Your ability to express your feelings clearly to your daughter is critical in order to help her develop empathy. Without this, she will be able to maintain only very casual relationships with others. Many individuals with BPD express anger more often than any other emotion. Unfortunately, the expression of anger pushes others away. Before you can help your daughter express her feelings accurately and productively, it's important to be sure that you have a durable framework for understanding emotions. There are two aspects to every emotion: experience and expression. People do not choose to feel what they feel. If you put a person in a very cold room, he will feel cold. This is not a choice. The expression of the feeling, what is conveyed to others either verbally or behaviorally, can be chosen. A person cannot choose whether or not something hurts him, but he can choose whether or not to share the feeling or express it, and how to do so. Pragmatic considerations should guide the decision of whether or not to express an emotion, and how to express it and when. For example, if someone hurts your feelings, you cannot choose whether or not to feel hurt, but you can decide whether or not to express it. Sometimes, letting others know that they have hurt you inhibits them from hurting you more. This is the case if someone genuinely loves you and does not want to cause pain. Other times it may encourage someone to hurt you more. Determining whether or not to share those feelings should be made accordingly. The two facets of emotion, experience and expression, are different for each emotion. Experiencing emotion informs you about changes in the environment. For example, if you feel fear, it is because you perceive some sort of danger or threat. The experience of fear compels individuals to either flee or avoid. The expression of fear to others generally triggers a supportive response from them. For example, when people are afraid, they may seek out police officers and express their fears, and the police officers will generally offer a protective and supportive response. Another emotion, guilt, has the function of drawing attention to a behavior that one might have done in error. Expressing guilt generally elicits sympathy and forgiveness from others. The one emotion that is different from all others is anger. Anger is the only emotion that usually pushes others away when it is expressed. This is because anger can drive the individual toward destroying or eliminating the perceived source of the anger. In that expressing anger pushes people away, it is often destructive to relationships. Therefore, it should be the last choice of emotion to express to family members and intimate partners. A better choice is to express what is causing the anger rather than expressing the anger itself. Anger is very often caused by other emotions, such as hurt, disappointment, or humiliation. Generally speaking, expressing any of these other feelings to others does not push them away. Consistency. The core symptom that underlies all of the other symptoms of BPD is instability of mood and social functioning. The individual with BPD experiences frequent fluctuations in the way that she sees herself and others, and tends to fluctuate between extremes with regard to her perceptions of relationships. When she gets what she wants from others, she sees those people as wonderful people, the best. Once someone with BPD sees another person as willing and able to take care of her, she tends to idealize that person. Of course, with that comes extreme expectations of unlimited service. This is the one-sided contract described previously, which sets her up for disappointment, and in turn leads to debasing of others and self-loathing. The unstable perception of self and others associated with wild emotional fluctuation, sometimes called emotional lability, is another manifestation of the underdeveloped emotional system. Consistency in the relationship between the parent and child with BPD is critical to stabilizing the relationship. This involves several different types of consistency. Here are some examples. Consistent expectations of the child. Depending on the child's age, this could be anything from the expectation that she will make her own bed to the expectation that she will be self-supporting, and everything in between. It is important that these expectations be presented in a simple and explicit format. Consistent parental response patterns. If you set up contingencies or conditions for being supportive, then you must follow through with these contingencies. This means that you cannot renege on either obligations or punishments. This is necessary to starve the monster. It is very important that you choose responses in advance, based upon their feasibility for you to carry out if necessary. Lack of consistency in this area will undermine any other interventions you attempt. Consistent demeanor toward your child. This does not mean that you should not express feelings to your child, but it does mean that you should express your feelings verbally, not behaviorally, not by yelling, not by giving the cold shoulder. Emotions should be presented as cause and effect pairings between your child's behavior and your consistent reaction to these behaviors. Consistency in your relationship with your child requires unity between you and your spouse or partner. A lack of unity results in triangulation, where the child forms an alliance with one parent and pits one parent against the other. Establishing unity requires a special communication between the parents that is conducive to consistent parenting. Communicating in the egg. To help you understand the special communication necessary between parents in order to relate consistently with your child, I'll use the model of the egg. I selected the egg metaphor because the egg is both opaque and fragile. The opaque quality represents the privacy of the egg. Married individuals do not relate to each other the same way they relate to anybody else. That's part of what makes their relationship special. One of the most important aspects of marital communication that occurs inside of the egg is making decisions together. Decisions regarding parenting are a critical example. Children with BPD often attempt to scramble the egg. This is represented by the fragility of the shell. Scrambling the egg occurs when someone outside of the egg tries to influence or participate in the parent's decision-making process. Triangulation is an example of scrambling the egg, where the child bonds with one parent against the other parent in an effort to influence their decision-making. If successful, this will result in conflict between the parents and feeding the monster, as it is a form of giving in to the child's illness. Efforts to scramble the egg may sound something like this. Child: Mom, can I borrow the car tonight? Mother: I will have to ask your father. Child: If he says yes, is it okay with you? Mother: I have no objection. After this brief exchange, it is clear that if the child is denied the use of the car, it is because the parents disagree and the father is the major obstacle. The child can then use this to influence her father. She might approach her father and say, "Hey Dad, Mom says that I can have the car tonight if it is okay with you. Is it okay?" If her father needs the car for something else, or if he does not believe that it is good judgment to let the child have the car, then he must go against the child and the mother. At this point, it is no longer a joint decision. The mother should have told the child, "I will discuss it with your father, and we will get back to you." Nothing more of the process inside the egg should be discussed. Knowing that children with BPD often engage in testing behaviors, it would be reasonable to anticipate that the child will challenge the defending of the egg. For example, the child might reply, "I need to know now." This offers the chance for a secondary response of, "I cannot say yes without discussing this with your father, so if you have to know now, the answer is no. If you wait for your father and me to discuss it, the answer may be different." Once again, the child is given a choice and then held accountable for her decision. The choice is whether or not to wait until the parents have spoken, with a possibility of getting a positive response, or accepting the mother's only possible response without consultation, which is negative. Under these circumstances, even the most persistent children decide to wait. Perhaps the most overt example of a child trying to scramble her parent's egg is asking one parent to keep something from the other parent. These requests are generally made directly, such as, "Can I speak to you about something without you sharing it with Daddy?" This may seem enticing, as it offers the chance to have an exclusive connection with a child who has been difficult to connect with. But it is at the price of the egg. The other parent will almost certainly be hurt when he discovers that his child and spouse are keeping secrets. A healthy response to the child's request is, "Why aren't you comfortable with Daddy knowing?" This forces the child to articulate her fears or concerns about sharing with her father, which should be addressed. For example, if the child articulates, "I am afraid he will be angry and punish me," then the mother can respond, "Daddy and I decide together on punishments." Defending the egg is important even in less overtly divisive situations. Here is a typical example. Child: "I just learned how to make paella, and I would like to cook it for you and Daddy tomorrow night." Mother: "Sounds lovely. I will tell Dad." In this example, the mother makes it very clear that she is interested and excited about having the child prepare the meal, but she did not check with the father. She risks that he might have other plans or not want to eat paella. If this is the case, the child may use her mother's desire to cooperate to triangulate the father as a consequence for rejecting her efforts. Once again, the better response is, Let me check with your father, and we will get back to you. Probably the most harmful assault to the egg is the one initiated by one of the parents. This occurs when one parent goes along with the other, but then lets the child know that he or she does not really agree with the other parent. This not only exposes their differences in opinion, which can then be tested by the child, but it also exposes the power structure and how each parent maintains it. The child can then attack this as a test. Utilizing the paella example, this type of egg scrambling might sound like this. I would love to have paella with you tomorrow night, but it is your father's poker night, and you know that poker always comes first. In this example, the mother is bonding with her daughter over not approving of the father's priorities and feeling helpless to change the circumstances. She does this without even discussing it with her husband first. The child with BPD will capitalize on this by appealing to her mother's sympathy and will encourage further ganging up on the father in order to get her way. For example, she might say, I will make the paella tomorrow while Daddy is playing poker, and it can be just you and me. This encourages the mother to exclude the father and focus her attention only on the child. While there is nothing wrong with the child wanting to be alone with her mother, or vice versa, this should not be done at the father's expense, or at the cost of weakening the marriage through divisiveness. Contextualization. Contextualization refers to the process of evaluating thoughts, statements, beliefs, accusations, and feelings as part of past events. Children with BPD often take things out of context in order to make their point and get what they want. This always involves some distortion of fact. A simple example of this is using absolute language to describe single events. Thus, the child who is not allowed the second scoop of ice cream retorts, "You never give me anything," or "You always say no." These statements cannot possibly be true in the context of the relationship. The parent will benefit from utilizing context in recognizing that the child's statement is a distortion. It is not likely to be true that the parent never gives the child anything. The child says this with the intention of manipulating the parent's behavior, trying to get the parent to give in by influencing her feelings. By using the terms never and always, the child portrays herself as a victim of some sort of bias by the parent in an effort to make the parent feel guilty and ashamed. The parent can use contextualization to diminish these feelings of guilt and shame, which are based on distortion. The parent must then decide whether or not to confront the child on this distortion, which will depend on timing and other circumstances. Contextualization also helps parents understand the effect that their child's demands will have on other family members. In the following scenario, a child with BPD tries to get her parents to give in to her, even though this would have negative consequences for her brother. Child: Mom, I want to have some friends over for a sleepover tonight. Mother: Tonight is not a good night. Your brother is studying for his SAT tomorrow. How about having your friends over tomorrow night? Child: Oh, it's always about my brother. His needs always come first. Mother: You can entertain tomorrow night. Child: Forget it. Cater to the prince and throw me out with the trash. That's why you are such a bad parent. In this example, the child portrays this one incident as though it were a pattern of events. The mother must identify this distortion in order to protect herself from the guilt and shame associated with those false accusations, and also to protect her son from having his needs subordinated every time they conflict with what his sister wants at that time. Transitioning to healthier, more functional family relationships requires identifying patterns of behavior that need to be modified. Contextualization is necessary to identify these dysfunctional patterns and change them into healthy dynamics. Chapter Summary. The basic parenting skills provided in this chapter: confrontation, consistency, communicating in the egg, and contextualization are a necessary foundation that will enable you to utilize the essential parenting techniques presented in the following chapters. Although they may be difficult to implement at first, they will become more natural with regular use. Practicing these skills in non-urgent situations will give you more confidence in applying the essential parenting techniques when crises arise between you and your daughter. Chapter 4. Step 1. Stop the bleeding. You cannot help your child while she is hurting you. Martyrdom does not work in parenting. This is because out in the real world, if you hurt people, they go away. Allowing your child to be hurtful to you is a form of feeding the monster. It feeds the BPD and makes your daughter sicker. The lesson learned by your child is that hurtful behavior is tolerated in parent-child relationships and is effective in getting one's way. Feeding the monster teaches this lesson at the cost of the relationship itself. You acquiesce to your child, perhaps in order to avoid confrontation and conflict, but internally your resentment builds. Your child realizes that keeping up the irritating behaviors gets you to comply, and she increases the frequency and intensity of those behaviors because they work for her. This is a direct path to the breaking point, the point at which family members dread being together and avoid doing so. The alternative to this path is a 3-step process for improving family functioning in families with a child with BPD. The first step, stopping the bleeding, involves setting boundaries for the child. Borderline personality disorder is a form of boundary disorder. This means that those affected have considerable difficulty setting interpersonal boundaries and maintaining them respectfully. This is because of the instability of their sense of self, which underlies much of the instability in their relationships, as they often overshoot in both directions. They tend to get too friendly with people too quickly and develop idealized perceptions of others who please them. When the person cannot meet all of their needs, they become disappointed and push the person away, sometimes harshly, with criticism and accusation. As a result of this behavior pattern, those involved with people with BPD have to take full responsibility for setting and maintaining boundaries. This chapter describes how to formulate healthy boundaries, including behavioral and physical, and then articulate them to your daughter in a respectful and non-threatening manner. Boundaries with behavior that hurts others. Setting behavioral boundaries makes clear which behaviors you are willing to tolerate and which you are not. You should convey that intentionally hurtful behavior will not be tolerated and that you will not allow your child to hurt you purposefully. Many parents of children with BPD struggle with how to enforce this boundary. Having a deeper understanding of the qualities of communication between you and your child will help you. Form before content. This essential technique is used for setting behavioral boundaries with children with BPD who are engaging in hurtful behavior no matter what the reason is. In order to use this tool, it is necessary to separate the two basic qualities of human interaction: form and content. Form refers to the way people are relating to one another. This includes tone, receptivity, and respect. Content refers to the topic being discussed. Using the form before content tool requires that every time your daughter is being hurtful, unacceptable form, you refuse to acknowledge the content. Following is a typical example where a child with BPD does not get what she wants when she wants it, because her mother is protecting the egg by not making a decision without the father. Rather than respecting her mother's response, the child challenges it aggressively. Child: Hey Mom, can Laura and Jesse sleep over? Mother: I will let you know later. Child: Why can't you let me know now? Mother: Because I have not discussed it yet with your father. Child: What, is he your boss? Mother: No, we make decisions together. Child: What the hell kind of person are you? This is where the form before content rule should be invoked. The mother should refuse to discuss the sleepover any further until the child corrects the form. It might sound like this. Mother: I am not going to discuss this with you any further until you speak to me respectfully. Child: Yes, ma'am. Mother: No response. Child: I gotta tell my friends now or they will make other plans. Why are you being such a loser? Mother: No response. Child: Oh, so now you are not talking to me? Mother: Not until you are ready to speak respectfully. Surprisingly, in many families that have a child with BPD, the hurtful behavior is mostly ignored. In the following sample dialogue, the mother ignores her child's rude remarks, as she does routinely. The dialogue begins quite reasonably, with the daughter asking her mother for a ride to a friend's house. Child: Mom, I need a ride to Wendy's. Mother: Right now? Child: Yeah, they're going to the mall and they asked me to go. Mother: I can take you in about 20 minutes. Child: Mom, I need to go now. Mother: I can't just drop what I'm doing. Child: Why not? What's so important? At this juncture, the conversation goes awry. The child's low frustration tolerance, a symptom of her BPD, causes her to be unable to accept even a small modification of her demand. She expresses her frustration as agitation rather than appreciation. The child requires her mother to justify not being able to comply with her demand completely. This is disrespectful toward the mother, but the mother ignores it and proceeds to offer justification. By doing so, she conveys agreement that her child does have the right to demand justifications of her judgment, and ensures that the child will continue to do so whenever she does not get what she wants. The mother should have responded, Mother: I told you that I cannot make it for 20 minutes. If that doesn't work for you, tell Wendy that you cannot go. That probably would have ended the conversation, but instead the mother responded, Mother: I am cooking dinner. Child: Who cares about your stinkin' dinner? Mother: The whole family. Child: You are the worst mother ever. I hate you. The child then retorted with a very offensive statement that seemed to be designed to hurt the mother as much as possible for not meeting the child's demand completely, even though the mother was clearly prepared to give the child the ride. In doing so, the child conveys to the mother that she is not good enough as a parent. The mother ends up feeling that she has let her daughter down, even though she was willing to help, and she feels beat up about it. This makes it difficult to use the form before content technique to refuse to discuss the content any further until her daughter corrects the form. The problem with ignoring these multiple hurtful expressions is that it normalizes this sort of behavior, and it becomes habitual. Normalization refers to the process whereby a dysfunctional behavior pattern is accepted as normal. In families of children with BPD, this means that these behaviors are either ignored or validated. Catering to the person with BPD in order to avoid her outbursts implicitly sends the message that if the child does not get what she wants when she wants it, then it is reasonable for her to hurt others. This is an example of the borderline belief system, a set of beliefs that the individual with BPD comes to follow that cause dysfunction in relationships. The primary goal of setting boundaries is to prevent further hurtful behavior or stop the bleeding. One limitation of the form before content tool is that it works only if the child wants something from the parent. If the parent initiates the conversation, the child may not have reason to continue it. In this circumstance, setting limits might be more effective. Setting limits. This boundary-setting technique involves requiring the child to meet certain pre-specified conditions in order to be eligible for support or access to services or privileges. In the following example, the parents are willing to pay their daughter's living expenses as long as she takes at least 14 credits in college and maintains a B average. However, the child with BPD is disposed to test any limits set for her. This is because the BPD causes her to feel slighted and not in control of her ability to get her needs satisfied. In this situation, it is likely that she will challenge the limit or boundary. For example, she may register for fewer than 12 credits and expect her parents to support her at the same level. This might lead to a dialogue between the child and her mother like the following. Mother: which courses did you register for the fall semester? Child: English 2, music, and drama. Mother: is that 14 credits? Child: I don't know. Mother: you didn't check how many credits you registered for. Child: what difference does it make? Mother: we agreed that you would take at least 14 credits per semester to justify room and board. Child: so? Mother: so I don't think that those 3 classes are 14 credits. Child: 12 credits, 14 credits, what's the difference? Mother: the difference is that this is what is necessary to graduate in 4 years, and that is what we agreed upon. If you want to go part-time, then you need to get a job and contribute to your support. Child: what are you trying to do? Get me to fail? In this exchange, the mother is attempting to hold the child accountable to their previous agreement that the parents would provide financial support only if the child is registered for a minimum of 14 credits and maintains a B average. The limits. Here, the child is testing to see if the mother will make her stick to her side of the agreement. The mother must stand firm as follows to starve the monster. Mother: I am trying to get you to pass and finish your degree. Child: oh, you are really helping by making me get a job while I'm trying to study. Mother: registration is still open. You can register for 1 more class if you want to be full-time. Child: so I have to register for a class I don't want to satisfy you. Mother: no, you need to do that to satisfy your side of the agreement. Otherwise, you can get a part-time job. It is critical that the mother not compromise the boundaries and allow the child to take just 12 credits, because the child will most likely continue testing and may take even fewer credits the following semester while still expecting full support. Behavioral contingency. This boundary-setting tool involves pairing a consequence with the child's behavior or lack of behavior. The parent identifies a target behavior and then warns the child that if the behavior is to occur again, a specific consequence will follow. For example, a child may come home smelling of alcohol. Once the parent determines that the child was drinking and driving, then the parent can offer the following contingency. If I catch you drinking and driving again, I will take away your car keys. It is extremely important to choose contingencies that are enforceable. Setting contingencies and not enforcing them is a form of feeding the monster and will encourage more testing of boundaries. It is also critical that you enforce the contingencies consistently. Because of your child's persistent testing behaviors, any inconsistency in enforcement will suggest that the contingency is negotiable. Children with BPD often negotiate with aggression and hurtfulness. Once your child realizes that negotiation is pointless, she will decrease her efforts to do so and hopefully become more cooperative. It is very helpful to identify when your daughter shifts from testing to cooperative behavior and reinforce her for this shift. Boundaries with self-destructive behavior. The emergence in adolescence of self-destructive behaviors, or the intensification of existing tendencies toward self-harm, is perhaps the most disturbing of all the symptoms of BPD. For most parents, this signals a worsening of their child's condition and is considered an emergency, which it generally is. The appearance or intensification of these symptoms requires immediate professional attention. This section will describe how to use boundary-setting tools to address self-destructive behaviors. Self-harm. Self-destructive behaviors encompass a wide spectrum of acts that convey different feelings and meanings. They generally occur when one's self-loathing reaches a critical point. Individuals with BPD describe the rationale behind self-injurious behaviors in various ways. I had to feel something. It takes away the numbness. It distracts me from emotional pain. It feels relieving from emotional pain. I did it to punish my mother. I had to prove to myself that I could do it. Sometimes self-destructive behaviors are done in the heat of an argument and in front of others for attention or as a threat. The following dialogue depicts a child using the threat of self-harm to try to compel her father to allow her to be alone with her boyfriend in the house, suggesting that she will not be safe alone. Child: You see that cut on my arm? You made me do that. You and Mom destroying my life. All of the time. Now I am helping you, except I have the balls to do it directly rather than killing my social life piece by piece. Father: We didn't tell you that you couldn't see your friend. We just don't want him with you in the house alone until we get to know him. Child: Oh, you don't trust me with my boyfriend, but you trust me to be all alone. Maybe you shouldn't. Father: What do you mean by that? Child: I mean, what if you leave me all alone and I hurt myself? That would be your fault. At this point, the father should state the behavioral contingency. If you are feeling like hurting yourself, then you need to be evaluated in the emergency room. Perhaps we should take you there now. Most likely she will back off and say that she is not really planning to hurt herself. If the child really is self-destructive, she will probably not protest. However, in the event that the child refuses to go to the hospital, you should call 911. Staying home because of the threat is not an effective solution. This is feeding the monster by giving in to the child's unreasonable demands. If the parents yield to the child's threat, either by staying home or by allowing her to have her boyfriend over while they are out, this will reinforce the use of threatening self-harm and cause her to use this threat more. Either she is well enough to be home alone, or she needs to go to the emergency room. If she can accept this boundary, then she can negotiate a different way to be with her boyfriend, which is much healthier behavior than threatening self-harm. Self-destructive behaviors can also be impulsive, often as a result of low frustration tolerance. Examples of this are punching walls or getting into an automobile accident because of an impulsive response to frustration. People act impulsively when their level of emotion is so high that it overwhelms their ability to reason or reason fully. When behaviors are based on emotion rather than thoughtful consideration, the probability of making errors in judgment increases. All self-destructive behaviors require immediate professional attention. Suicidality. Losing a child to suicide is probably the worst thing that can happen to a parent. The fear of losing a child is every parent's worst nightmare. Most parents would do anything to avoid this outcome, even to the extreme of giving their own life to save their child. In order to avoid this uncommon but catastrophic outcome, it is important to take extreme caution if the topic of suicide comes up with your child. There are 3 levels of expression of suicidal thought and intent. Suicidal ideation, thoughts about killing oneself. Suicidal gesture, an action that is suggestive of the intent to take one's life. Suicidal attempt, an action meant to end one's life. Children with BPD often verbalize thoughts about killing themselves or suicidal ideation. They may express these thoughts to influence others' actions, as in the previous scenario, or to elicit sympathy in order to further their identity as a victim. In the following example, the child expresses suicidal ideation as a means to gain sympathy and attention from her mother. Mother: Are you going to Kate's party tonight? Child: I'd rather be dead. Mother: I thought she was your BFF. Best friend forever. Child: I can't believe I used to call that tramp my friend. Mother: Tramp? Child: I don't want to talk about it. Mother: It might help you to get it off your chest. Child: Talking about it makes me want to kill myself. The mother in this example should reply, do you mean that as a figure of speech, or are you really feeling suicidal? If the child expresses that she is really feeling like killing herself, then emergency services should be sought immediately. If the child acknowledges that it is just a figure of speech, then her mother should tell her that expressing herself this way will not get her the result that she is looking for. She is most likely looking for sympathy, but threats of killing herself will get emergency psychiatric services instead. The mother should suggest healthier expressions of her feelings, such as, talking about it really makes me feel upset, which are more likely to get a sympathetic response. A suicidal gesture is far more serious than suicidal ideation without any associated behavior. Gestures include causing self-harm in a way that is not meant to cause death, but could if done more aggressively. Following are some examples: cutting the wrists or other potentially lethal areas, but making shallow cuts that avoid major blood vessels. Taking large but not lethal amounts of chemicals that could be lethal, such as a whole bottle of aspirin or 2 bottles of cough syrup. Taking lethal amounts of a chemical, but then calling for help before the chemical can take full effect. Writing suicide notes. Neglecting serious medical concerns such as pneumonia. This is sometimes referred to as passive suicidal behavior. Suicidal gestures should trigger emergency action, seeking professional help, immediately and without further discussion. Suicide attempts are much more serious than suicidal gestures. A suicide attempt is any behavior that is intended to end one's life, whether successful or not. Suicide attempts are the most serious of all psychiatric emergencies. As with suicidal gestures, if your child attempts suicide, you should take immediate emergency action and take your child to the nearest emergency room or call 911. In the event of any form of self-harm, the first priority is always safety. The second priority is to use the boundary-setting tools to starve the monster. By treating all self-destructive behaviors as emergencies, you send the message to your child that the only thing that she can achieve through self-destruction is to secure a trip to the emergency room. Once she understands this, she will be less likely to use these behaviors for other purposes. Physical boundaries. Physical boundaries are limits on access to a person's body or belongings. A distinct feature of BPD is frequent physical boundary violations, although the type of these violations varies. In all cases, they involve touching something or someone in a way that others are uncomfortable with. Some people with BPD may be too aggressive when touching or hugging others. Once they reach puberty, they may become sexually promiscuous in ways that challenge other people's boundaries. Sleeping with someone else's husband, a friend's father, or a college professor are all examples of challenging or testing physical boundaries. Establishing physical boundaries generally requires taking physical action. The first step is for you to set the boundary verbally, for example by saying, Please don't touch me that way. Given the common testing behaviors of individuals with BPD, your child is likely to test this boundary. If she does, you will need to go away from her so that she cannot continue this sort of touching. If this occurs in school, she may need to be suspended. If this occurs during a playdate, then the playdate should be terminated immediately. Violating others' physical boundaries draws attention to oneself and has varying effects on others. Sometimes people feel manipulated. Sometimes these boundary violations provoke anger or annoyance. Sometimes they provoke frustration by drawing people's attention away from other pursuits. Some individuals with BPD behave in sexually provocative ways if they believe that others will be most responsive to this type of provocation. In all of these situations, the individual is likely to draw attention to herself in the short run, but in the long run, her behavior will discourage others from wanting to be around her. Children with BPD also test boundaries with regard to the belongings of other people. It is very common to hear mothers, sisters, and roommates of children with BPD complain about the child borrowing their clothing. Children with BPD are often not good at returning things. Part of the boundary problem is that they sometimes cannot tell the difference between what belongs to them and what belongs to others. They may even offer to give away what belongs to others or offer the services of others without asking them first. For example, a person suffering from BPD might offer her brother's accounting services to her friend, or may offer her friend special treatment at her father's medical office without first asking the brother or father. She may also offer other people's possessions without asking them first, as in this example. You can stay at my parents' summer house while you are out there. Once again, the boundary should initially be set verbally. For example, if a child takes her mother's clothes without permission, she should say, "Please do not take my clothes without asking me." Again, as a result of the BPD, the daughter is likely to test this boundary and take her mother's clothes again. At that point, the mother should have a lock installed on her closet, so that the child cannot get physical access to her clothing. If it becomes necessary to enforce a boundary in this way, it is likely that the child will eventually notice and comment. The conversation might sound something like this. Child: Mom, did you put a lock on your closet door? Mother: Yes. Child: Why? Don't you trust me? It would be futile for the mother to try to deny that this is why she put the lock on the door. Starving the monster would require a response such as, Mother: I would like to trust you, but based on your most recent behaviors, I don't think that I can. Child: So that's it then. You don't trust me. Great. I have a mother that thinks that I am a liar. The tendency for the child with BPD to have black and white thinking causes her to jump to the extreme reaction. The child can only understand trusting someone completely or not at all. This is related to her underlying instability in mood and sense of self. To the child with BPD, being trusted is an indication of being lovable, and lack of trust is an indication of loathing. The child is not connecting her mother's reaction to her behavior. Rather, she is connecting it to her self-worth. The mother then has the opportunity to offer the child the ability to choose a better outcome, if she can take responsibility for her behavior. The mother might respond, "If you show that you can respect my things, then I might be able to start to trust you more." In order to starve the monster, the child must be held responsible for her behavior and for her choices. The monster, the BPD, the child's illness, causes her to avoid taking responsibility for her behavior and demand to have her needs met at all times. The disorder causes her to need the constant reassurance of having the parent respond to her without regard for her behavior. If the mother allows this to occur, for example by opening her closet to her daughter, she is feeding the monster. She is encouraging the child to continue to be demanding and to not take responsibility for her behavior, which worsens the BPD. Starving the monster, which weakens the illness, requires that the child be held responsible for her behaviors. Once that occurs, she can slowly earn trust back. In this case, this may be done one garment at a time, rather than by opening the whole closet. Not holding the child responsible for her behaviors and choices perpetuates a codependent relationship in which no boundaries can be set. Chapter Summary. This chapter described the first step in the three-step restorative process. Essential parenting techniques to stop the damage that is occurring to the family as a result of the BPD. The techniques in this step involve setting behavioral and physical boundaries that protect you and other family members while healthier relationship patterns are established. Before these healthier patterns can become firm, unhealthy patterns such as codependency must be removed. The next chapter will discuss codependency and its role in maintaining the dysfunctional relationship between the child with BPD and her parents, and how to remove it. Chapter 5. Step 2. End codependency and enabling. The failure of standard parenting techniques to work with children with BPD is often the result of a codependent relationship between the parents and the child. BPD causes individuals to have unstable perceptions of themselves. These fluctuations are often determined by how they are treated by others. When other people meet their needs, they see themselves as lovable. When other people do not meet their needs, they experience self-loathing. In order to feel good about themselves, they require that others constantly meet their needs. This creates a strong dependency on others. It also causes an almost constant fear of abandonment and need for reassurance from others that they are not being abandoned. The first such dependency is on the parents. Typical child development involves the child becoming increasingly independent, and the parents supporting this independence as the child matures. Parents gradually withdraw support of their child while encouraging the child to be more independent by reassuring her that she is capable of taking care of herself. The child is then driven by a natural desire to be self-reliant, while being fortified by her parents' confidence in her. This happens whenever a parent turns over to the child an aspect of the child's care that the parents were previously responsible for. For example, parents take their children to the doctor and interact with the doctor on the child's behalf so that they can make decisions for the child. At some point, the parent should allow the child to visit the doctor by herself, while encouraging her to ask whatever questions are necessary to make good medical decisions for herself. Ideally, the parent should reassure the child that she is now mature enough to do this competently, but that the parent will be available to help if needed. In families that have a child with BPD, the child resists independence. The parent's encouragement toward independence is seen as an attempt at abandonment rather than a vote of confidence. The pride that most young people feel when they experience independence and autonomy is completely neutralized in individuals with BPD by their need for reassurance that they are not being abandoned. When children with BPD are asked to do things for themselves, they tend to feel victimized and angry, which causes the parents to habitually give in to the child and feed the monster. They do for the child what the child is capable of doing for herself in order to avoid conflict. But in doing so, they are reinforcing the illness, the monster, by continuing to provide services as a form of reassurance. This keeps the child needing the reassurance, rather than encouraging the child to be self-reassuring and hence more independent. In essence, it encourages dependency. This chapter will help you deconstruct the unhealthy dependence, or codependent relationship, between you and your child, and learn alternative ways of relating that are healthier and more functional. Borderline codependency. The codependency that tends to develop between children with BPD and their parents is different from codependency as it appears in other types of relationships. By definition, codependency involves one person, the dependent person, who is overly reliant on another person, the codependent person, who encourages or enables the dependent person to remain dependent. The codependent person generally enables the dependency in order to retain control and loyalty. The traditional model is the spouse of the alcoholic, who enables the drinking in order to keep control of the family and avoid conflict with the alcoholic. Borderline codependency differs from traditional codependency in that, in most instances, the parents do not want the child to continue to be dependent on them. They want the opposite. They want the child to become independent and take care of herself. So why then do they give in to her unreasonable demands? Why do they continue to feed the monster? They are doing so to avoid conflict, which they likely perceive as being a hopeless proposition, and they are responding to the assertions by their child that they are bad parents. Thus, the parents are reluctant codependents rather than voluntary ones. This adds another level of complexity to the codependent dynamic. Children with BPD tend to push their parents into a codependent relationship by mistreating them if they don't give in to their demands. These parents often try to set boundaries and follow through with discipline, but they have been beaten down by their child's persistent resistance to independence, combined with hurtful behavior toward the parent as a tool to get what she wants. The result is that the illness, the monster, grows in strength and in resolve. Consider the example of a father of a child with BPD who had driven his daughter to her classes at a nearby college. After a while, the father suggested that the daughter get her driver's license and be able to drive herself. When he suggested this, she got hurt and angry and replied, "Why, you don't want to drive me anymore? What kind of parent are you?" The BPD causes such a strong need for reassurance that the parent is available to meet her needs, that she can only hear that her parent no longer wants to drive her. This makes her feel unlovable. Rather than embracing the encouragement to be independent, she attempts to make her parent feel guilty for not being a loving parent. The child's primary tool for influencing her environment is mistreatment of others when she doesn't get what she wants. Historically, the child has found that this sort of behavior is highly effective at getting others to give in. Hence, the child handles most conflicts this way. Deconstructing the codependent relationship. As ingrained as this pattern may be, it can be broken. The first step, which we covered in Chapter 4, is to stop the bleeding, or set up boundaries that prohibit further hurtful behavior. This means altering the situation so that you will no longer tolerate hurtful behaviors. This can be as simple as walking away from your daughter when she is speaking in a hurtful way. Once you have established boundaries, you can begin to deconstruct the codependent relationship. This must be wholly driven by you and your spouse or partner. Your child will resist this process in the ways that you have been accustomed to: aggression and mistreatment. Improving the family functioning will require that you change the existing enabling into efforts to support your child's independent functioning, despite her protests. In the previous example of the daughter who was reliant on her father to take her to school, this will require that the father tell his child before she registers for the next term that he is no longer available to take her to class each week, and that she should find other transportation. The daughter is likely to get angry and accuse him of being a bad parent, or of undermining her education. The guilt many parents feel in these situations is unbearable and causes them to give in and feed the monster. However, using the specific, essential parenting techniques discussed in this chapter will help you transition from codependency to healthy supportiveness, aspects of which will likely involve conflict and may be uncomfortable. For this reason, it is imperative that you have a clear understanding as to what you are trying to accomplish and what your role is. It is also imperative that you have a plan and maintain consistency in your position with regard to your child. The transition from codependency to healthy supportiveness will require 3 phases. Phase 1. Identifying codependent patterns. It is important to have a clear understanding of the difference between enabling codependent behaviors, feeding the monster, and supporting healthy behaviors. Phase 2. Breaking existing codependent patterns. This involves changing existing behavioral contingencies, breaking the one-sided contract, and refusing to participate in activities that are destructive or against your better judgment. Phase 3. Setting new patterns of behavior, discipline, and responses that foster your child's independent functioning and create harmony in the family structure as a whole. Phase 1. Identifying codependent patterns. Successful completion of this phase requires parents to be rigorously self-examining. You must take a frank inventory of your motivations for your responses to your child under various circumstances. The purpose of this examination is to clearly distinguish between behaviors that enable codependence and those that support independence and healthy functioning. This self-examination is a process of personal growth, one that will lead you to become more aware and thereby more in control of how you affect others. Examples of motivations for behaviors or interventions that enable codependency are avoiding conflict or confrontation, avoiding being mistreated, avoiding feeling shamed in public, avoiding feelings of guilt and inadequacy. It is likely that you can relate to most or all of these reasons for enabling behaviors. They all involve avoiding situations that you don't know how to respond to successfully, thus anticipating failure and maybe even experiencing dread. These are symptoms of movement toward the breaking point and the resulting damage to the structure of the family. If you are at or near this point, you most likely avoid saying no to your child or displeasing her in order to avoid the hurtful response that you have come to anticipate from her. You may have become fearful of and intimidated by your daughter's behavior, which then compels you to feed the monster, and the problem spirals into more and more destruction to the family. In order to change this pattern, you must stop the avoidance and confront your child. For example, when Linda refuses to eat healthily, her mother can either challenge Linda's judgment or avoid doing so and allow her to eat unhealthy foods. Many parents of children with BPD choose to avoid the confrontation, but lament nonetheless that their child eats too much sugar or does not eat vegetables. The decision to allow Linda to eat unhealthily because she acts in hurtful ways when she doesn't get to eat what she wants is enabling her unhealthy eating. The parent enables this unhealthy behavior in order to avoid conflict with her daughter because she does not feel that anything positive could come of it. Doing what is best for the child requires that the parent stop enabling the unhealthy behavior. The mother has to be able to discontinue the codependent behavior of allowing Linda to eat unhealthy foods, while at the same time disallowing her to respond hurtfully. Successful parenting involves determining what is best for your child and the family as a whole, and making decisions based on this balance, not based on avoiding confrontation. Once you identify these enabling patterns, you must determine what your response should be, using the essential tools offered in this chapter as a guide. The aim is to use interventions that enable independence, such as the following: facilitating and rewarding efforts to become self-supporting, financially and/or otherwise, acknowledging advances in independence, reinforcing appropriate respect for boundaries, reinforcing efforts at empathy, reinforcing efforts to extend frustration tolerance, facilitating behaviors that are good for family unity. The remainder of this chapter focuses on how to use confrontation successfully to change enabling patterns into ones that support independent functioning. Phase 2. Breaking existing codependent patterns. Once you have identified codependency enabling patterns and determined choices that are best for your child and family as a whole, then these new, supportive patterns must replace the old enabling ones. This is a process, not an event. It will take time and patience until your daughter accepts that things will be done differently in the future. The older the child, the more deeply ingrained the enabling patterns are. The healthier the monster, the illness, the longer it takes to starve it. Here are some of the manifestations of deeply ingrained patterns of enabling borderline codependency. Signs of advanced codependency. Well-fed monsters. Children with well-fed monsters have particularly short tempers. They are so enabled that they seldom experience significant frustration, so they have little opportunity to develop a more durable tolerance level. Children with well-fed monsters tend to be more aggressive. This is because they have found that aggression is effective in controlling those around them and getting others to do what they do not want to do. Children with well-fed monsters show the least empathy, as they have never needed to consider the feelings of others, and therefore have not developed the ability to do so. Children with well-fed monsters need to be the center of attention at all times. They are used to having it this way and perceive it as a slight if they are not. Children with well-fed monsters are more fragile because they have not had the opportunity to develop durable coping mechanisms, such as flexibility. Children with well-fed monsters have the greatest vulnerability to self-loathing and self-harm. This is because, while they have been successful in getting others to do for them what they should be doing for themselves, this also makes them less confident that they could actually do for themselves if necessary. Children with well-fed monsters are the most resistant to independence and hence the least functional. They may appear more functional than they actually are, as they may be very skilled at getting others to do for them. The child's natural tendency will be to resist changing from codependency to independence. This is often seen by parents as stubbornness. More likely, this resistance comes from fear. The child with BPD will experience the parent's encouragement of independence as a form of abandonment, which can trigger self-loathing. Another reason for the resistance is that, up until this point, the child has found that if she protests her parents' efforts to encourage independence aggressively enough, then they will back down. For this reason, it is very common when making this transition for things to get worse before they get better. The child will typically pursue this old strategy of protesting and lashing out until it becomes clear to her that this will not work. This is the essence of starving the monster. Responding in these new ways represents such a distinctive change from previous enabling patterns that your child will notice and challenge these changes immediately. You should be prepared to explain to your child why you are changing these patterns and encourage your child to see the benefit to her as well as the rest of the family. The dialogue here between Linda and her mother demonstrates what this process might look like when the mother shifts from enabling Linda's unhealthy eating to compelling Linda to eat healthily. Linda, do we have any chips? Mother, we are about to have dinner. Linda, I'll just have some chips. Mother, I made a healthy dinner for the family. Linda, I will just have chips. Mother, we are all trying to eat healthier. Linda, But I always have chips for dinner. Mother: It was our error to let you do that. We have to eat healthier. Linda: Are you going to give me the chips? Mother: I already told you no. There is plenty of healthy food for you to eat. Linda: I will find the chips. Mother: There are none. We will no longer be keeping them in this house. Linda: Then I won't eat at all. Mother: Well, if you get hungry later, you can heat up some of the leftovers. Linda: I told you that I'm not going to eat that. Are you going to let me starve? What kind of loser parent are you? I'm going to tell the school nurse that you refuse to feed me. In this dialogue, the mother is no longer giving in to Linda's unhealthy eating. She acknowledged that she had allowed this in the past, but that it was an error. Linda continued to resist the change in her mother's response and began to utilize aggression and threats to try to bully her mother into giving in. The temptation is to just give in to Linda and let her have her chips. But this feeds the monster or reinforces the enabling. Instead, the parent might take the opportunity to hold the child responsible for her choices and behaviors. This requires the use of confrontation. It might sound like this. Mother: There is healthy food in the refrigerator. You can choose to eat it or not, but that is your choice to make and live with. It is very important to eat well at your age in order to build a strong body and promote overall health. As parents, we want to give you every opportunity to live a long and healthy life. Linda will most likely continue to resist. If her behavior becomes hurtful, then the parent should use the form before content tool and tell Linda that if she cannot be respectful, the conversation will end. If Linda continues to argue, the parent can repeat her reasoning for the decision, but should not justify it. Justification involves convincing your child that you are doing the right thing and seeking your child's approval. You should avoid justification, as it indicates to your child that she has a choice, or that her endorsement of your decision is required. Linda may attempt to wear her mother down by making the same requests or statements repeatedly. This should not be tolerated. Rather, her mother should assert that until Linda understands why eating chips instead of a meal is bad for her health, she will not discuss this further. The dialogue might go as follows. Linda: Can't I just have some chips and I will eat healthy food later? Mother: Either you don't understand why this is bad for you, or you don't care about your health. I cannot support unhealthy behavior because I love you and care about you. Linda: Then why don't you just let me have the chips? Mother: Because that is easier for me, but bad for your health, and I don't think you should treat someone you love that way. This type of response pattern forces Linda to see a more mature perspective, and hence supports her growth and maturation. Linda's resistance is childish, as it prioritizes immediate gratification, eating chips, over long-term health. The mother shares her reasoning with her daughter, so that the daughter can ultimately learn to think that way herself. This is the first step to supporting independence and eliminating the enabling effects of codependency. Once the child accepts that she must relate in a more mature manner in order to be successful in relationships, then Phase 3 can be initiated. Phase 3: Setting new behavior patterns that promote independence. Setting and maintaining the boundary that Linda is not going to be allowed to eat potato chips instead of dinner forces Linda to accept this as well. She will probably initially test her mother's resolve by escalating her mistreatment of her mother, such as by accusing her of being a bad parent or saying other hurtful things to her or about her. Here is where the parent must starve the monster. The BPD compels the child to seek immediate gratification of her needs, based on the belief that this is the only way to get others to cooperate. As soon as the child finds that this no longer works, which may take some time if she is used to this process working nearly perfectly, she will seek a different method that will work better. The child's need for immediate gratification must go through a process known as extinction, whereby reinforcement of behaviors is withheld in order to discourage those behaviors by taking away their benefit. In this instance, the behavior we wish to extinguish is mistreatment of others. In the past, this has been successful in getting others to yield or compromise their boundaries. At this phase, it is critical that behaviors involving mistreatment of others not be rewarded. This will then compel the child to seek other methods of influence. In the example with Linda, it might sound like this. Linda, so I can never eat chips again because you have decided that it is not good for the family. This question marks an inflection in the child's approach, from attacking the mother's boundary to exploring the boundary. This represents a fundamental shift in the child from opposing the parent to working with the parent. The parent can then take this opportunity to introduce a new behavior pattern that is cooperative rather than competitive. A response from the parent that would serve this function is, Mother, I didn't say that you can never eat chips again. I said that you cannot eat chips instead of dinner. Linda, so when can I have them? Mother, when they are part of a healthy meal and not a replacement for one. The previous dialogue represents the beginning of the process of setting new behavior patterns. There will likely be numerous challenges to the boundary over time. For example, the child may challenge the definition of meal by taking a few bites and then demanding chips. Or she may demand chips after every meal, rather than accepting it as an occasional treat. She may also try to get at the chips when the parents are not around. Each of these challenges must be addressed with consistent enforcement of boundaries. The parent should frequently offer, as appropriate, overt reminders of the boundary and the new behavior patterns. Mother, remember, chips are not considered healthy for you, so we eat them only occasionally. If you are not able to eat them in moderation, then I will no longer buy them. Many parents are tempted to yield to the thinking that it is not worth fighting over a bag of potato chips, particularly if they have been worn down by years of a well-fed monster. But the most damage is done not by giving in to a bag of potato chips on any given occasion, but rather by feeding the monster with codependent enabling, which exacerbates the symptoms of BPD. It is critical for parents to understand that by giving in to the mistreatment, under any circumstances, no matter how trivial the context, it is making the illness stronger. The following example will illustrate the use of setting boundaries and transitioning from codependent patterns of behavior to ones that are supportive of independent functioning. Child, Mom, I'm going to a concert this weekend. Mother, what concert? Where? Child, Mountain Jam at Hunter Mountain. Mother, when? Child, this weekend. Mother, when this weekend? Child, starts Friday at 6. Mother, what time will you be home? Child, I don't know yet. What's with all these questions? Mother, I need to know where you are. Child, why? Don't you trust me? Mother, I just need to know where you are. Child, okay, I'll be back on Sunday in the evening sometime. Mother, Sunday? Where will you sleep? Child, under the stars. Mother, you are not going to spend 2 nights sleeping in a field with a bunch of drug addicts. Child, Mom, I have to go. Mother, why do you have to go? Child, I already have a ticket, and my friends are counting on me. Mother, I will give you the money for the ticket. Child, my friends are going to think I'm a loser if I don't go. Mother, I don't feel comfortable with you being 3 days at a concert. Child, I have to go. If I can't go, I want to die. Mother, don't talk that way. Child, I mean it. Mother, I mean it too. Child, watch this. Child threatens to cut herself with scissors. Mother, okay, you can go. Give me the scissors. Child, You said I could go. Mother. Yes, yes. Just give me the scissors. Child. All right. In the previous example, the parent gives in to the child's threats of self-harm and allows the child to engage in an activity that the parent judges to be potentially dangerous. This outcome will worsen her unhealthy behaviors. The child uses the threat of self-harm to get the parent to allow her to be at risk for other potential harm. Giving in this way will ensure that the child will use the threat of self-harm with greater frequency in the future. Once the child threatens self-harm, the parent should have set the boundary that if she is seriously considering self-harm, then a concert is not the place for her. A hospital is. The mother's response might sound like this. Mother, if you don't put the scissors down right now, then you are going to the hospital, not to a concert. If at this point the child actually cuts herself, then her mother should seek psychiatric help immediately and take her child to the nearest emergency facility. If the parent is not able to do that, she should call the police to assist her. More likely, the child will comply, but continue to state how desperate she is to go to the concert. If she becomes hostile, then her mother should use the form before content tool. If the child cannot speak respectfully, then the conversation will be over. Hopefully, the child will eventually come to realize that the boundary is impervious, and that she will have to entertain another way of trying to get what she wants. This will ultimately help her increase her tolerance for frustration and help her build self-confidence, so that she can function more independently. She then might say to her mother, Child, so that's it. My life is ruined. All of my friends are going to the concert, and I have to stay home like a nerd. Although the child verbalizes feeling like she is a victim and in despair, she is also accepting the boundary. This is the point of inflection that allows the parent to introduce a new and healthier process. One such process might be compromise. To put this into effect, the parent would respond as follows. Mother, I didn't say you couldn't go at all. Child, you said that you were not comfortable with me going to the concert. Mother, I said I was not comfortable with you going to the concert and sleeping outside for 2 nights. Child, well, that's what everyone else is doing. Mother, you can go for the day, but you cannot sleep outside. Child, but Mom, everyone will know that I have a hovering mother. Mother, you have a choice to make, and I will help you with whatever decision that you make. You can go to the concert during the day and come home at night. I will take you and pick you up. Or you can choose not to go to the concert, and I will help you try to find someone to sell your ticket to. The choice is up to you. Of course, the child is not getting exactly what she wants, and will likely protest for a while. But in the end, she will probably choose to go to the concert during the day rather than not go at all. In this example, the mother is able to starve the monster by not giving in to the child when she threatens self-harm. The mother instead sets and maintains a boundary, whereby the child can go to the concert but cannot sleep outside or cause self-harm. The mother then replaces the codependent behavior pattern of enabling self-harm with giving the child a choice and then holding her accountable for it. The mother is also able to offer support in executing the choice, whichever one the child chooses. Successful results come from consistency. Codependent enabling, or feeding the monster, will consistently fail to produce the desired result. On the other hand, firm boundary setting and applying new behavior patterns that foster the development of independent behavior will eventually cause your child to seek independent solutions first, rather than using dependent, immature behaviors as the first choice. She will come to seek out your support rather than your coddling. Your child can bond with you in her pursuit of independence rather than using you as a crutch to keep her dependent. By supporting the choices your child makes within acceptable bounds, you will minimize her sense of abandonment. Once she has shifted from handling frustration by mistreating and manipulating others to seeking cooperative solutions, then you are ready for step 3 of the intervention: forgiveness and healing. Chapter Summary. This chapter described the fundamental aspects of codependency and how this affects relationships with individuals with BPD. You learned essential parenting techniques to deconstruct codependent behaviors that have most likely become well established. This involves first identifying codependent patterns, then breaking these patterns, and finally establishing and fortifying healthier relationship patterns, ones that support independent functioning. While your efforts are sure to be met with resistance, it is important to remain strong in your conviction that these steps are necessary for your daughter's and your family's healthy functioning. The next chapter describes a healing process for families affected by BPD. Chapter 6. Step 3. Healing and Forgiveness. The essential parenting techniques offered thus far involve setting healthy boundaries and replacing codependent patterns of behavior with patterns that encourage independence, which, in essence, forces the child to participate in the recovery process. The processes of healing and forgiveness require cooperation from the individual with BPD. Therefore, the amount of progress you can make in this area is limited by the extent of your child's cooperation. The more motivating and reinforcing the techniques that you craft for your child, the more that she can see the benefits of cooperation and appreciate the rewards of success through persistent effort. Because having a child with BPD affects the entire family, multiple aspects of healing and forgiveness must be considered. Forgiveness with trust involves having faith that someone will not be hurtful again. Forgiveness without trust involves pardoning the person for past wounds, but not relaxing your protection or defensiveness toward the person you've forgiven. This applies when that person is not fully in control of her behavior, and hence cannot substantially reassure you that she will not cause further injury. This chapter will look at the healing and forgiveness of you, your child, and of your family as a whole. While this phase of recovery offers the most potential for relief, it also offers some additional challenges. One such challenge is the need to take risks in situations where doing so in the past had an undesirable result. Traditional parenting techniques that encourage independence and healthy, respectful functioning in and outside of the family can produce hurtful responses from a child with BPD. In this phase of recovery, you will reapply a modified version of many of these techniques. This will require you to risk being mistreated again, and will therefore be uncomfortable at first. But the discomfort will diminish over time as your child accepts independence and healthy relationships as goals and pursues them cooperatively. While working with Step 3, you will have to revisit boundaries. Proceeding from one step of essential parenting techniques to another does not mean that the preceding step was completed. These steps never get completed. You can get far enough with setting boundaries, Step 1, to begin dismantling codependency, Step 2. But your child is likely to test existing boundaries periodically. This will require you to refresh the boundary while you continue your progress toward dismantling the codependency by encouraging independence. You may also need to set new boundaries as situations arise during any phase of recovery. Healing yourself. On most airlines, we are told that if the plane depressurizes, we must put on oxygen masks, first on our own faces, then on our child's. Our instinct is to attend to our children before ourselves, and this violates that instinct. But the logic is solid. If something happens to you, then there is no one to take care of your child. In the same vein, it's necessary to heal yourself first in order to help your child with BPD and your family heal. The first step in healing is identifying the wound. Many parents of children with BPD have been frequently told that they are bad parents or bad people. Many have been humiliated by their child and have had some relationships compromised by the child's behavior. Repeated experiences such as these leave parents feeling beat up, helpless, and hopeless. This sense of futility is what causes parents to feed the monster or give in to the child, as they lack other tools. Parents frequently walk around with a significant sense of guilt as a result of being blamed by their child for her unhappiness. Additional feelings of guilt may come from their increasing sense that they dread parenting and being around their child. Parents of children with BPD often have feelings of betrayal associated with all of the efforts they put into raising their child, only to be told that they are horrible parents. They may also have feelings of sadness associated with the loss of the dream of a happy family. These are just some examples of wounds that are common in parents of a child with BPD. Healing these wounds will require at least the following processes: empowerment, redemption, and self-forgiveness. Empowerment, or a renewed sense of control, heals the wounds associated with feeling beaten up, such as helplessness and hopelessness. Successful setting of boundaries and defeat of codependent patterns will bring some renewed sense of control and hope. Evidence that your child is beginning to cooperate with the healing process will bring substantial hope and control. Redemption, meaning a renewed affirmation of yourself as a parent, and sometimes as a person in general, is necessary to restore confidence in your parenting, judgment, and ability. Your child's frequent criticisms have likely led to feelings of guilt, loss of confidence, low self-esteem, and possibly depression. Healing these wounds requires recognition that the feedback you receive from your child is not reliable. For example, when your child calls you the worst parent ever, she is trying to pressure you into yielding to her demands, not offering an objective evaluation of your parenting skills. Self-forgiveness requires that you stop holding yourself responsible for everything that goes wrong in your life. This guilt is a manifestation of the codependency discussed in the previous chapter. You are parenting a child who does not respond well to conventional parenting techniques, so it's inevitable that you will make some errors. The guilt that parents feel often inhibits effective parenting. It reduces self-confidence, which increases anxiety and decreases resolve. This results in an inclination to give in or feed the monster. Thus, self-forgiveness is necessary for both areas of healing, functioning as a parent and reducing your discomfort. These three healing processes need to occur concurrently, as progress in any of these areas is dependent on your progress in the others. Seeking empowerment is a good example. Healing requires being able to interact with and parent your child with confidence, even if your child is an adult. In order to do this, you have to shed the guilt from her many accusations that you are a bad parent, so that you can function confidently and without excessive anxiety or apprehension. In order to do that, you must redeem yourself. In order to redeem yourself, you must forgive yourself. In order to forgive yourself, you will need to take a number of steps, the first two of which you have already begun to carry out. 1. Achieve a realistic understanding of the patterns of behavior that characterize BPD. The first chapters of this book are devoted to this pursuit. This allows you to identify whether you are feeding the monster or supporting healthy, independent functioning. This is empowering, as it identifies specific behavioral changes that you can execute, which reduces feelings of helplessness and hopelessness. This is also necessary for redemption. 2. Set boundaries and replace codependent behavior patterns with healthier behavior patterns that support independence. Setting boundaries is empowering, as it gives you more control of the interaction and enables you to stop your child's mistreatment. 3. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, as the parent of a child with BPD, you must take back your sense of self and your ability to control your life. This means that you have to be able to say no to things that you don't want to do, or that are unhealthy, without suffering hurtful treatment from your child. This requires reclaiming your confidence as a parent and human being, and asserting yourself and your needs rather than giving in or feeding the monster. The third aspect of your healing, self-forgiveness, is the one that is most dependent on your child's cooperation. If your child gets to the point where she can acknowledge that you are a good parent, even though she sometimes says that you are not, because she is not getting what she wants, not because you actually are a bad parent, then you can work with her on how to express her frustration or disappointment without being hurtful. Specific techniques to accomplish this will be discussed in detail in later chapters. If she refuses to acknowledge that you are a good parent, even though she does not always get what she wants from you when she wants it, then you must validate yourself. You must learn to evaluate your parenting objectively without the input of your child. This is because, just as BPD causes your child's self-image to be unstable, it also causes her image of others to be unstable. In the same way that your daughter's sense of self is highly dependent on how others treat her, her sense of who you are is dependent on whether or not you meet her needs. When she sees you as not meeting her needs, she sees you as a bad parent. When she feels that you meet her needs, then she sees you as a good parent. Basing one's image of another only on single acts is a distortion of the relationship as a whole. It fails to consider the context or history of the relationship. Self-forgiveness will require that you view your parenting in context. Healing your child. Borderline personality disorder is an illness, and as such, it wounds. The instability of self-perception, emotion, and relationships that is caused by BPD causes your daughter's childhood to be frightening and sometimes chaotic. Her weakness in empathy and frustration tolerance inhibits her ability to understand how and why other people react to her. The result is that she often feels that she is living in a hostile world that she is ill-prepared to cope with. Her sense of being ill-prepared comes from codependency. The stronger the codependency, the deeper the wounds. The primary responsibility for your child's healing will be on your child, but there are things that you can do to help her. Your role in your child's healing will be largely supportive. This will require that you understand her wounds as much as possible, so that you can offer your guidance and resources as your child struggles to heal herself. The processes of healing that you use for yourself are the same elements that your child must use for herself: empowerment, redemption, and forgiveness. You cannot give these elements to your child, but you can support her efforts to seek them herself. Empowerment. Your child's empowering herself requires that she break free of the codependent behaviors with you and others. Empowerment is the opposite of dependency. Your refusing to do for your daughter anything that she can do for herself is a critical form of supporting her self-empowerment. Similarly, you should encourage her to decline offers from others for things that she can get for herself or do for herself, and praise her when she does so. You support her by encouraging and assisting her with any activity that helps her take more control of her life, such as acquiring new skills, getting a job, and living independently. Redemption. The goal of redemption is for your child to feel competent and lovable. Giving your child the sense that redemption is possible requires that she have a hope of being forgiven. Simply saying that you forgive her is insufficient. True forgiveness requires the forgiver to be able to let go of the anger toward the transgressor. Only when you let go of anger toward your daughter will you be able to be around her and not give off a sense of resentment or anger. The first step is to let your daughter know that forgiveness is possible. This can be conveyed through general statements such as, "I try to look for the best in you," or through specific statements such as, "I wish we didn't have these arguments so that we could feel closer to each other." The second step is to let her know under what conditions you can forgive her. A general framework for forgiveness is offered here. Forgiveness. For you to forgive your daughter, you must identify for her what behavior she will be forgiven for, and then request the following 3 components. 1. Take responsibility. She must take responsibility for whatever she did that hurt you. 2. Commit to remediation. She must state that she will make efforts to stop these behaviors and detail what they are. 3. Follow through consistently. She must show evidence of efforts to do so. It's important that you consider any of your daughter's consistent efforts to follow through as an achievement, and acknowledge these efforts accordingly. Successful efforts at stopping hurtful behaviors, such as not verbalizing unkind thoughts, will allow you to begin to restore trust. Unsuccessful efforts, such as a promise to refrain from self-harm that she is ultimately unable to keep, will allow for forgiveness, but not restore trust. For example, one parent felt wounded and betrayed when she found out that her daughter with BPD had been stealing money from her to spend on drugs and alcohol. The daughter went to Alcoholics Anonymous, AA meetings, and, as part of her recovery, had taken responsibility for the hurt she caused associated with her substance abuse. She promised never to steal from her mother again. The child kept that promise not to steal from her mother for several months. But during that period of time, she stopped going to AA and started using substances again. In this instance, the mother was no longer angry at her child, but she was very sad about her child's addiction. She was able to forgive her child's stealing, as the behavior had not resumed, but she was not able to trust her daughter because the condition that caused the stealing was not remedied. So, while the daughter was using drugs and alcohol, the mother did not trust her with her car or her home unsupervised. Once her daughter was able to get sober and maintain sobriety, then the mother was able to trust her with the car and the home. This permitted both of them to heal individually, while at the same time healing the relationship. The daughter's healing was facilitated by regaining the trust of her parent, which is a healthy form of reassurance that replaces the codependent reassurance. This is a form of redemption, in that it helps her to feel competent and worthy. The reassurance based on trust is healthy because it is a consequence of independent behavior, in this case becoming sober and respecting boundaries. The mother's healing came from being able to trust her daughter again, which made her feel more successful as a mother. The relationship was healed by reintroducing of trust and respect. This level of healing was based on the mother being able to forgive her child fully, which required the daughter to take responsibility for her behavior and change certain aspects of it. Healing your family. The degree to which your family will be able to heal depends in part on how close you are to the breaking point. Family members need to be convinced that there is still some hope of having a positive family experience. They have to be willing to give it another chance. They will need to see some evidence that things will be different, that things will be better. They need to see that there is improvement in the relationship between you and your child with BPD. Without this improvement, attempts at healing the family are very likely to make the relationship between you and your child worse. This is because healing these relationships without the parent-child relationship being healed is fundamentally triangulating, as it excludes the parents. Grandparents sometimes attempt to compensate for conflicts between their son and his daughter with BPD. They attempt to mediate, which risks putting their son and granddaughter on equal status, thus undermining his parental authority. They also risk reinforcing their granddaughter's position as victim. Attempts to have healing family experiences should wait until your relationship with your child with BPD has stabilized, as this relationship will serve as an anchor to the new family structure and a model for the rest of the family members. The elements of healing, empowerment, redemption, and forgiveness can be adapted to the healing of the family unit. Applying these concepts to the family is more complex than applying them to individuals, because each family member experiences events in his own way. Each family member is impacted differently by effects of BPD, so each effort at helping the family heal will be experienced differently by each family member. For example, giving your child with BPD a chance at forgiveness or redemption may be seen by siblings as feeding into old behaviors. In the example before, when the mother resumes lending the car and residence to her daughter, once sober, the siblings may see this as giving in to her or feeding the monster. This pattern of indulgence is what they have seen for as long as they can remember, so they are prone to continue seeing it the way they are used to. Helping other family members to understand the context, or why the child with BPD is being given another chance, is necessary for the family as a unit to heal. Because of the complexities of this phase of healing, you should strongly consider seeking the assistance of a family therapist. Empowerment. The family's power comes from its ability to offer all members the experience of support, belonging, loyalty, commitment, and security that they cannot get anywhere else. Sustaining the family's ability to do this requires that family members put in substantial effort and make some sacrifices. In healthy families, individuals typically make tremendous efforts and sacrifices to maintain the family structure. They live their lives around the family and around each other. To become empowered as a family, members must feel that being part of the family is self-reinforcing. It is critical that participation in family gatherings and exchanges not be toxic. When planning family events, you and your family should consider the following factors to maximize the chances of a healthy outcome. Length of time spent together. If there has been damage to the family structure, then having shorter, successful visits is better than having extended visits. The longer the family is together, particularly if the family has not been functioning successfully for some time, the more likely that a conflict will spark. Where you meet. Public areas, such as restaurants, events, and libraries, tend to be safer than private homes, but they also risk embarrassment if conflict does flare up. Who's included? Starting with just the nuclear family, parents and children, is optimal. Inclusion of grandparents, boyfriends, girlfriends, spouses, grandchildren, and so on complicates the dynamics and should be delayed until after the nuclear family is stabilized. Once other family members can be included, this will strengthen the nuclear family. Redemption. Redemption is closely linked to empowerment, in that in order for the family to empower itself, it needs to redeem itself as a source of support, comfort, and security. Redemption occurs over multiple gatherings and interactions that are healthy, resulting in family members being more comfortable. This strengthens the family structure, as members become more motivated to invest their time and energy. As a result, the family structure becomes more durable and more adaptable, which will allow for more time together and more flexibility with regard to the place and makeup of family meetings. Forgiveness. We are born to naturally seek support, comfort, and security from family, and most cultures reinforce this tendency. When people find that being part of a family does not provide these qualities and is actually harmful, they experience disappointment and often anger toward the family. The natural reaction to these feelings is to avoid involvement with the family. Healing the family will require that individual members forgive the family and give it another chance to provide what healthy families provide. Each family member will need to see the others taking appropriate responsibility, being willing to make healthy changes, and showing evidence of doing so. Like the three healing processes presented in this chapter, empowerment, redemption, and forgiveness, the parents', the child's, and the family's healing must be addressed simultaneously. Like the three healing processes, they are interdependent. The parent cannot support the healing of the child without the parent's healing simultaneously. This is because the parent needs to reclaim confidence as a person and as a parent in order to effectively lead and support the rest of the family. The child needs to heal at the same time to give her the hope and strength to face the challenges of independence, even though her instincts tell her to become more dependent. The healing of the family requires that some progress be made in the parent-child relationship so that it can serve as a model of hope and relating for other family members. Siblings will need to see some evidence of healthy functioning between the parent and the child with BPD before they will take the risk of re-engaging in a family situation that they have long known to be frightening and hurtful. Here is a case study that will demonstrate the simultaneous use of the three elements for healing the parents, the child, and the family at the same time. The particulars of this case represent a compilation of families, rather than any single family's situation. Case illustration: a family at the breaking point. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson have been married for 24 years. They have 2 children, a 20-year-old daughter, Rachel, and a 17-year-old son, Ben. Rachel has BPD. She has long struggled with perceived abandonment in the wake of her brother's birth, often expressing anger and resentment, both in public and in private, about her sense that her brother is the favored child, and frequently competing with him for her parents' attention. She also has difficulty respecting her mother's boundaries, taking clothes and money without asking, and continuing the behavior even after Mrs. Anderson has indicated that this is unacceptable. Mrs. Anderson has gone so far as to lock her closet and stash her money to protect her privacy. Ben is a senior in high school and is looking forward to going to college. After spending his entire childhood under the shadow of Rachel's struggles with BPD, he has given up on the family as a potential source of nurturance and support. Most of his childhood family memories are filled with conflict, hostility, and frustration. He is looking forward to college to get relief from a consistently unpleasant family environment. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson are also burnt out by the effects of living with BPD. They no longer plan family vacations. They go away without the children whenever the children are occupied with school or their social lives. They no longer go out to dinner or to church with the children, who also do not want to go with them. They sometimes try to rally the children to visit with one or both sets of grandparents, but this usually does not go well. The events are either tense or rife with conflict. This discourages all family members from spending more time together. Ben and his parents avoid having any guests over when Rachel is home, due to anticipation of embarrassment or awkwardness. The family structure has been deteriorating rapidly. Things changed somewhat last year when Rachel began attending college and moved into a dormitory. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson and Ben began to heal. They began enjoying their time around the house and at events. Recently, Rachel informed Mrs. Anderson that she will not be continuing at school. She stopped attending classes during her second semester and has failed out. She asked her parents to pay for her to live in an apartment while she figures out what she wants to do with her life. She currently has no money of her own and no job. This situation has created a dilemma for Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. They have to decide whether or not to fund Rachel in her own apartment. If they decide not to pay for an apartment, then they have to decide whether or not she is welcome to come home. Most parents are strongly inclined to rescue their child when she is down or has failed. In this situation, doing so may feed the monster by increasing the codependency and discouraging Rachel's independence. Her parents may also have some desire to continue the healing that was occurring in the household in their daughter's absence. Using the principles and techniques presented in this book, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson can craft strategies that will not feed the monster, but rather will facilitate healing. First, they must acknowledge that the current situation is the outcome of behaviors and choices that Rachel made, and that she must be held responsible for. Her proposal is that she not take responsibility and that her parents continue to support her completely and indefinitely in her own apartment. If her parents acquiesce to these conditions, they are feeding the monster, making the illness worse by enabling the codependency. They would be entering into a one-sided contract in which Rachel is fully in control of when she decides to take steps that would diminish her complete dependency on them, in exchange for which she has no obligation at all. To avoid falling into a one-sided contract, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson need to ensure that Rachel uses any support they offer to achieve independence, and Rachel has to commit to the goal of becoming an independent adult, investing herself in the process of healing her relationship with her parents, and then with her whole family. Ideally, independence is represented by the triad of health. Get well. This involves any utilization of supportive resources for the pursuit of health. Examples of activities that promote health include psychotherapy, preventative health care, medical care, and substance abuse treatment. Get educated. Education is probably the most effective contributor to independence. In addition to traditional schooling, education includes any pursuit of learning or acquiring a new skill through training, mentoring, online study, or coaching. Get a job. Obtaining a job is the most direct route to independence. Healthy individuals are naturally motivated to maximize their independence, and generally do not need to be coaxed or negotiated into pursuing the triad of health. They are self-motivated toward health, education, and employment. Individuals with BPD are not. As previously discussed, they resist independence because to them, independence means abandonment from their objects of dependency. In this case, and in most cases, the parents. Rachel has sabotaged her college education by not going to class, and is now proposing that her parents give her full support without her putting any skin in the game. If her parents give in to her latest request for support without requiring independent behaviors, she will have no motivation to become independent. With these principles of fostering independence in mind, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson can utilize the three-step process of setting boundaries, ending enabling and codependent patterns, and facilitating healing and forgiveness for the entire family. Step 1. Stop the bleeding. As you will recall, stopping the bleeding, or the pain, involves setting boundaries. Parents decide boundaries and limits in the egg. They make these decisions together and privately. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson need to decide what resources they are willing to offer to Rachel and under what circumstances. If they are capable of supporting Rachel in her own apartment, they need to decide how to do so while encouraging her independence. They also need to decide whether or not having her live at home is an option. They can then offer Rachel support that requires her to utilize the resources for healthy purposes. Of course, under most circumstances, it is not reasonable to expect the child who dropped out of college to be able to fully support herself immediately. For this reason, they should gradually withdraw support as Rachel becomes increasingly self-supporting. For example, they may decide that they are willing to support her for 6 months, with a roommate to share expenses, once she secures a job. They would expect her to save most of her income for 6 months to create a cushion so that she can take over her expenses entirely at that point. If living at home with the parents is an option, then Mr. and Mrs. Anderson will need to set boundaries for Rachel's behavior. For example, she can no longer help herself to her mother's clothing and cash without asking. Her competitive behavior toward her brother will no longer be tolerated. The only way to enforce the boundaries that concern living at home is to be willing to have her not live at home if she consistently disregards the boundary. They will need to directly outline for Rachel the behaviors that are intolerable to them and to explicitly state that she will be forced to leave if she violates them. She is likely to test their resolve in this area, so they should not make contingencies that they cannot enforce. Step 2. End codependency and enabling. Because Rachel dropped out of college, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson should be aware that making her comfortable, either living with them or living in an apartment partially supported by them, is a form of feeding the monster, or enabling. Therefore, their support should be aimed at facilitating her functioning, not her comfort. Adults provide their own comforts through the fruits of their labor. Things such as cable TV and nice furnishings not only are unnecessary for functioning, but they can actually distract someone from functioning. Rachel is likely to challenge her parents' determination to not enable codependent behavior. One common way that young adults test this is by allowing some bills to accumulate while diverting funds to other non-health triad uses. For example, Rachel may use money her parents provided for her utility bill for going out with her friends, and then expect her parents to make up the shortfall. Her parents can avoid this by paying for subsidized items directly and not allowing Rachel access to credit. If she accumulates debt in spite of these precautions, they must hold her responsible for having done so. They should offer Rachel guidance about how to either reduce other debts or increase her earnings to cover the existing debt, but they should not settle the debt for their daughter without having her take responsibility for it. Step 3. Healing and forgiveness. Rachel is empowered by being given the opportunity to utilize the family resources she needs to be independent. Additional empowerment will come from her succeeding in becoming independent, as it will afford her more control of her life, and hence more choices. This will also allow her to experience redemption, as she begins to meet her parents' expectations that she will become a fully functioning adult. As Rachel becomes increasingly independent, her parents will no longer need to force her to take responsibility for her behaviors and choices. Furthermore, they will be more trusting of Rachel and will treat her as an adult. This is an expression of forgiveness to their daughter. As this case study illustrated, parents are empowered by creating and maintaining healthy boundaries and limits. Parents experience redemption by taking control of their ability to offer supportive resources in a way that does not enable codependent behavior. They gain additional redemption when they get to enjoy their child's success. From redemption follows self-forgiveness. Seeing their child succeed will facilitate parents' forgiveness of themselves for having fed the monster, in this case, through high school. Chapter Summary. This chapter dealt with the healing process, yours, your daughter's, and the rest of the family's, through empowerment, redemption, and forgiveness. You saw this process exemplified by the Anderson family, who went through the 3-step restorative process to heal. As the term healing process indicates, healing is a process rather than an event. That means the healing continues forever, even as additional essential techniques are applied, as we will hear in the next chapter. Restructuring the family is the next step. Empowerment, redemption, and forgiveness of the family will require reshaping of the family structure. This is because, over the years, the structure of the family has been weakened and distorted as it has approached the breaking point. The next chapter will define a healthy family structure and how to install such a structure into a damaged family system. Chapter 7. The New Family Structure. BPD creates considerable challenges in the family, as we have heard. The accumulated struggles over time bring the family to the breaking point, which is the total collapse of the family structure. The term family structure refers to the social organization that defines the family and how it functions. It consists of patterns of ways that family members treat each other and the underlying understanding of what is expected and what is tolerated. These patterns determine the experience of each member of the family. Some will experience their family as supportive, warm, and nurturing. Others will experience their family as harsh and conflictual. A healthy family structure perpetuates itself because it is self-reinforcing. It feels good. Unpleasant family experiences discourage participation and weaken the structure. This chapter describes the negative effects on the family structure as well as the components of a healthy family structure. You will learn techniques to transition an unhealthy family structure into a healthy one while healing your family at the same time. Competition versus cooperation. The entire family structure is built on the concept of cooperation. The family is a group of individuals who agree to treat each other specially, different from all other relationships. They expect loyalty, support, and kindness that is beyond what would be expected from non-family members. Family members must value this relationship enough to put in effort and to make sacrifices in order to be part of the family. Achieving this requires cooperative goals, values, beliefs, and preferences. Such a level of cooperation is challenged by competitiveness among family members. Individuals with BPD are competitive in most situations. When other people get attention, gifts, or services, or are treated with courtesy, they often experience this as being a slight to them, and then get jealous. This is particularly prominent among siblings, whom they see as always vying for the same things that make them happy or secure. A common example of this is competition for attention at family gatherings, where individuals with BPD might interrupt, correct, or mock others, such as by rolling their eyes while other people are talking. They may also compete for choice of seating, parking space, or portion of food. Their fiercely competitive demeanor encourages other family members to become more focused on protecting their personal interests and less focused on sharing with other family members. This is one of the most significant challenges to the family structure, as it disintegrates the sense of we, the sense that the family is a collaborative, supportive collective, and replaces it with me, the sense that each member of the family is alone, unable to depend on the other family members in any significant way, and even that everyone is better off that way. This wound to the family structure is also one of the hardest to heal. Healing this part of the family structure will require restoring to the entire family a belief that pursuing goals such as security, identity, and prosperity as a family will bring better results than each member pursuing them alone. This requires that family members be trusted to consider the needs of each other and the family as a whole, in addition to their own needs. In families where the monster is well fed, this may take some convincing. As a parent, you can facilitate this process by making sure that at family gatherings, whatever resources are offered, for example, food, attention, beverages, gifts, are plentiful and evenly distributed. In families that are close to the breaking point, in other words, those that have well-fed monsters, siblings and others anticipate that everyone will give in to the child with BPD. In order for them to begin to trust that this will no longer be so, they need to be told directly that this is going to change, and they need to see these changes consistently over time. Encouraging the child with BPD to give up her competitiveness and focus on cooperation with the family is the most challenging part. A number of factors make cooperation difficult for individuals with BPD. Low frustration tolerance. The low tolerance for frustration that is characteristic of BPD makes it more difficult to tolerate delays in gratification. This makes it harder for individuals with BPD to wait their turn to speak or to wait for the food to be passed to them at the table, even on occasions like birthdays or Father's Day, where the child is the giver of a gift. She often cannot wait to give her gift to the honoree and insists on being first. She may also pressure the receiver of the gift to declare that her gift was the favorite. Helping your child increase her frustration tolerance will be necessary in order to heal this part of the family structure. This mostly involves reassuring her that she will get what she needs, though she may have to wait for it. It is very important that you take care to provide only reassurances that can consistently be honored. If you reassure your daughter about future gratification and it does not go her way, then it will be a major setback to her development of a greater tolerance for frustration. Suppose you say, "I know you want to share your thoughts with everyone, but your father has the floor now. I promise you that we will listen to you after he is done." If she storms off after being told to wait, then you should invite her to express her thoughts later and praise her if she does not interrupt her father again. You are praising and reinforcing her cooperation while compelling her not to interrupt anyone. Perhaps next time she will be able to wait her turn without being reminded and without having to leave the room. You can also point out to her that increasing her ability to tolerate frustration will improve her family relationships, as it will help her demonstrate respect for others' needs to express themselves. If, for any reason, you cannot honor your commitment, such as if conditions change unexpectedly, then it is important to acknowledge that you are not able to meet the commitment and work with your daughter to honor it as soon or as best as possible. Distorted perceptions. Individuals with BPD tend to have distorted perceptions in social situations, some of which have been discussed in prior chapters. For example, they tend to see themselves as victims in conflicts with others, regardless of the facts that are being disputed. Related to this tendency, they also tend to have distorted perceptions of others. This makes it seem to them like everyone else has life better or easier than they do, causing resentment toward others. It can be helpful to clarify these distortions if you can do this in a non-threatening way, meaning in an informational tone, rather than a critical or corrective one. A common example of a child with BPD's distorted perception is the use of always and never, such as "I never get to go first," or "he always gets to pick." These distortions should be gently corrected, but not argued. For example, you can ask, "Do you mean never, or do you mean rarely?" This helps her benefit from seeing the context or history more clearly. Arguing with your daughter by saying, "It's not true that you never go first," is most likely to ramp up the conflict rather than produce insight. Weak empathy. The weak empathic ability of individuals with BPD causes them to be largely self-focused. For this reason, they may be largely unaware that they are competing with others. This is a form of distorted perception, in that half of the information, the emotions and emotional reactions of others, is missing. Clarifying this sort of distortion by providing information about others' feelings and reactions is helpful. Exclusivity versus equality. The strength of the family structure depends upon a social contract. This is a set of rules, customs, and behavioral guidelines that members agree to live by. In voluntary groupings such as clubs, jobs, and religious organizations, members are expelled for not following the rules. In involuntary groupings such as municipalities, members are punished for not following the rules or laws. Allowing some individuals to violate rules without expulsion or punishment discourages others from following the rules due to feelings of inequality. Individuals generally will stay in line waiting for a restaurant seat or a concert ticket, for example, if they see that others also stay in line and people are served in the order in which they arrive. If people in line observe proprietors serving individuals out of turn, Those people will either abandon the order of the line and attempt to be served earlier, or they will get angry at the violator and at the proprietor, who allows the violation of the order. Those in line will also be more likely to choose a restaurant or venue that honors the structure of the line more consistently, or they may try to take advantage of the laxness of the enforcement and go straight to the front of the line. Each incidence of tolerance for violations of order adds to the threat to the integrity of the whole system. The same is true for the family structure. One of the qualities associated with BPD is that individuals often vie for special treatment or consideration. This is because of the high level of neediness that they feel, which comes from the codependency. The BPD causes them to have unstable perceptions of themselves that make them reliant on reassurance and special treatment from others in order to feel good about themselves. They have to feel that they always come first. They compete to be the first to speak or the first to be served. They seek to be the first priority of others and are hurt and angry when told that they must wait their turn. They experience this as belittling, demeaning, painful, and even insulting. They may strike out in anger in response. Unequivocally, giving in to a child's need to be treated with exclusivity is another example of feeding the monster. When this giving in becomes a pattern, it weakens the family structure by sucking the power out of it as repeated violations of rules and ethics fail to produce consequences. Other family members often stop accepting the patterns of conduct that define the family system. The family's tolerance of violations reinforces competitive behavior and punishes cooperation. For this reason, it is absolutely critical that competitive behavior among family members be discouraged, not encouraged. It is natural to treat infants and very young children preferentially. Children's needs are routinely put before adults and older children's. But as children become older, they must develop a greater tolerance for frustration. This is a form of independence that the child with BPD characteristically resists. The competitive behavior is a way of resisting growing up. You can support your daughter's development of more mature, cooperative behavior by suggesting cooperative solutions to problems and rewarding her efforts in this area, even if they are incidental. An example of an incidental effort would be letting other people speak first because she is unfamiliar with the topic, or letting others serve themselves first because she is not hungry. Utilizing these opportunities to provide feedback for these desirable outcomes will reinforce future efforts and support the new family structure. A new family structure. There are two forms of resistance that are routinely encountered when attempting to change a social structure, such as a family: generalized and specific. Generalized resistance refers to the human tendency to embrace the known and avoid the unknown. Uncertainty is one of the major drivers of anxiety, and most people cope with it by avoiding it and clinging onto routine and familiarity. This does not mean that social structures cannot transform. They obviously do. But it does mean that the transition is a process, not an event. Specific resistance to changes in the family structure can come from many sources. The child with BPD is likely to resist several aspects of the new family structure. Depending on how far along the process toward the breaking point is, the child may be accustomed to having her way at the family's expense and will have to give this up. She will no longer be the center of attention, and she will be held accountable for her behaviors and her choices. Other family members may also resist aspects of the change of family structure. Besides the general resistance to change, many family members have probably been hurt by the effects of the BPD on the family. Many of them blame the child rather than the disorder, and will be loath to give the child an opportunity at redemption for fear of getting hurt more. This is why it is critical for the family to understand that the monster is the disease, not the child. The remainder of this chapter will define the new family structure and then give techniques for overcoming resistance to the transition. Each family structure is unique because it reflects the needs, personalities, histories, and preferences of all of the members. However, all healthy, well-functioning family structures share some common characteristics that create and support the processes of empowerment, redemption, and forgiveness. Cooperation. As discussed earlier in this chapter, cooperation, or working together for common goals, defines the family structure. Competitive behavior targets a winner and a loser, which motivates members to make the opponent lose. In healthy families, only win-win outcomes are acceptable. The priority is not winning over another family member. The priority is protecting the health of the family for the benefit of all members. Respect. Family members must have many types of respect for each other in order to maintain a healthy family structure, starting with basic respect, such as manners and courtesy. Family members need to respect each other's needs. This means respecting each other's boundaries, sensitivities, personal values, commitments, and responsibilities outside the family, at the same time that they respect others' need to be part of the family. Following are a few examples of how this respect is practiced and conveyed in healthy families. Boundaries. Family members do not go through each other's personal items. They return money when they borrow it. They don't push each other to do things that they don't want to do, or go places they don't want to go, or spend money that they are not comfortable spending. Sensitivities. Family members do not speak about sensitive topics when asked not to do so. Religion, politics, and sexuality are examples of topics some people are not comfortable speaking about. Family members do not discuss these topics in front of those family members either. Family members respect each other's food sensitivities, allergies, or wish to have a smoke-free household. Family members do not tease other family members who don't like to be teased. Personal values. Family members respect each other's personal values, such as vegetarianism, religion, or lifestyle choice. Commitments and responsibilities. Family members support the commitments and responsibilities of others in the family. In-laws, stepchildren, nannies, foreign exchange students, and others are welcomed. Families do not compete with in-laws for attendance at holidays. They respect individuals being part of more than one family through marriage or other social contract. Family members respect each other's work responsibilities and personal interests, and do not pressure others to sacrifice these pursuits in order to be accepted or included. Need to be part of the family. Family members are sensitive to other family members' need to feel included in the family. They make sure that those identified as family members are included in major celebrations, events, and decisions. They consider each other when planning events and celebrations to facilitate participation. They do not keep secrets from certain family members and not others. They also recognize everyone in the family's need to be heard by everyone else. They listen when others speak, and they do not interrupt. They inquire about topics that others are interested in. Tolerance. Tolerance is essentially a measure of flexibility. It is defined as the extent to which families can diversify with regard to choices and behaviors. Your daughter's persistent need for reassurance and her unstable sense of self compel her to test the tolerance of the family structure. This challenges the flexibility of the family. For example, suppose an individual with BPD often tests her family's tolerance by coming late. This testing serves many functions, including the need to draw attention to herself and the need to be reassured that she will be welcomed anyway. If she is not challenged on this testing behavior, she is likely to come later and later. The family is forced to either be overly tolerant and allow the child to arrive whenever she wants, or be overly rigid. Family members may tell her if she cannot come on time, not to come at all. If they are waiting for her to go to an airport or a play or other event, they may leave her behind as a consequence for being late. The healthiest family structures are selectively tolerant, but in a consistent way. Selectively tolerant means tolerance for certain classes of violations, such as accidental infractions, infractions that are not expected to cause harm to other family members, and forced infractions. Examples of accidental infractions include accidentally damaging someone else's property, such as when taking a car out of the garage, and bringing up painful topics that are not known to be painful. An example of an infraction that is not expected to bring harm to other family members is missing an important family event due to a major work commitment or other family obligation. An example of a forced infraction is missing an important family event due to poor health. Healthy family structures need to be tolerant of these types of infractions. Other classes of violations of the family structure should not be tolerated by healthy families. One such class is violations that intentionally cause other family members harm. Another is repeating violations that have already been clearly shown to cause harm to other family members. For example, someone might violate the smoke-free household by smoking in the garage, because he thought it would not bother anyone in the house. The first time, this should be tolerated and forgiven. But if the person continues to smoke in the garage, even after being told that it aggravates someone's asthma, then it can no longer be tolerated. In this case, the person needs to be told that if he cannot be at family events without smoking, then he will only be welcome at outdoor events. Consistency. Each family member's sense of comfort and ease depends on the ability to have consistently positive experiences with family interactions. While traditions and rituals such as family dinners or vacations provide opportunities for consistent contact between family members, the most important aspects of consistency have to do with the way family members treat each other. This involves each family member championing the interests of the others, while respecting boundaries and being emotionally supportive. Consistency is compatible with tolerance. A family that is consistently tolerant, forgiving, and non-judgmental is actually more consistent than a family with a rigid structure that punishes or expels violators. This is because in an intolerant family structure, all members' status in the family, and how they are treated, depends on the extent to which they comply with family protocol. For example, it is not uncommon for siblings to receive different amounts of money from their parents' inheritance, based upon the parents' perception of different levels of cooperation and conformity between siblings. This often leads to conflict and resentment between siblings. The inflexibility and associated judgment of each other encourages competition and discourages cooperation, thus weakening the family structure, which compromises its consistency. Accountability. Tolerance cannot be a free pass for unacceptable behavior. This is particularly important in families that have a child with BPD. This is because the child with BPD is likely to test boundaries or rules. For example, she may violate the privacy of others by going through their belongings without permission. She may smoke in the basement or garage after being asked to respect the smoke-free household. She should not be arbitrarily punished for violations of the rules, nor should she be shamed. Rather, logical consequences should follow the violations. For example, the child who has gone through other people's belongings should be prohibited from entering the room where others keep their coats. The person who smoked in the garage should be told that she is no longer welcome to use the garage, and ideally it should be secured with a lock. The child with BPD must be held accountable for these testing behaviors every single time. This is what constitutes consistency in the family structure. Security. The ability to provide security to family members is what gives the family structure its strength and durability. Consistency makes family members feel secure. When relatives share a consistent sense of cooperation, support, and respect, they are able to experience a type of security that cannot be achieved any other way. They experience a sense of safety in their lives, knowing that whatever happens to them in the world, they have a family that will always accept them and support them. This is what motivates people to devote themselves to family and put in the effort and make the sacrifices that are necessary to maintain a healthy family structure. Helping your child modify her behavior in order to support her participation in a healthy family structure not only benefits the family structure, it also benefits the child. Individuals with BPD often have low self-esteem and low self-confidence. They fear abandonment because they do not feel capable of taking care of themselves as others do. For these reasons, the qualities of the healthy family structure described before are both desirable and healing to the child with BPD. Unfortunately, the behaviors associated with having BPD make it hard to be part of the family structure. In short, the individual wants what other family members want, but she goes about getting it the wrong way. In healthy families, the child and the family structure go through a maturation process together. The healthy family structure supports appropriate verbalizations and behaviors and discourages inappropriate ones. This process is called socialization. Children generally do not resist the socialization. In fact, they will discover that the social skills they learn within the family structure also work well outside of the family and become self-reinforcing. The child with BPD, however, resists socialization, just as she resists other forms of independence. Accommodating the resistance, giving in to the child, causes codependency, and either weakens the family structure or destroys it completely. Transitioning the family structure from codependent to healthy and secure will support the child's personal healing, while at the same time healing the family itself. Initiating the transition. The transition from a codependent family structure to a healthy and secure family structure by setting and maintaining boundaries, breaking codependent behavior patterns, and forgiving and learning to trust again, is a process rather than an event. The pace of the process will be determined by the amount of resistance, which is related to the complexity and size of the family. In many families, this transition can take years, and some remain perpetually in transition. This is because the family structure is dynamic, always changing. Patience is imperative. Success in transition is self-reinforcing. When children with BPD get reinforcement for behaving cooperatively and independently, it motivates them to sustain such behavior. For this reason, early experiences with success are important. The remainder of this chapter will focus on this transition, with the goal of initiating a process that will be self-reinforcing and thus can gain momentum. While the transition is itself a process, the initiation must be an event. The transition begins when the new expectations are explicitly announced. In the example of the Anderson family, the child's re-entry into the family from college provided an event that served as an opportunity to change the expectations. New expectations can also be introduced at a family meeting, or even in a one-on-one conversation, depending on the circumstances. The tone of the presentation must not be punitive, and for this reason should not immediately follow a transgression. Aspects of the new family structure should be presented in a way that brings hope of personal healing and a better family experience. Following are some techniques that will help with the initiation process. Reinforce strengths. Focus on your child's strengths and reassure her that success is within reach. The very first statement should be one that recognizes this, and might sound like, "Your father and I feel that you are ready to begin to pay some of your own bills. Of course, we will still subsidize you, but you are doing so well in your job." Point out benefits. Make explicit both short-term and long-term benefits. For example, you might say, "One of the big benefits of paying some of your own bills is that you get to make your own choices and do not have to ask your mother and me for permission, although you are welcome to ask our opinions." Or, "Once you are fully self-supporting, you will be able to file your own taxes and get a tax refund." Explain, don't justify. Part of reinforcing strengths and pointing out benefits involves explaining why the changes are being implemented. Your child is likely to offer resistance. While it's important to provide explanations, you should not offer justification. Justification is an effort to get your child to agree and gives your child the power not to agree. This is why you should only offer the explanation. In the previous examples, the child is given explanations as to why her parents feel that it is best for her to start paying her own bills. Here is an explanation of a justification. Again, it is not recommended that this be used. It's only fair, after supporting you all of these years, that you start to take some responsibility for yourself. Justification statements such as these convey to the child the message, "You should have already been doing this," without directly saying so. This message focuses on weakness, not having done so already, rather than strength, the ability to do so now, and decreases the child's confidence, which discourages success. Don't compare your child with others. Parents often use siblings or other peers of their child as examples of how they want their child to behave. This usually backfires and adds to the child's sense of inferiority and incompetence. Give realistic expectations. Convey to your daughter that you expect consistent effort on her part, and that as long as that is the case, you will help her manage the results. Once the new family structure is introduced, it is extremely beneficial to set up some experiences that are likely to create positive results for your child. In the example before, this might mean letting your child take over a bill that is easily manageable for her financially, and that gives her control of something that will bring her great satisfaction, such as her car payment or wardrobe budget. When you're making any shift in family structure, consistency is key. Once expectations are changed, they must be changed permanently. Vacillation between codependent and independent behavior patterns is very confusing for a child with BPD. It will cause her to regress, because it keeps alive the possibility that her parents will give in, so it keeps the child trying to get them to do so. Each episode of giving in reopens the possibility of future giving in, and feeds the monster or strengthens the illness. Initiating the transition of codependent family structure into a healthy and secure family structure begins a difficult and frustrating process for the parents of a child with BPD, largely because they cannot control the process. The success of a healthy family structure depends on all of the family members, including the child, cooperating and putting in effort. Considering this and the natural types of resistance discussed before, it is most reasonable to expect fluctuations in the family's ability to maintain the structure. Chapter Summary. This chapter guided you to begin the process of creating a new, healthy family structure. The tools you learned in the previous chapters will enable you to help your child shift from competition to cooperation, and from exclusivity to equality, both vital components of this new structure. Using the techniques offered in this chapter will help you initiate the transition to this new family structure. Additionally, understanding and being prepared for various forms of resistance will increase your chances of success. The next two chapters will give specific supportive techniques that you can use to help your child along with limitations in your role. Chapter 8. What you can do to help your daughter. Helping your daughter by providing supportive parenting requires a comprehensive understanding of her condition. One of the greatest risks of offering support to a person with BPD without substantial knowledge of how the disorder works is feeding the monster or making her sicker. When offering support or assistance to an individual who has an illness that causes her to resist independence, great care must be taken to avoid increasing codependency, as we discussed extensively in prior chapters. In order to gain a comprehensive understanding of your daughter's difficulty, you need to consider that she also has difficulties with relationships outside of the family setting. The role of these other relationships increases as your child gets older. School, camp, scouts, sports, and socializing with friends are all activities that draw adolescents out of the family unit. In adulthood, it is higher education, marriage, and pursuit of a career that become a focus of attention and affection. At that point, relationships outside of the family of origin become primary, and the child moves out. This is a critical step toward independence. All of the essential techniques presented in this chapter will target encouraging your daughter to be independent and to be successful. Your role is to support her independent functioning, not her comfort. She must learn to provide her own comfort so that she is motivated to seek independent strategies to accomplish this. For this reason, it is imperative that you do not do for your daughter what she is capable of doing for herself. Rather, you should support her efforts to do things for herself. Supportive versus selectively supportive parenting. Most parents consider themselves supportive of their children, and most of them are, in many different ways. Supporting another individual involves providing some sort of service, material backing, or emotional endorsement of the pursuits of that individual. For families that have children who are internally motivated toward independence and not resistant to it, support can be provided without restriction. If the child is using any and all resources to increase her independence and become successfully autonomous, her parents can give her funds, logistical assistance such as rides, and emotional support, knowing that most of these resources will be directed toward the triad of health. This is called supportive parenting. It is generally successful at producing confident and independent adults. In children who have BPD, however, supportive parenting is less likely to be effective. For these children, a modified technique is more effective: selectively supportive parenting. Selectively supportive parenting occurs when all resources are offered selectively, only under circumstances in which the child uses the resources to pursue the triad of health. Since this is not the inclination of the child with BPD, you will need to monitor and hold her accountable for her use of resources. Selectively supportive parenting is much harder than generally supportive parenting. As a selectively supportive parent, you will need to consider every offer of assistance as to whether it encourages or discourages codependency. A guiding principle should be that whenever you offer support, your daughter must have some skin in the game. This means that she must have a motivation to be independent that is more potent than her need to maintain dependency on someone else. She must see that there is something out there that is better than dependency on others, that she can get only through independence. Defeating the codependent patterns of behavior is likely to cause your daughter to feel unloved and abandoned, because she sees others servicing her as reassuring. Yet, these same feelings will motivate her to pursue healthy relationships, as the unhealthy ones are no longer available. In order to have access to these healthier relationships, she must have skin in the game. She must respect the boundaries of others and pursue the triad of health. If she does so, She will have access to your support while pursuing other healthy relationships. This is how you motivate your daughter to pursue independence when she is not intrinsically motivated to do so. The hurtful nature of the child's behavior toward parents and other family members often causes parents to see their child with BPD as mean and aggressive. These feelings make empathy and compassion difficult to express. This is why it is critical for you to understand the wounds that your daughter lives with and the pain that they cause her. The primary wound is the constant feeling of being unloved and unlovable. Most of the hurtful behaviors that your daughter does are for the purpose of getting others to love her. These behaviors do not accomplish this, but they may get others to give in to at least some of her demands. Parents who experience this pattern frequently or regularly build up hurt and resentment as they give in and feed the monster. The result is that it becomes harder and harder for parents to express loving feelings while they are feeling exploited. The absence of the parent's loving expressions, often replaced by feelings of irritation or resentment, reinforces the child's feelings of not being loved. For this reason, any healing for an individual with BPD must include some sense of feeling loved. For parents who have been beaten down and exhausted, this can be difficult to offer. A more reasonable and healthier way to begin this process is by helping your child differentiate behaviors that elicit loving feelings from others from behaviors that don't. Obviously, in order to do this effectively, your daughter must be willing to accept some suggestions and guidance. Successful boundary setting and elimination of codependent behavior patterns will increase your daughter's likelihood of receiving these suggestions as helpful and productive, and to put them into place. Experiencing genuine loving feelings from others, rather than forced expressions of allegiance or agreement, will hopefully be reinforcing and encourage her to routinely choose cooperative behaviors toward others rather than hurtful ones. The following techniques will allow you to help your daughter acquire and consistently demonstrate behaviors that will elicit genuine affection from others. Create situations where your daughter is likely to be successful in eliciting positive feedback from you. Give your child tasks that she feels confident and comfortable with, and hence likely to succeed with. For example, ask her opinion about something that she is interested in and good at. You might ask your daughter's opinion about clothing or a gift for someone. If your daughter has an aptitude for math, ask her to help with bookkeeping. Asking her to accompany you almost anywhere gives her an opportunity to be helpful just by showing up. Suggesting and supporting her volunteering for public service of any kind gives your daughter the opportunity to participate in an activity that is very likely to provide positive feedback. And participating with her is an example of being supportive without encouraging codependency. Volunteering puts your daughter in the position of being supportive to others, which encourages her to be independent while supporting her self-esteem. Offer genuine, positive feedback when possible. Look for genuine opportunities to recognize or show appreciation toward your daughter or compliment her skills and achievements. Verbalize any recognition or appreciation both privately and publicly. In addition to her productive behaviors, you can compliment her efforts, intents, talents, and judgments, including her social choices and even fashion. You should utilize any opportunity to point out to your daughter a success of hers, as long as it is genuine. Create situations where your child is likely to be successful in eliciting positive feedback from others. A simple example of this is asking your daughter to do things for others that she is comfortable and confident with, and hence have a high probability of success. For example, she can visit a sick family member or offer advice or assistance to someone in an area she is confident in. Here are some techniques that you can use to help your daughter learn to create opportunities to elicit positive feedback from others. Verbal correction. Utilizing this tool involves replacing a hurtful verbalization with one that conveys the same message but is not offensive. In this example, the grown child with BPD wants her mother to watch her child while she goes on a trip. This parent uses the exchange to help her daughter with getting better responses from people. Grown child. Mom, why don't you take your granddaughter overnight like other grandmothers do? Mother. Do you mean, Mom, would you please take Gina tonight? Grown child. Will you please? Mother. People are always more likely to give you what you want when you put it in positive terms. Pre-gaming. This technique involves preparing for social situations before they occur in order to discuss expectations and offer response choices and alternatives. For example, you might let your daughter know in advance that someone has a hearing problem and that she needs to speak up. Or you might let her know that someone is often late, so that she has something productive to do while she waits. This will help her with her frustration tolerance by giving her the chance to prepare. You can also tell her what others like to eat, drink, talk about, and so on, in order to increase the chance that she will experience successful exchanges as a hostess. Post-gaming. This technique involves discussing interactions that your daughter has with others after they occur. Using this technique is supportive in that it helps her compensate for her weak empathy. It allows her to express to you her understanding of interactions with others and how she expected them to react. You can then offer her alternative explanations and choices for future use. The following example demonstrates how post-gaming can be used to help your daughter correct her perception of an exchange and save the relationship. This conversation between a mother and her child with BPD takes place after the family had just met the sister's fiancé for the first time. Mother. So wasn't John such a nice boy? Child. I don't think he likes me. I am not going to the wedding. Mother. Why would you think that? Child. He did not say goodbye to me when he left. Mother. He got an emergency call while you were on the phone. He said to say goodbye to you. Child. He hardly even noticed me. Mother. He had to meet 3 of us, and we only had to meet 1 of him, so I am sure he was trying to get to know all of us as best he could. But I understand that you love your sister and want to be a part of her new life. Give John a chance to get to know you over time. In the previous dialogue, the child with BPD feels slighted by her sister's fiancé because he left without saying goodbye to her and because she felt that he did not pay enough attention to her. The mother was able to support her daughter's weak empathic capacity by adding observations of the exchange and offering alternative explanations for what she observed. The child's natural interpretation is the worst possible one for her interests. The mother offered alternatives. The post-gaming is more risky than pre-gaming, in that the child is more likely to feel criticized for not seeing things correctly. The mother in the previous example mitigates this reaction by validating her child's feelings. I understand that you love your sister and want to be a part of her new life, and by not telling her that her perception is wrong. Rather, she offers other, plausible interpretations with a process for compensation, giving John a chance to get to know her over time. The mother can also increase the chances of a successful outcome by letting her other daughter know that it is important to her sister that she get to know John, and suggest that she make him aware of that. This can all be done in a positive tone to encourage a stronger family structure as the sister's new husband is integrated into the family. The child with BPD may reject the empathic support of her mother and cling on to her own interpretation of the exchange with her future brother-in-law and maintain that she is a victim. If this does occur, it is best not to challenge her view. This will only cause her to embrace her view more rigidly. Rather, the focus should be on disconfirming her view as opportunities arise. The future brother-in-law's next visit may be the next opportunity. You can then use pre-gaming to help her create situations that would encourage the response that she wants from her future brother-in-law. For example, she may prepare a special appetizer for him, or be prepared to share an interest with him, either hers or his. Resist overparenting. Overparenting is the essence of codependency, doing for your daughter anything that she is capable of doing for herself. It is not uncommon for grown daughters with BPD to have their mothers provide full-time child care for their children while they work, and in some cases clean the house as well. It is also not uncommon for parents of daughters with BPD to pay their rent, mortgage, or other bills indefinitely. This does not mean that you cannot help your daughter with aspects of her life, but assistance must be carefully considered so that it does not create a form of dependency. The one-sided contract, the belief of the individual with BPD that if something is done for her once, then she can expect that service as an entitlement, encourages codependency. For this reason, it is important that any assistance you offer be clearly defined. This requires setting a boundary, which your daughter will probably test. For example, a mother gave her daughter a credit card to buy a sofa when she moved into a new apartment. The daughter charged furnishings for the entire apartment on her mother's credit card. When her mother confronted her on this, she became incensed and enraged. A better strategy would have been for the mother to tell her daughter to pick out a sofa and give the information to the mother, who could then arrange the purchase and shipment. Alternatively, the parent could have the daughter pay for the sofa herself and then reimburse her for the purchase. The parent must establish the boundary that this is a one-time purchase, not open-ended access to funds. Another example is a father who gave his daughter his emergency phone number. He instructed her that it should be used only for emergencies, and that she should call his secretary or email him with non-emergency matters. The daughter found that she liked being able to reach him directly, regardless of what he was doing. She began calling his emergency phone line for non-emergency issues, like asking for rides or other favors. When he confronted her about using that number for non-emergencies, she stated that these issues were important to her, and therefore she was justified in using the phone line. A better solution would have been for the father to tell his daughter to call his secretary in an emergency, and the secretary would contact him on his emergency line. That would allow the secretary to screen non-emergency calls. In both of the previous examples, the parent attempts to be supportive to the daughter, either by giving her money or emergency access. In both of these examples, the daughter, using the one-sided contract, attempts to take control over the support and turn it into an entitlement, which allows her to become dependent on that support. This is how codependency interferes with the development of independence, and why it must be avoided under all circumstances. Let the child fail. Most codependent relationships between parents and their children occur because the parents do not want their children to fail or to get hurt. Parents go to great lengths to protect their children from hurt and failure, including getting hurt themselves so that their child can be spared. This is done out of love and an effort to be as good a parent as they can be. Unfortunately, with daughters with BPD, the efforts to protect them from failure and pain result in them becoming overly sensitive to failure and pain. They avoid experiencing failure and pain by avoiding challenges. Rather, they compel others to do their bidding for them. This allows them to blame others for their failures and avoid the associated pain. Letting the child fail is for many parents the most difficult technique to use. This is because it goes against the natural protectiveness that parents have toward their child. But it is critical that parents understand that this type of protectiveness is damaging to the daughter who has BPD. Overprotectiveness feeds the monster by inhibiting independent behavior. It does this by removing the child's burden of being responsible for her choices and behaviors, and in this way encourages her to see herself as a victim. This further disempowers her and causes her to regress and become more needy and less independent. Letting the child fail means forcing her to take responsibility for her behaviors and her choices. Failing is generally the consequence of not executing the proper actions or making the correct choices. For example, a child was in an automobile accident while driving intoxicated. Her parents bailed her out, paid her legal bills, and bought her a new car because she said that she would be more careful. She then totaled the new car and, tragically, killed someone in a high-speed accident. Defending the child legally and buying her a new car right after the first DWI, driving while intoxicated, was a serious error. It prevented the child from taking responsibility for her behavior and failed to compel her to improve her judgment. A non-codependent response by the parents would have been to require their child to pay for her own legal defense. They should have also required her to go to AA meetings before considering a replacement car. This might have meant that the child would miss certain social events because she couldn't transport herself. Offering her rides to these events would undermine her learning to take responsibility for herself. Moreover, it might have prevented an innocent victim's loss of life. Allowing her to fail when she makes poor decisions is the only way that she will ever become more responsible and independent. Letting your daughter fail does not mean making her fail. Quite to the contrary, if you see a situation that you feel is likely to result in failure and/or pain for your daughter, then you should bring this to her attention as soon as possible. You should be as clear as possible with her as to why you think her intended plan is likely to fail or cause pain, and you can help her formulate alternative strategies if she lets you. In the example here, a mother believes that her daughter is making a decision based upon a poor judgment. The daughter is planning to move in with her boyfriend. The mother has several concerns. 1. The daughter's boyfriend has no job. He is working on getting one. 2. Since he has no job, he has a roommate to help pay the rent and other bills. 3. The boyfriend has had some difficulties with substance abuse, although he claims to be currently sober. 4. The daughter only has a part-time job. The daughter has made several assumptions. 1. That she can continue to drive one of her parents' cars. 2. That her parents will continue to insure the car. 3. That her parents will continue paying for her medical insurance. 4. That her parents will continue paying for her cell phone. The mother attempted to caution her daughter about her decision, but her daughter assured her that she was in love, and that she and her boyfriend would work it out without help. The mother made several efforts to show her daughter in rational terms why the arrangement that she was entering into was overly risky and likely to end in failure. She attempted to make a budget with her daughter and to project costs and responsibility. She also brought up the complexities of her moving into her boyfriend's home with a pre-existing roommate who will not be leaving. The mother tried to make alternative suggestions about how she can be close to her boyfriend without entering into a living arrangement that is likely to not work out. But she found that the more she tried to explain, the more her daughter became angry and argumentative. She approached her daughter on different days and found that her daughter had not achieved any additional insight and had come to defend her position rather than examine it. This is the point at which the mother has to accept that she must let her child fail. It is critical that she not offer resources at this point, as it would send a very confusing message. She would be telling her that her plan is likely to fail, and yet she is supporting it anyway. If the child succeeds under these circumstances, it will set up a situation where she can succeed only with unsustainable support from her parents, and hence, codependency. Letting your child fail is not the same as giving up on your child. In fact, it is quite the contrary. It is a technique that is necessary to give your daughter the opportunity to learn that she is competent to take responsibility for her choices and behaviors. Caring and loving parents are highly invested in helping their children be happy and successful. When they see that their daughter is not going to take their advice and will likely fail, they become upset. Do not take this personally. Your daughter's choosing not to follow your guidance is not a statement about the quality of the advice. It should not be taken as a rejection. It is your child attempting to move forward in her life, but misjudging some aspect of the plan. This is to be expected from someone who has been dependent all of her life. Once you've determined that the best strategy is to let your child fail, there are two techniques you should use simultaneously. The first is setting boundaries. You should make it clear to your daughter that you are not supporting her plan because you do not think it is viable. In the previous example, the parents would need to establish many boundaries if their daughter does move in with her boyfriend. These boundaries largely concern issues of support. When young adults move out, parents may have to decide whether or not to co-sign a lease or to continue paying the bills for their children that they were paying while they were living at home. Many individuals with BPD are not good bill payers. Their weak empathy makes it difficult for them to appreciate that not paying bills can have a substantial negative impact on other people, most notably the creditors. As a result, they often accumulate bills as they live beyond their means, creating a personal credit bubble. If your daughter ends up in this bubble, when it pops, the creditors will pursue her aggressively. She will come to you in crisis, and you will have to decide how to respond. These boundaries should be set using the principles of selectively supportive parenting presented before. Any assistance that you offer to your daughter must not be in the context of codependency. While it is very common for parents to co-sign leases for their children's first apartment or mortgage, it is almost impossible to offer this without setting up a codependent situation. Many children take pride in paying their rent and not burdening their parents with the financial responsibility of being a co-signer. However, the daughter with BPD typically sees her parents' support as an entitlement and uses it to test her parents' consistency in giving her what she wants. The daughter with BPD is likely to let the rent bill go into arrears, thus forcing her parents, as co-signers, to pay her rent. For this reason, you should avoid co-signing a lease. You should also refrain from dealing with your daughter's creditors, as this would remove your daughter's burden of taking responsibility for putting herself in an unsustainable financial situation. The second technique that you should use at the same time as boundary setting is encouraging your child to return and seek your advice if she fails. She will not be likely to come back if she perceives you to be judgmental, angry, or punitive. When your child embarks against your advice, you should make every effort not to convey anger, but rather, you should let her know that she can come back for advice and selective support if her plan does not work out. A statement of this sort might sound something like, "Honey, we wish you the best with what you are doing, and we hope that it works out for you. But if it doesn't, we will always be here for you." Or, "Let me know how you make out." If your daughter does return, having failed and in pain, you should greet her with sympathy. You should express a recognition and appreciation for the fact that she has been hurt. Blaming her will serve no function. You should encourage your daughter to make another plan and offer to help her formulate it. In the previous example, this might involve waiting until her boyfriend secures employment before moving in together, or perhaps trying to get her own apartment. She must be held responsible for the consequences of her failure. If she has amassed a debt, she must be held to paying it. If she has violated a lease, she must deal with the landlord and possibly a lawyer. You can provide advice as she does this, but you must not do it for her. You must not pay her debts or clean up her mess, because she needs to have skin in the game. She needs to be invested in being independent. Being held responsible for her debts now will give her incentive to make better financial decisions in the future. If you pay off her debt, then she will have no such incentive. That doesn't mean that you cannot help her resolve her debts, but you must do so in a non-codependent way. You can help her consolidate her debt so that she can pay it off over time. You should offer anything to make her recovery from the failure more manageable, as long as she takes responsibility for her choices and behaviors. Your daughter's return to your advice and support following a failure also represents a point where healing and forgiveness can be initiated using the 3 processes: empowerment, redemption, and forgiveness. The sooner the healing, the quicker she can try another strategy for success. Multiple cycles of failure, healing, and recovery may have to occur before she ultimately achieves success. This is because your daughter approaches independence from a compromised position. She is very likely to have underdeveloped skills of independence and lack confidence in the skills she has. While other children her age grew up seeking independence and reveling in becoming proficient in this area, because of your daughter's BPD, she was likely resisting independence and seeking to test and strengthen her dependence on others. For this reason, she may need several attempts before she is successful. Patience will yield the best results. Don't be hard on yourself. Although this chapter is about what you can do for your child, this technique is being included because allowing yourself to get beaten down, either by your daughter or by yourself, is detrimental to your child. Most parents listening to this book have already been beaten down by years of conflict and pain associated with a family member suffering from BPD. Some of the techniques introduced in this book are challenging to implement, as they are most likely unfamiliar. Repeated use of these techniques will make them feel more natural and will allow you to use them more fluently. Successful outcomes depend on your daughter's response to these techniques. How long it will take and how consistent the result will depend on how receptive your daughter is. Do not get discouraged. These techniques are often initially rejected, so it is important to be persistent and consistent. Chapter Summary. There are numerous ways to support your daughter on her difficult journey toward developing independence. These methods primarily involve selectively supportive parenting. Be careful not to overparent. Assist your daughter by creating situations where she is likely to elicit positive responses from you and others. Give her positive feedback whenever possible. And, as hard as it may be, allow her to fail if necessary. Borderline personality disorder can have a devastating effect on individuals and families, and it is important to have realistic expectations. Depending on the severity of the condition, your daughter may always struggle with some symptoms of this disorder. The next chapter describes specific limitations that parents of daughters with BPD must accept. Use the next chapter to reevaluate any feelings of guilt or inadequacy as a parent that you may have based on unrealistic expectations of what you can do for your daughter. Chapter 9. What you can't do to help your daughter. The focus of this book thus far has been on what you can do to help your daughter with borderline personality disorder and also help your family cope with the illness. BPD is a very serious psychiatric disorder that affects all aspects of the functioning of those affected. Although most adults with BPD develop more stability in their relationships and careers in their 30s and 40s, the cure rate of this disorder is very low. For this reason, treatment approaches focus more on living with BPD than on eliminating it. This chapter focuses on the limitations that parents will encounter when trying to help their daughters with BPD be well. Being aware of these limitations will help you have realistic expectations as to how much change and growth can occur. It will also help you understand what your daughter is capable of achieving and what may be beyond her control. Hopefully, this will reduce any feelings of guilt that you experience. A parent's sense of guilt is often increased by accusations from the child of being a bad parent or ruining her life. Understanding the limitations discussed here will help you heal by supporting your efforts at empowerment, redemption, and forgiveness. The success of the parenting techniques offered in this book depends largely on your daughter's ability to change her behavior and allow herself to become independent. The limitations are largely those of your daughter. Factors outside her control. While people can overcome many challenges, we are all limited to some degree by our biological makeup and cognitive capabilities. Exploring these factors may help increase your understanding of your daughter's behaviors and responses. Biological factors. Studies have shown that individuals with BPD differ from those not affected with regard to brain chemistry and response to stress in their lives. In simplest terms, individuals with BPD may have nervous systems that are in some ways overactive, resulting in their experiencing pain and frustration in an exaggerated form. Your daughter did not choose to have unusual brain chemistry and cannot easily change it. There are some methods, such as medication, meditation, diet, and psychotherapy, that may have some impact on brain chemistry, but each of these methods has limitations of their own as well as trade-offs, such as side effects of medication. Learning to live with a nervous system that reacts differently is a significant challenge to your daughter. She has to learn how to control her behavior, even though she cannot control how she feels. The surging anxiety that she feels when she does not get what she wants and is frustrated compels her toward impulsive behavior. She must learn to fight this internal compulsion thoughtfully. Tolerating frustration is more difficult for your daughter than for individuals who do not have BPD. Cognitive emotional factors. Some areas of your daughter's functioning are affected by both cognitive and emotional factors and their interactions. In some instances, this is due to a delay in development, such as of empathy. In other instances, she knows the correct response to a situation, but cannot produce that response, because she cannot tolerate the emotion necessary to do so. For example, she might impulsively make hurtful comments due to her inability to tolerate anxiety. Here are cognitive emotional factors that limit your daughter's ability to benefit from the use of the parenting techniques offered in this book, as well as other therapeutic interventions that might be recommended. Weak empathy. Empathy provides critical information about how other people will react to choices and behaviors that we make. Without this information, or with a limited amount of it, your daughter is seriously limited in her judgment. She may lack the ability to understand the feelings of others, combined with a lack of interest in doing so. Effective social interaction requires that your daughter have the ability to anticipate how others will respond to her behaviors. For example, she needs to understand that expressing anger towards somebody will generally push that person away. This is because it is hurtful to other people and causes them to instinctively pull away from the source of pain. Without this understanding, she will feel victimized when she feels that others are pulling away from her. This causes her to express more anger and push others away even more, which further increases her sense of being abandoned. Until your daughter makes progress in learning how to become more empathic, she cannot effectively and reliably anticipate that her actions will be hurtful to others. Low frustration tolerance. This factor underlies most impulsivity and agitation. When people with BPD cannot get what they want when they want it, they experience frustration. Their low tolerance for this frustration causes them to experience intolerable stress reactions to not getting their way, and they often act impulsively, choosing behaviors to relieve their internal turmoil without sufficient thought and consideration. Only after they act, if at all, are they able to consider the effects of their behaviors on others. The inability to tolerate feelings of anxiety or apprehension long enough to make a well-thought-out decision is a limitation. There are therapeutic techniques available that can help individuals increase their tolerance for frustration, but they generally require professional guidance. You cannot effectively do this for your daughter. Avoidance of taking responsibility. Avoiding taking responsibility for choices and behaviors is one of the most debilitating features of BPD. While many family members think of this feature as narcissistic or grandiose, for most individuals with BPD, this is a fear response. They engage in codependent relationships with others, which leaves them overly dependent and fearful of abandonment. They see others acknowledging an error of their behavior or judgment as evidence of being unworthy of love. This is associated with intolerable fear and anxiety and frustration, and hence they avoid it. The avoidance can take many different forms. Denial of the act or decision. The individual simply denies that she did something that had an unwanted result, or she denies a decision she made. When this happens, it is extremely unlikely that further conversation will be fruitful. Confronting your daughter will most likely make things worse between you and her. This is because anything you say in this situation will be heard as a challenge, and she will likely use this as a way to justify being the victim. Denial of the significance of the act or decision. For example, after losing something that she borrowed, such as a blouse, she explains that it was old and stained anyway, and therefore of no value. Contradicting this will most likely result in anger, and then her claiming to be the victim. This might be expressed as follows. "All right, I won't borrow your precious clothes anymore. You obviously value them more than me anyway." Blaming others. Claiming that others are responsible for undesirable outcomes allows your daughter to avoid taking responsibility herself. A very common example of this is breaking something in anger or frustration and then blaming the person she is frustrated with, which will often be you. If you accept this from your daughter, it frees her of taking responsibility for breaking the item. This also allows her to not take responsibility for working on her destructive expressions of anger and frustration. The following dialogue between a parent and daughter with BPD is an example of all three manifestations of avoidance of taking responsibility. The daughter had agreed to be at her parents' home to water the plants while they were away. Parent: "Did you water the plants while we were away?" Daughter: "Yeah. Why?" Parent: "Some of them are dead and the others are dry." Daughter: "What are you saying? That I killed your precious plants? You love them more than me." Parent: "I was just asking, not accusing." Daughter: "Well, I watered them." Parent: "Every other day, as I asked?" Daughter: "Is that all you think about, your lousy plants?" Parent: "I am trying to figure out what happened to them." Daughter: "Well, I don't know. Maybe you forgot to fertilize them." As this example illustrates, trying to get your daughter to take responsibility verbally, to admit she is wrong, will most likely result in conflict and her taking the position of victim. This is because acknowledging an error makes her feel that she is affirming her unlovability and setting herself up for rejection. This causes her intolerable anxiety, as it threatens her codependency, and it limits her to blaming others when things go wrong. The parents can hold their daughter responsible behaviorally by having a more reliable person water the plants the next time they go away. If the child asks why someone else is being asked to water the plants, then the parent should explain, non-punitively, that leaving her with the plants yielded unsatisfactory results, so someone else was chosen. Her parents should nonetheless laud her wish to be helpful and instead offer her a way of helping that produces a higher likelihood of success. This is an example of creating an opportunity for success rather than repeating a failure. Low self-esteem and self-confidence. Your daughter's low self-esteem and low self-confidence cause her significant anxiety when taking on anything that she perceives to be challenging. The low tolerance for frustration increases her experience of anxiety. This makes sustained effort increasingly painful for her unless she feels that she is succeeding in her efforts. For this reason, your efforts to push her to achieve and succeed will cause her to experience significantly more anxiety, which she will most likely blame you for. Her increased anxiety will also increase the probability of her responding impulsively, which is unlikely to be successful and may lead her to prematurely abandon an endeavor that would have otherwise been successful. If this happens, she will likely blame her failure on you putting too much pressure on her. Furthermore, unsuccessful outcomes will lower her self-esteem and self-confidence even more, thereby making it harder for her to take on challenges in the future. So you cannot push her. What you can do is encourage her in the following ways. Supportive encouragement. This involves supporting your daughter's strengths, pointing out her skills, abilities, or prior successes, reminds her of her successful qualities, and will help increase her self-esteem and self-confidence, which will decrease her discomfort in taking on challenges and reduce the chances of impulsive responding. Supportive suggestions. You can make suggestions to your child that will help her pursue healthy goals. The best suggestions are ones that offer your daughter options that she may not have thought of herself. These suggestions are ideally offered when her frustration is at a minimum, so that she will be able to listen more patiently. The risk is that she will hear the suggestions as criticisms for not having planned better, or come up with the suggestions on her own. You can explain to her that a suggestion is just an idea and not a judgment of her. Avoid repeating the same suggestion, as she may perceive this as pressuring her. Also, making suggestions when she is not receptive, due to high levels of frustration or despair, will be counterproductive. This may cause her to give up on what she is doing and then blame it on you. You also cannot force her to comply with your suggestion. This will induce anger toward you, and she will be less likely to listen to your suggestions in the future. You can, however, make it more likely that she will use your suggestions by offering your assistance. For example, if you are suggesting that she seek out a resource of some sort, such as a library or doctor, you can offer to take her or lend her your car. You can also offer to pay for it if there is a fee. Supportive validation. Your daughter's BPD causes her to have a tendency to see herself as a victim whenever she has a conflict with others. This is related to her significant difficulty accepting responsibility for her behaviors and choices, which results in blaming others and hence being the victim. This often creates a distorted view of the situation and makes it difficult for your daughter to distinguish between situations where she portrays herself as a victim, even though she is not one, and situations where she actually is the victim. Supportive validation is acknowledging those situations where you believe she is a victim and helping her to distinguish these situations from those that she distorts to portray herself as a victim. This will help her learn to make this distinction herself, which will improve her ability to respond to others effectively and help increase the stability in her relationships. In the previous scenario of the daughter who was supposed to water her parents' plants, her statement, "You love them more than me," is an example of the child portraying herself as a victim when she was not. In this situation, validating her sense of being a victim would not be supportive of healthy functioning. Rather, it would validate the distortion, that the child is a victim and did not make an error, failure to water the plants as requested. You should offer supportive validation only when your daughter is truly the victim of circumstance, such as when she gets sick or when an injustice is done to her. These types of support and encouragement have a good likelihood of being accepted by your daughter and of increasing her self-confidence. thus improving her chances for successful outcomes in her relationships and endeavors. Parenting strategies to avoid. Given the limitations discussed before related to biological and cognitive emotional factors, it is important to be aware of strategies to avoid. While your intention is to help your daughter, these approaches are likely to backfire. Asking her to change for you. Frustrated parents sometimes plead with their daughters to change their behavior for the parent. They remind their daughter how much they have done for her over her lifetime, and how much they are doing for her now. This is an attempt to make the child comply or change by making her feel guilty. Although this is never a preferred parenting technique, it may be effective with older and adult children who do not have BPD. The guilt can cause them to reflect on their own behavior and then use empathy to understand how their own behavior affects others. The self-reflection leads them to acknowledge that they made an error or that they engaged in some behavior that was hurtful to others. Their empathy allows them to recognize that others have been hurt. The parent's request offers a path to amends, and the child redeems herself by complying with the parent's demand. This results in a temporary solution for the child with BPD and her parent. The solution is temporary because the change in behavior is for the purpose of redemption, not for the purpose of self-improvement. Permanent change in behavior requires that the child see the parent's criticism as valid feedback she can use to better herself. This is difficult for individuals with BPD because it requires acknowledging that they are flawed, and hence can benefit from self-improvement. Getting your daughter with BPD to change for you through guilt is unlikely to work. She will see the attempt at making her feel guilty as an attack, an effort to blame her for an error or flaw. Since she cannot accept responsibility, she cannot accept blame. Self-reflection is extremely painful for her because it threatens to make her feel unlovable, so she avoids it. She has weak empathy skills, so she is not likely to appreciate how you feel under the stress of conflict. Instead, she is more likely to be defensive and then distort the situation so that she is the victim of your efforts to manipulate her by trying to make her feel guilty. This will not likely result in her changing her behavior for you. In order for your child to make consistent and enduring changes in her behavior and choices, she must come to see these changes as benefiting her. Having her admit she has a problem. Individuals with BPD have a constant fear of abandonment by others. They worry that they will be judged to be unworthy of love, kindness, and respect, and that this will justify others abandoning them. Admitting any flaw or weakness causes them to have intense anxiety as their greatest fear, abandonment, becomes a present reality. For people who have emotional problems other than BPD, admitting that they have a problem is the first step toward healing and recovery. Admitting that they are depressed, anxious, or even addicted is likely to elicit a sympathetic response from friends and family, whom they expect to be supportive of treatment and care. Individuals with BPD typically respond in the opposite way. They feel and believe that admitting to a flaw will cause others to reject or abandon them. They believe that it makes them less worthy of love. For people with BPD, admitting that they have a problem makes them feel worse, as it spikes their anxiety. Their low tolerance for anxiety and frustration increases the chance that they will act impulsively, which is where hurtful behaviors come from. One very serious effect of your daughter's not admitting that she has a problem is that it makes it very difficult to get her to accept mental health treatment. Doing so would make her feel flawed and cause intolerable fear of abandonment. People with BPD do enter mental health treatment, but they have to do so with an understanding that they are not flawed. Telling your daughter with BPD that she needs to see a therapist because she has issues is not likely to get her to seek therapy, because to do so would be to admit that you are right and she is flawed. It's unlikely that she will enter therapy under those conditions. You will have a better result encouraging her to enter psychotherapy for other reasons. Once she enters into a therapeutic relationship, the issues related to the personality disorder can begin to be addressed. Here are a few examples of ways that you might get your daughter to see a mental health provider without her having to admit that she has a problem. Physical or medical problems. Individuals with BPD rarely admit to having an emotional or behavioral problem because it makes them feel unlovable. This does not apply to physical or medical problems. They will often enter psychiatric treatment if they believe that they are depressed or have an anxiety disorder, because they see this condition not as a flaw, but rather as a medical condition, and they most easily accept medical treatment such as medication. Since individuals with BPD often have coexisting mood and anxiety disorders, they often benefit from medications. Once they begin to feel better, their trust in the provider increases and allows them to address other issues, such as coping mechanisms and social skills. Trauma. BPD causes individuals to embrace being a victim. If they are the victim of a trauma, such as a car accident or crime, they generally don't resist treatment. Once they avail themselves of therapy for trauma, the borderline issues, such as exaggerated fear of abandonment, poor self-esteem and self-confidence, low frustration tolerance, and weak empathy, can be addressed. Collateral. If you are in therapy, you can invite your daughter into your therapy as a collateral. A collateral is someone who comes into another person's therapy to help with relationship issues. The therapy is used to heal the relationship between the patient and the collateral, while correcting the patient's ineffective patterns of behaving with others in general. She can enter your therapy because she sees it as your problem, not hers. She is just helping you out. Once she enters into the therapeutic situation, she might be convinced to work on her own issues. Getting your daughter to see a mental health professional is highly desirable because the professional has a better chance of helping her see that she has a problem and helping her with it than you do. Your daughter will still need to accept that she has a problem that needs to be addressed therapeutically in order to function optimally and heal. You cannot do this for her. You can be aware of how scary this is to her and be supportively validating of that pain by acknowledging that she is having a hard time and that things are difficult, but maintaining that she must do them anyway. Minimizing her pain when she expresses it with statements such as, "get over it," or "grow up," will make her feel more alone and increase her anxiety, decreasing her chances of success. Being her provider, fixer, or therapist. Parents of daughters with BPD often find that it is easier to do things themselves than to try to get their daughters to do anything that they don't want to do. The built-up frustration of parenting a daughter with BPD often leads to placating the child in order to avoid conflicts. The conflicts up to this point have probably seemed unresolvable and have probably been painful for everyone. It is understandable that parents will attempt to solve conflicts by giving in to codependency. In the most severe cases, parents assume almost all of their daughter's adaptive functions and provide complete financial support. They pay for homes for their daughters and even the daughter's family, while taking care of utilities, maintenance, and taxes, without the daughter even being aware of these expenses and that they are being paid. The parents provide a vehicle and service it for their adult child. They provide a cleaning person for their daughter. They cook for her and even provide childcare for her children. All of this worsens the BPD. It is feeding the monster. As previously discussed, this makes the child feel less competent and allows her to avoid pursuing independence. You cannot do all of these things for your daughter without making her sicker. You cannot live her life for her. Some parents of daughters with BPD try to fix or heal their daughters. They continually look for any possible solution to their child's malady and compel them to try all sorts of different remedies. This can include various doctors, religious leaders, healers, naturopaths, dietitians, acupuncturists, chiropractors, and yoga masters. They may bribe the child to visit with many of these providers. They offer additional support, either financial or otherwise, in order to get their child to seek health. This does not work well. By compelling your daughter to help herself for your sake, you are setting up her healing as a codependent activity. Her healing will depend on you continuing to drive it, and will stop when you stop. If she will not do it on her own, then she cannot pursue independent functioning. If she cannot pursue independent functioning, then the healing process she is engaged in won't have any lasting benefit. Trying to be your daughter's therapist will also not work. Some parents encourage their daughter to share whatever is bothering her so that they can tell her how to manage better. While this is done with loving intention, it only creates another codependent process that inhibits long-term progress toward independence. Solving your daughter's problems for her makes her dependent on you to continue doing so. This is the most harmful form of codependency due to its damaging effect on self-confidence and self-esteem, and its powerful inhibition of the development of independent functioning skills. Understanding what you can and cannot do for your daughter is critical, so that your efforts to help her don't feed the monster or make her illness worse. The techniques described in this book help you to help your daughter and your family live in a healthier environment. They also enable you to be selectively supportive of activities that are healthy for your daughter. The deeper healing that your daughter must do to reach her highest level of functioning must be done with the help of a professional. Your role in this aspect of healing is to support her relationship with professionals. In order to do this, you will need to understand how therapy works with individuals with BPD. How professionals can help. Many aspects of healing and growth for your daughter need to occur between her and a professional, or a team of professionals, not you, because the professional is able to maintain more rigid boundaries with your daughter that do not permit the development of codependence. Psychological treatment of most disorders involves going to a professional in a state of discomfort and having the professional assist you in obtaining relief. Psychological treatment of BPD is a painful process, and, especially in the early phases, may increase discomfort rather than provide relief. This is because of the necessity for your child to acknowledge that she has a problem so that it can be treated. As she endures this process, she will become increasingly anxious because acceptance of her problems and responsibility for her behaviors and choices makes her feel less lovable and hence more vulnerable to abandonment. The supportive role for you at this phase of your daughter's treatment is to reassure her that you will not abandon her. Convey to her that you appreciate that she is strong and brave to face her demons and accept that she needs help. The beginning of treatment involves the therapist assessing your daughter and her situation. This tends to be a validating experience as the therapist bonds with your daughter and attempts to establish trust. This is a sort of honeymoon period when the need for your support is minimal. The honeymoon phase is the period of the therapy where she does not have to acknowledge a flaw or take responsibility for her behaviors and choices. Once the therapist begins to address the difficulties associated with BPD, unstable relationships, low frustration tolerance, codependent relationships, weak empathy, your daughter is likely to doubt or reject the therapist. Your support of the therapeutic process is critical at this juncture. Your daughter may approach you, questioning the therapist. She may repeat to you something that the therapist said and ask your opinion. This sets up triangulation with you and the therapist. If this happens, consider it a red flag and a trap. Your daughter's ability and willingness to properly represent the therapist's statements and ideas are very susceptible to distortion. Therefore, she is likely to tell you what she wants you to hear, so that you tell her what she wants you to say. In the example here, the therapist had explained to the daughter that her expressions of anger toward others push them away. The daughter explains it to her mother in these words: "Daughter, my therapist told me that expressing myself to other people pushes them away. Am I pushing you away?" Mother: "No, I don't feel that at the moment." Daughter: "I thought that expressing oneself to others was a good thing." Mother: "As far as I know." Daughter: "I don't understand that therapist. I think going is a waste of time." Mother: "Perhaps you should ask the therapist to clarify." Daughter: "Even you disagree with him." In this example, the daughter tells the mother part of what the therapist said, but distorts the meaning so that the mother would hear it as useless and agree that the therapy is a waste of time. The question, "Am I pushing you away?" is a setup. The conversation has just begun, and nothing conflictual or controversial has been said. This should raise a red flag for the mother that she is being set up to respond a certain way, and she should refuse to do so. She might have responded, "I am not sure what the therapist means by expressing yourself." Or perhaps, "We just started talking. How could that have pushed me away?" Or, "Did you think you said something to push me away?" A very effective psychological treatment for borderline personality disorder is dialectical behavior therapy. This type of treatment offers your daughter skills for self-management, as well as greater success in her relationships. You cannot do DBT for your daughter. What you can do is help her find a therapist who specializes in BPD and become familiar with the basic skills of DBT: mindfulness, distress tolerance, interpersonal effectiveness, and emotional regulation. Becoming familiar with these concepts will help you identify your daughter's efforts to use these tools and create situations where she is likely to use them successfully. In addition to psychotherapy, medication, which is prescribed by a psychiatrist, is often helpful for individuals with BPD. While you cannot force your adult daughter to take medication, you can be supportive of her pursuing medication as a treatment. Individuals with BPD often have difficulties with medication compliance. While initially she may accept taking medication for a medical condition as discussed before, accepting the concept of a chronic chemical imbalance, which necessitates taking medication indefinitely, to her is like accepting a flaw in her sense of self, which is painful for your daughter. She more easily accepts taking the medication by viewing it as a tool that is within her control. However, she may believe that this gives her discretion as to when to take the medication and how much to take, rather than following the doctor's prescription. Many of the medications used to treat individuals with BPD, most notably antidepressants and mood stabilizers, need to be taken consistently in order to have the desired effect. Taking medication inconsistently can be dangerous. If your daughter is prescribed medication, you shouldn't refill her prescriptions or make follow-up appointments with the doctor for her, or else her medication compliance will become dependent on you, which is another form of codependency. However, you can help her by picking up her medication or lending her your car to go to a doctor's appointment. Even with this type of support, though, you must remember the one-sided contract, in which she may tend to see supports such as picking up the medication or giving her your car, if done more than once, as entitlements, and without which she has an excuse not to refill a prescription or make a follow-up appointment. So you can do this sometimes, such as when she is busy with healthful activities, but you must not let her rely on you completely for any aspect of her treatment. Chapter Summary. This chapter focused on how you can be supportive of your daughter's healthy initiatives, even though you cannot succeed for her. Accepting the limitations of what you can do to alleviate your daughter's suffering is very difficult. Loving parents are naturally motivated to do whatever they can to make life better for their children. Parents of daughters with BPD have additional limitations as to what they can do for their daughters. Because the disorder causes their daughters to respond differently to what parents offer from how many people who do not suffer from BPD respond. In many circumstances, helping your daughter by doing things for her can actually make her condition worse. Frustration from not getting desired results from traditional parenting techniques makes some parents of daughters with BPD want to rescue or save their daughters from failure by doing things for them that they should be doing for themselves. This prevents them from developing the ability to tolerate failure and erodes their self-confidence and self-esteem. Understanding the types of treatment available and how to increase the chances of your daughter's willingness to pursue these and to have a successful outcome is one of the most important ways that you can bolster her health. Perhaps the most difficult decisions regarding how to support your daughter must be made when she becomes a parent. The next chapter will focus on how the effects of BPD on your daughter affect multiple generations within the family, and how to be most effective under these circumstances. Chapter 10. Transgenerational Effects when your child becomes a parent. Most parents look forward with utter joy to the arrival of a grandchild. However, this wonderful opportunity to be a grandparent also presents the potential for a shift in the family structure and threatens to introduce or intensify codependent patterns between you and your daughter and grandchild. Grandparents are typically called upon to support both their children and their grandchildren, and they generally enjoy doing so. In most families, parents welcome the role of grandparents in their children's lives, within limits. However, individuals affected by BPD experience persistent feelings of emptiness that drive them to act competitively around others. These competitive feelings are so strong that they are often expressed toward their own children. This is particularly true when it comes to grandparents' attention and affection. Because of her disorder, your daughter may be constantly torn between appreciating and welcoming your attention toward her children and being jealous of the attention and affection that you give to her children. This chapter will describe how your daughter's internal conflict is likely to manifest in inconsistent behavior regarding your relationship with your grandchildren. Of course, the degree of this will vary, depending on the extent of intervention she and your family have received, and the healing that has occurred as a result of putting into action the techniques you've learned throughout this book. The chapter will also offer ways to avoid triangulation, or being drawn into your daughter and grandchild's conflict without damaging your relationship with either one. The patterns of codependency that could form when your daughter becomes a mother will be presented in developmental order, beginning with pregnancy. The intensity of the drive toward codependency will depend on the level of neediness that your daughter experiences as she accepts the reality of becoming a mother. One factor that will have a major impact on her level of neediness is whether or not she has a supportive partner. If your daughter has a partner who is reliable and willing to raise the child with her, then her neediness towards you will be at a minimum. If she is with an unreliable partner, they may both become dependent on you. If she has no partner at all, she may be inclined toward total dependence on you. Not everything you do for your daughter is codependent. A young woman seeking help from her parents when she is pregnant and with her children is natural and can be a bonding experience for the entire family, thus strengthening the family structure. Young women typically value their privacy during pregnancy and see their parents only for visits, unless they have complications that require special attention and care. Once the child is born, many have one or more parent come for an extended stay and help in the adjustment at home. New mothers generally allow their parents to help out while they recover from the birth. This recovery may be extended if they had a cesarean section. Once the new mother starts feeling better, she encourages her parents to allow her to do more and more of the infant care herself, until her parents are able to relinquish all of the care to the new mother. After this, the grandparents enjoy visits with their daughter and her family without being needed for basic functioning and survival. Pregnancy and codependency. The pregnant young woman with BPD experiences fear and anxiety during pregnancy. She fears the pregnancy itself and the changes to her body. She is afraid that the pregnancy will make her less attractive and hence less lovable. When your daughter becomes pregnant, she will likely seek frequent reassurance, both directly and indirectly, that you will support her in various ways. She may ask you for assurances that she is still loved and desirable, that you will help her with various aspects of the pregnancy and the birth, and that you will be emotionally supportive to her throughout this experience. You should carefully think through any reassurances that you give your daughter at this time, as she is likely to treat them as commitments and hold you responsible later. Be very specific with regard to time frames of the commitments that you make. For example, if she asks for reassurance that you will stay until she feels ready to be on her own, you should answer that you will stay until she is able to be on her own, or that you will not leave her in an untenable situation. Her suggestion that when you leave be based on how she feels puts her completely in control of how long you will stay with her. She may ask you to pay for a baby nurse during the transition. If you agree to do so, you should specify for how long. For example, 1 week. These are examples of being selectively supportive. Your daughter's seeking of reassurance during pregnancy is likely to take the forms of testing others described earlier in this book. The personalized clock is a type of testing that might occur during this period. This involves her calling at various times of the day and night to make sure you are there. If you don't pick up your phone when she calls, she will probably become irritable, as it raises her anxiety about being abandoned and being alone. The longer it takes you to get back to her, the more anxious and angry she may be when you finally make contact with her. If your daughter confronts you about not being available when she calls, and says that this shows that you do not love her or are not reliable, then you should tell her that if she called you in a dire emergency, you would call 911. Therefore, she should call 911, not you, in a dire emergency. If it is not a dire emergency, then it can wait until you are able to return the call. You can reassure her that you will keep your phone with you as much as possible. In extremely desperate cases, the daughter may attempt to make her parents completely responsible for her child. She may even state to her parents that she will either terminate the pregnancy or give the child up for adoption, unless her parents commit to taking care of the child physically, emotionally, and financially. If this happens, it puts you in a very difficult situation. You will have to either decide to take full responsibility for your grandchild throughout his or her childhood, or be honest with your daughter that you cannot make this commitment. In deciding whether or not to commit to taking full responsibility for your grandchild, you should consider the issue of legal custody. Without a formal agreement between you and your daughter and the father of the child, you are likely to find yourself taking care of your grandchild, but having to answer to the child's mother, who is less involved with the child than you are. Your daughter is likely to have an unstable relationship with her child, as she does with others, which will manifest in inconsistency in the way she relates to you and her child. This will create a constant opportunity for triangulation, whereby she competes with you for her child's attention and affection, and with her child for your attention and affection. This not only disrupts your life, but it also is very disruptive to your grandchild's development. The infant's ability to form a secure attachment to a maternal figure requires consistent access during the first weeks and months of life. Your daughter's competition with you for her child's attention may manifest in her restricting your access to the child, while she has her time with the child. If you decide to take full responsibility for your grandchild, it is recommended that you do so in the form of legal adoption. This will allow you to have control of child rearing while you facilitate the relationship between your daughter and her child. If you are unable or unwilling to take full responsibility for your grandchild, then you should make that clear to your daughter. At the same time, you should make clear what support you are willing and able to offer to her and her child. Of course, you will have to be prepared to deal with her choice. Decisions about practical and financial support of raising a child should ideally be made prior to the child being conceived, but this is not always possible. Whether these decisions are made before or after conception, they must be made by your daughter. You can then make your choices about what you can and cannot offer. Infancy and frustration. Most new mothers need some help with their infants, particularly if it is their first child, and they lack experience and confidence in their abilities as a parent. There are many different components that affect adjustment to parenthood and the expansion of the family that is part of welcoming a child into the world. The mother must recover from the physical challenges of carrying a child through gestation while being available to a completely helpless infant who is totally dependent on her for survival. Everything in the new mother's life changes, all at the same time. It is quite normal for new mothers to feel overwhelmed and to seek help of various types. Typically, they get help from parents and/or other family members, friends, and professionals, such as nurses, nannies, or babysitters. Under healthy circumstances, most of these resources are used for a short period of time, 1 to 2 months, and then the parents resume primary responsibility for their child. Your daughter with BPD experiences all of the same stresses that other new mothers experience, but she most likely lacks the confidence to be able to take full responsibility for her infant. Caring for an infant is a very frustrating experience for new mothers. Human infants are born completely helpless. They are unable to feed themselves or care for themselves in any way. They also cannot communicate their needs. When they need something, they cry. The parent must figure out what the infant needs, usually through the process of elimination. Check the diaper, offer food, check his temperature, and so on. Infants also are not good at waiting. When they are uncomfortable, they wail. New mothers are instinctually programmed to hear their child's wailing as shrill. They experience intense stress when they hear their infant wail. They are driven to alleviate their infant's discomfort in order to alleviate their own. This is a very frustrating situation, as it requires the mother to be available 24 hours per day to try to guess the needs of her newborn infant. All parents experience some frustration with this situation, but your daughter's low frustration tolerance as a result of her BPD makes tolerating this situation even more challenging than it typically is for new mothers. If your daughter has a capable and willing partner, that person might provide sufficient support. If your daughter has no partner or an incapable partner, she is likely to seek out codependent arrangements with you. If this occurs, you are once again charged with having to differentiate healthy requests for support from debilitating codependent behaviors. The determining factor is whether your support will ultimately contribute to your daughter's independence from you or codependence on you. Efforts that begin as supportive of independence can end up being a codependent pattern. This occurs through the use of the one-sided contract or the tendency of the individual with BPD to assume that things done for her once will be ongoing. For example, you might notice that your daughter is exhausted from getting up with her infant during the night and offer to watch the baby for a few hours while your daughter naps. The BPD causes your daughter to lose confidence in herself and become needier of others. For this reason, when she is offered a favor, a one-time situational offer of support, she is likely to use the one-sided contract to turn the favor into an entitlement that she can depend on. So when you offer to watch the infant for a few hours while your daughter naps, you must be prepared to clarify that this was not an open-ended offer to watch the infant whenever she feels tired and needs a break, even though she would like to see it that way. If you need to set that boundary with her, you should do so gently. For instance, saying, "I am happy to watch the baby whenever I can to give you a break, but I cannot guarantee that I will be available every time you want me." It's important to resist any attempt your daughter makes to permanently transfer any parenting duty to you, which indicates codependency. You should not permit your daughter to rely on you completely for anything. She needs to be able to change her infant's diaper and take her to the doctor when necessary. She needs to be able to bathe and feed her child and keep her child properly clothed. You can help your daughter the most by teaching her how to do these things and then ensuring that she does them herself. Doing these things for her deprives her of the opportunity to form these skills and to develop confidence in her ability to be a mother. Teaching her and encouraging her allows her to learn to function independently. It is very important that when you decline support to your daughter in order to prevent or diffuse codependency, you provide her with a non-codependent alternative. This is because low frustration tolerance, when tested, can lead to impulsive behaviors. Since the source of frustration is an infant, it is best to offer your daughter as many non-codependent choices as possible to minimize her frustration with her infant. For example, if your daughter asks you to watch her baby while she returns to school, you can tell her that you will watch the baby whenever you are able, and you will help her find a suitable babysitter she can call when you're not available. This forces your daughter to develop a relationship with a babysitter and to take some responsibility for her child's care when you are not available. Childhood and attachment. Early child development brings more challenges to your daughter's low frustration tolerance. Her child can now verbalize his needs and does so constantly throughout the day. In addition, the child is now walking and must be supervised much more carefully to avoid hazards. This is also a time that is critical in the formation of the child's attachment to your daughter and to you. Secure attachments are supported by consistent contact. Insecure attachments are the result of inconsistent contact and affection. Children with inconsistent attachments to their primary attachment objects, their parents, siblings, and grandparents, are more likely to suffer anxiety later in life in the context of intimate relationships. One of the defining features of borderline personality disorder is unstable relationships. The instability in relationships is thought to result from fluctuations in individuals' perceptions of whether others are meeting their needs. When they see their child as meeting their needs, they get very close to their child. They may show a lot of affection and attention to the child. When they see their child as not meeting their needs, such as when the child is crying, sick, or unable to sleep, they may get very frustrated with their child very quickly. Most new mothers are able to tolerate the frustration enough to convey to their child disapproval of a behavior without conveying disapproval of the child. In this way, the child can accept appropriate feedback from his mother without experiencing the mother's withdrawal of herself or her love. The emptiness and neediness that the BPD causes your daughter, as well as the low frustration tolerance, may result in your daughter expressing anger and withdrawal of love toward her child when the child is needy or uncooperative. This threatens the stability and security of the relationship between your daughter and her child. Your grandchild may seek comfort in a more secure attachment to you if you are consistently available both physically and emotionally. For most grandparents, having a consistent and secure relationship with their grandchild is both natural and desirable. In a healthy family structure, a secure and consistent relationship between grandparents and grandchildren is healthy for the entire family. In your family, this is also desirable. However, your daughter's BPD introduces significant complexities and risks to this relationship. The most significant complication in your establishing a secure and consistent relationship with your grandchild is that your daughter may perceive such a relationship as threatening. Her persistent feelings of emptiness and neediness compel her to feel threatened by your closeness with her child. As a result, she may interfere with your relationship with your grandchild, either by reducing your access to the child or by undermining the security of your relationship. This would be unhealthy for your grandchild and must be avoided as much as possible. The interference of access can take either a direct or an indirect form. The most direct form is your daughter telling you that she feels that you are spending too much time with your grandchild, and that it is affecting her relationship with her child. This is not uncommon, and ironically may follow a period where she has asked you repeatedly to watch your grandchild. Often, the child shares all the fun she had with you with her mother, and this causes jealousy, resulting in your daughter's competitive behavior of restricting your access to your grandchild. Indirect interference with your access takes more subtle forms, such as scheduling playdates or other activities when you usually see your grandchild. She might undermine the security of the relationship between you and your grandchild by making comments to her child about your consistency, such as, "Grandma and Grandpa cannot come to your birthday party because they prefer to go away all winter," or, "Don't bother Grandma and Grandpa right now, they're too busy for you." Another complication that can arise in your relationship with your grandchild is that your daughter may try to use you and your grandchild to punish each other. This is an example of triangulation, which was discussed in Chapter 2 and elsewhere. Your daughter's constant sense of emptiness and neediness as a result of the BPD may cause her to try to feel closer to one person by pushing away another person with whom she has a mutual relationship. In this situation, your daughter may punish you, if she is displeased by you, by keeping you away from your grandchild. In doing so, she also gets to be closer to her child, while the child is isolated from you. Similarly, your daughter may punish her child by not letting her see you. This gives her a chance to bond separately with each of you, while undermining the consistency and security of your relationship with your grandchild. Another complication of your secure and consistent relationship with your grandchild is the high likelihood of the relationship between you becoming codependent. If your grandchild seeks out a stable relationship with you to compensate for an unstable relationship with your daughter, then your relationship with your grandchild may enable your daughter to be less consistent than she otherwise would have to be. For example, many grandparents play a significant role in their grandchild's religious training and practice. If the grandparents become consistent facilitators of prayer, then the mother doesn't have to. This enables the mother to avoid being responsible for the child's religious education, while having the option of participating whenever she wants to. It is not uncommon for mothers with BPD to routinely answer their children, "Go ask your grandmother or grandfather," in response to requests for things including money, rides, and help with homework. The more regularly you as a grandparent serve as provider and security, the less your daughter has to be responsible for. This is likely to eventually cause your daughter to become threatened by the closeness of the relationship between you and her child, and to interfere with your access. This will further disrupt the child's efforts to develop secure attachments. The following techniques will help you create a secure and consistent relationship with your grandchild and minimize complication. Set realistic expectations. Reasonable expectations about your relationship with your grandchild will depend on many different factors. Whether or not your daughter has a functioning partner has a major effect on what you can expect. Additionally, your limitations in areas such as financial resources, time, and geographical availability affect what expectations are reasonable. The severity of your daughter's BPD is also a factor. If your daughter is very symptomatic, then there will be more volatility in your relationship with her and with your grandchildren. Based on these and other factors, you should articulate realistic expectations to your daughter and grandchildren. Some grandparents are involved in their grandchildren's lives on a daily basis, while others see their grandchildren only a few times per year. Some grandparents live with their daughter and her child. Some provide primary financial support to their grandchildren, such as paying for private school and camp. Some are not at all financially involved. Whatever the level of involvement that works for your family, it should be clearly articulated and understood by everyone in order to reduce disappointment and maximize stability. For example, you may agree to take your grandchild overnight, but you should specify that mommy makes the rules. Limits on things like bedtime, brushing teeth, and amount of screen time should follow the mother's home routines. If you allow your grandchild to stay up later than he does at home, or eat more sugar than he does at home, then you are opening the door to more competition between you and your daughter. Allowing your grandchild to stay up later at your home can be seen by your daughter as a form of competing to win over the child. Triggering her competitiveness is not desirable, as it will likely lead to her withdrawing your grandchild from you. It is less disruptive to set lower expectations and exceed them than to set higher expectations and disappoint. This is because exceeding expectations does not affect your grandchild's sense of security in the relationship with you, but setting expectations that you are not likely to be able to live up to will undermine your grandchild's sense of security. This means you should avoid statements like, "Whatever you need, you come to me." While this may seem innocuous and even supportive, your daughter is likely to hear this as you telling your grandchild that you will give him whatever his parents are unable to give. Another example of a statement to your grandchild that overpromises and may threaten your daughter is, "I will always be here for you, no matter what." Your daughter may hear this as you telling your grandchild that you will be there for the child when your daughter can't or won't be. It is safer to say, "Call me if you need me." Clearly define the relationship and boundaries. This is particularly important with regard to authority. As a grandparent, you should make it clear that the parent makes the rules, and you enforce the rules when your grandchild is with you. If your grandchild asks if he can move in with you, tell him, "You live with your mother and father. You visit with us." When your grandchild asks if he can do something he doesn't usually do, you should tell him, "Call your mom and ask her." Avoid triangulation. In many families, grandparents often have special places that they go, or things that they say or do that are not shared with the child's mother. In your family, however, the BPD would likely cause your daughter to see this as a rejection, and she may be deeply hurt by this. Avoiding these exclusive activities will be best for the stability of your grandchild's attachment to you. Having secrets with your grandchild will also have the same effect on your daughter, likely resulting in her keeping you away from your grandchild for a period of time. Avoid showcasing. It is natural after spending time with your grandchild to tell your daughter all about how much fun you and her child had. Most mothers find it natural to be happy for their parent and their child to have a special bond and good times together. But the emptiness caused by the BPD leads your daughter to become jealous of her child for getting your attention, and jealous of you for getting her child's attention. This may result in your daughter interfering with your access to your grandchild. It is best to just let your daughter know what you are doing or have done with her child. If your daughter is interested in the details, she will ask for them. Avoid power struggles. As we've discussed throughout the book, individuals with BPD have a pervasive inclination toward codependent relationships. Your daughter's participation in these codependent relationships often leaves her feeling powerless and out of control. This is because the BPD causes your daughter to give up the responsibility and control of taking care of herself, making her reliant on you to take care of her. For this reason, power and control are scarce, but protected commodities. When you challenge your daughter's power or control, she is likely to grab onto that control tighter rather than give it up. Any attempt by you to challenge her power or control over her child, short of engaging the law, will almost certainly be counterproductive. Avoid statements such as, "You can't keep my grandchild away from me," as they will likely have the paradoxical effect of her keeping the child farther away from you. If your daughter does prohibit contact between you and your grandchild, do not challenge it immediately. Be honest about your sad and hurt feelings, but do not overstate or emphasize your feelings. Because of the weak empathy that is associated with BPD, your daughter will not feel bad about your being sad. Rather, it will increase the value of isolating you from your grandchild as a means of control. You will have better results if you wait a few days and then just ask to see your grandchild. If it becomes a frequent occurrence that your daughter keeps you from your grandchild, then you will have to be open with your grandchild, particularly as he becomes older and more aware, that although your love never wavers, sometimes visits get canceled unpredictably, or predictably if the BPD is severe. The security of your relationship will have to be based on the quality of the contact when you are together. Being open with your grandchild about the limitations of the relationship is critical for the child to be able to build trust around your word, in the absence of reliable physical access. The previous strategies align with the techniques you have learned throughout the book that are geared toward effective parenting of a child with BPD at any age. As a result of these techniques, as well as professional treatment she may have received, hopefully your daughter will display fewer codependent tendencies and maintain healthier boundaries and behaviors, not only in her nuclear family, but in the new family she creates as well. Closing. Borderline personality disorder is a serious psychiatric condition that affects entire families. The symptoms of this disorder make many traditional parenting techniques unsuccessful. BPD causes individuals to resist independence. Therefore, many traditional parenting techniques actually worsen your child's illness by feeding the monster. This book was written as a guide to parents in the use of essential techniques that have been specifically adapted to the needs of parents of daughters with BPD. Use of these techniques requires patience and perseverance, as many do not work at first. Boundary setting, for example, requires consistent and persistent confrontation of boundary violations in order for the boundary to be accepted. As a parent of a daughter with BPD, you must accept many limitations, knowing that BPD in most families gets managed rather than treated. Treatment of the BPD requires that your daughter entrust herself to a team of professionals who specialize in alleviating the symptoms of this disorder with a combination of medication and psychotherapy. The essential techniques offered in this book are best suited for management of the symptoms of BPD, also referred to as maintenance. The goals of maintenance include the preserving the functioning of the family structure, as well as the individual family members, and preventing further impairment from BPD. This involves preserving communication, trust, and respect within the family, and offering a selectively supportive environment to help your daughter and family heal. As part of this maintenance process, healing should be viewed as continuous, rather than as a distinct event. Much like the body heals from the persistent effects of the chemicals and radiation in the environment by cleansing itself by shedding skin, tears, and deoxygenated air, you must continue to use the processes of healing to renew your sense of self and maintain your mood. Helping your family and its individual members to heal and function in as healthy a manner as possible depends on your successful installation of boundaries and your consistent maintenance of them. Using the essential techniques offered in this book will enable you to accomplish this and create a new, stable family structure. The boundaries you establish will promote health and independence for your daughter and healthier relationships among all members of your family. This concludes When Your Daughter Has BPD by Daniel S. Lobel, Ph.D. Narrated by Terrence Bays. Copyright 2017 by Daniel S. Lobel.